Part 2. Religion. Chapter 1. Yea, the time cometh, that whomsoever killeth you will think that he doeth God's service. Gospel according to John 16. 2. Let him be anathema. Who shall say that human sciences ought to be pursued in such a spirit of freedom that one may be allowed to hold as true their assertions even when opposed to revealed doctrines? Ecumenical Council of 1870. Glauc, the Church, where is it? King Henry VI, Act 1, Scene 1. In the United States of America, 60,428 men are paid salaries to teach the science of God and his relations to his creatures. These men contract to impart to us the knowledge which treats of the existence, character, and attributes of our Creator, his laws and government, the doctrines we are to believe, and the duties we are to practice. 5,141 of them, with the prospect of 1,273 theological students to help them in time, teach this science according to a formula prescribed by the Bishop of Rome to 5 million people. 55,287 local and traveling ministers representing 15 different denominations, each contradicting the other upon more or less vital theological questions, instruct in their respective doctrines 33 million other persons. Many of these teach according to the canons of the cisatlantic branch of an establishment which acknowledges a daughter of the late Duke of Kent as its spiritual head. There are many 100,000 Jews, some thousands of Orientals of all kinds, and a very few who belong to the Greek Church. A man at Salt Lake City, with 19 wives and more than 100 children and grandchildren, is the supreme spiritual ruler over 90,000 people, who believe that he is in frequent intercourse with the gods. For the Mormons are polytheists as well as polygamists, and their chief god is represented as living in a planet they call Kolob. The god of the Unitarians is a bachelor. The deity of the Presbyterians, Methodists, Congregationalists, and the other Orthodox Protestant sects, a spouseless father with one son, who is identical with himself, in the attempt to outvie each other in the erection of their 62,000 and odd churches, prayer houses, and meeting halls, in which to teach these conflicting theological doctrines. We will not mention the multitude of smaller sects, communities, and extravagantly original little heresies in this country, which spring up one year to die out the next, like so many spores of fungi after a rainy day. We will not even stop to consider the alleged millions of spiritualists, for the majority lack the courage to break away from their respective religious denominations. These are the backdoor Nicodemuses. And now, with Pilate, let us inquire, what is truth? Where is it to be searched for amid this multitude of warring sects? Each claims to be based upon divine revelation, and each to have the keys of the celestial gates. Is either in possession of this rare truth? Or must we exclaim with the Buddhist philosopher, there is but one truth on earth, and it is unchangeable, and this is, that there is no truth on it. Though we have no disposition whatever to trench upon the ground that has been so exhaustively gleaned by those learned scholars who have shown that every Christian dogma has its origin in a heathen rite, still the facts which they have exhumed since the enfranchisement of science will lose nothing by repetition. Besides, we propose to examine these facts from a different and perhaps rather novel point of view, that of the old philosophies as esoterically understood. These we have barely glanced at in our first volume. We will use them as the standard by which to compare Christian dogmas and miracles with the doctrines and phenomena of ancient magic and the modern New Dispensation as spiritualism is called by its votaries. Since the materialists deny the phenomena without investigation, and since the theologians, in admitting them, offer us the poor choice of two palpable absurdities, the devil and miracles, we can lose little by applying to the theurgists, and they may actually help us to throw a great light upon a very dark subject. Professor A. Butleroff of the Imperial University of St. Petersburg remarks in a recent pamphlet entitled Mediumistic Manifestations as follows: "Let the facts of modern spiritualism belong, if you will, to the number of those which were more or less known by the ancients. Let them be identical with those which in the Dark Ages gave importance to the office of Egyptian priest or Roman augur. Let them even furnish the basis of the sorcery of our Siberian shaman. Let them be all these, and, if they are real facts, it is no business of ours. All the facts in nature belong to science, and every addition to the store of science enriches instead of impoverishing her. If humanity has once admitted a truth, and then in the blindness of self-conceit denied it, to return to its realization is a step forward and not backward. Since the day that modern science gave what may be considered the death blow to dogmatic theology, by assuming the ground that religion was full of mystery, and mystery is unscientific, the mental state of the educated class has presented a curious aspect. Society seems from that time to have been ever balancing itself upon one leg, on an unseen tightrope, stretched from our visible universe into the invisible one, uncertain whether the end hooked on faith in the latter might not suddenly break and hurl it into final annihilation. The great body of nominal Christians may be divided into three unequal portions: materialists, spiritualists, and Christians proper. The materialists and spiritualists make common cause against the hierarchical pretensions of the clergy, who, in retaliation, denounce both with equal acerbity. The materialists are as little in harmony as the Christian sects themselves. The Comtists, or as they call themselves, the positivists, being despised and hated to the last degree by the schools of thinkers, one of which Maudsley honorably represents in England. Positivism, be it remembered, is that religion of the future about whose founder even Huxley has made himself wrathful in his famous lecture, The Physical Basis of Life. And Maudsley felt obliged, in behalf of modern science, to express himself thus: "It is no wonder that scientific men should be anxious to disclaim Comte as their lawgiver, and to protest against such a king being set up to reign over them." Not conscious of any personal obligation to his writings, conscious how much in some respects he has misrepresented the spirit and pretensions of science, they repudiate the allegiance which his enthusiastic disciples would force upon them, and which popular opinion is fast coming to think a natural one. They do well in thus making a timely assertion of independence, for if it be not done soon, it will soon be too late to be done well. When a materialistic doctrine is repudiated so strongly by two such materialists as Huxley and Maudsley, then we must think indeed that it is absurdity itself. Among Christians there is nothing but dissension. Their various churches represent every degree of religious belief, from the omnivorous credulity of blind faith to a condescending and high-toned deference to the deity, which thinly masks an evident conviction of their own deific wisdom. All these sects believe more or less in the immortality of the soul. Some admit the intercourse between the two worlds as a fact. Some entertain the opinion as a sentiment. Some positively deny it, and only a few maintain an attitude of attention and expectancy. Impatient of restraint, longing for the return of the Dark Ages, the Romish Church frowns at the diabolical manifestations and indicates what she would do to their champions had she but the power of old. Were it not for the self-evident fact that she herself is placed by science on trial and that she is handcuffed, she would be ready at a moment's notice to repeat, in the 19th century, the revolting scenes of former days. As to the Protestant clergy, so furious is their common hatred toward spiritualism that, as a secular paper very truly remarks, they seem willing to undermine the public faith in all the spiritual phenomena of the past, as recorded in the Bible, if they can only see the pestilent modern heresy stabbed to the heart. Summoning back the long-forgotten memories of the Mosaic laws, the Romish Church claims the monopoly of miracles and of the right to sit in judgment over them, as being the sole heir thereto by direct inheritance. The Old Testament, exiled by Colenso, his predecessors and contemporaries, is recalled from its banishment. The prophets, whom His Holiness the Pope condescends at last to place, if not on the same level with himself, at least at a less respectful distance, are dusted and cleaned. The memory of all the diabolical abracadabra is evoked anew. The blasphemous horrors perpetrated by paganism, its phallic worship, thaumaturgical wonders wrought by Satan, human sacrifices, incantations, witchcraft, magic, and sorcery are recalled, and demonism is confronted with spiritualism for mutual recognition and identification. Our modern demonologists conveniently overlook a few insignificant details, among which is the undeniable presence of heathen phallism in the Christian symbols. A strong spiritual element of this worship may be easily demonstrated in the dogma of the Immaculate Conception of the Virgin Mother of God, and a physical element equally proved in the fetish worship of the holy limbs of Saints Cosmo and Damiano at Isernia, near Naples, a successful traffic in which ex voto in wax was carried on by the clergy annually, until barely a half-century ago. We find it rather unwise on the part of Catholic writers to pour out their vials of wrath in such sentences as these: "In a multitude of pagodas, the phallic stone, ever and always, assuming, like the Grecian Batyllos, the brutally indecent form of the Lingam, the Mahadeva." Before casting slurs on a symbol whose profound metaphysical meaning is too much for the modern champions of that religion of sensualism par excellence, Roman Catholicism, to grasp, they are in duty bound to destroy their oldest churches and change the form of the cupolas of their own temples. The Mahodi of Elephanta, the round tower of Bangulpur, the minarets of Islam, either rounded or pointed, are the originals of the campanile column of San Marco at Venice, of the Rochester Cathedral, and of the modern Duomo of Milan. All of these steeples, turrets, domes, and Christian temples are the reproductions of the primitive idea of the lithos, the upright phallus. The western tower of St. Paul's Cathedral, London, says the author of the Rosicrucians, is one of the double lithoi placed always in front of every temple, Christian as well as heathen. Moreover, in all Christian churches, particularly in Protestant churches, where they figure most conspicuously, the two tables of stone of the Mosaic dispensation are placed over the altar, side by side, as a united stone, the tops of which are rounded. The right stone is masculine, the left feminine. Therefore, neither Catholics nor Protestants have a right to talk of the indecent forms of heathen monuments, so long as they ornament their own churches with the symbols of the lingam and yoni, and even write the laws of their God upon them. Another detail not redounding very particularly to the honor of the Christian clergy might be recalled in the word Inquisition. The torrents of human blood shed by this Christian institution, and the number of its human sacrifices are unparalleled in the annals of paganism. Another still more prominent feature in which the clergy surpassed their masters, the heathen, is sorcery. Certainly in no pagan temple was black magic, in its real and true sense, more practiced than in the Vatican. While strongly supporting exorcism as an important source of revenue, they neglected magic as little as the ancient heathen. It is easy to prove that the sortilegium, or sorcery, was widely practiced among the clergy and monks so late as the last century, and is practiced occasionally even now. Anathematizing every manifestation of occult nature outside the precincts of the Church, the clergy, notwithstanding proofs to the contrary, call it the work of Satan, the snares of the fallen angels, who rush in and out from the bottomless pit, mentioned by John in his Kabbalistic revelation, from whence arises a smoke as the smoke of a great furnace. Intoxicated by its fumes, around this pit are daily gathering millions of spiritualists to worship at the abyss of Baal, Shah. More than ever, arrogant, stubborn, and despotic, now that she has been nearly upset by modern research, not daring to interfere with the powerful champions of science, the Latin Church revenges herself upon the unpopular phenomena. A despot without a victim is a word void of sense, a power which neglects to assert itself through outward, well-calculated effects, risks being doubted in the end. The Church has no intention to fall into the oblivion of the ancient myths, or to suffer her authority to be too closely questioned. Hence she pursues, as well as the times permit, her traditional policy. Lamenting the enforced extinction of her ally, the Holy Inquisition, she makes a virtue of necessity. The only victims now within reach are the Spiritists of France. Recent events have shown that the meek spouse of Christ never disdains to retaliate on helpless victims. Having successfully performed her part of Deus ex machina from behind the French bench, which has not scrupled to disgrace itself for her, the Church of Rome sets to work and shows, in the year 1876, what she can do. From the whirling tables and dancing pencils of profane spiritualism, the Christian world is warned to turn to the divine miracles of Lourdes. Meanwhile, the ecclesiastical authorities utilize their time in arranging for other more easy triumphs, calculated to scare the superstitious out of their senses. So, acting under orders, the clergy hurl dramatic, if not very impressive, anathemas from every Catholic diocese, threaten right and left, excommunicate and curse. Perceiving, finally, that her thunderbolts directed even against crowned heads fall about as harmlessly as the Jupiterian lightnings of Offenbach's Calchas, Rome turns about in powerless fury against the victimized protégés of the Emperor of Russia, the unfortunate Bulgarians and Servians. Undisturbed by evidence and sarcasm, unbaffled by proof, the Lamb of the Vatican impartially divides his wrath between the liberals of Italy, the impious whose breath has the stench of the sepulchre, the schismatic Russian Sarmates, and the heretics and spiritualists who worship at the bottomless pit where the great dragon lies in wait. Mr. Gladstone went to the trouble of making a catalogue of what he terms the flowers of speech disseminated through these papal discourses. Let us cull a few of the chosen terms used by this vicegerent of him who said that whosoever shall say thou fool shall be in danger of hellfire. They are selected from authentic discourses. Those who oppose the Pope are wolves, Pharisees, thieves, liars, hypocrites, dropsical children of Satan, sons of perdition, of sin and corruption, satellites of Satan in human flesh, monsters of hell, demons incarnate, stinking corpses, men issued from the pits of hell, traitors and Judases led by the spirit of hell, children of the deepest pits of hell, etc., etc. The whole piously collected and published by Don Pasquale di Franciscis, whom Gladstone has, with perfect propriety, termed an accomplished professor of flunkyism in things spiritual. Since His Holiness the Pope has such a rich vocabulary of invectives at his command, why wonder that the Bishop of Toulouse did not scruple to utter the most undignified falsehoods about the Protestants and spiritualists of America, people doubly odious to a Catholic, in his address to his diocese? Nothing, he remarks, is more common in an era of unbelief than to see a false revelation substitute itself for the true one, and minds neglect the teachings of the Holy Church to devote themselves to the study of divination and the occult sciences. With a fine episcopal contempt for statistics, and strangely confounding in his memory the audiences of the revivalists, Moody and Sankey, and the patrons of darkened seance rooms, he utters the unwarranted and fallacious assertion that it has been proven that spiritualism in the United States has caused 1/6 of all the cases of suicide and insanity. He says that it is not possible that the spirits teach either an exact science because they are lying demons, or a useful science because the character of the word of Satan, like Satan himself, is sterile. He warns his dear collaborateurs that the writings in favor of spiritualism are under the ban, and he advises them to let it be known that to frequent spiritual circles with the intention of accepting the doctrine is to apostatize from the Holy Church and assume the risk of excommunication. Finally, says he, publish the fact that the teaching of no spirit should prevail against that of the pulpit of Peter, which is the teaching of the Spirit of God himself. Aware of the many false teachings attributed by the Roman Church to the Creator, we prefer disbelieving the latter assertion. The famous Catholic theologian, Tillemont, assures us in his work that all the illustrious pagans are condemned to the eternal torments of hell, because they lived before the time of Jesus, and therefore could not be benefited by the redemption. He also assures us that the Virgin Mary personally testified to this truth over her own signature in a letter to a saint. Therefore, this is also a revelation, the Spirit of God himself, teaching such charitable doctrines. We have also read with great advantage the topographical descriptions of hell and purgatory in the celebrated treatise under that name by a Jesuit, the Cardinal Bellarmine. A critic found that the author, who gives the description from a divine vision with which he was favored, appears to possess all the knowledge of a land measurer about the secret tracts and formidable divisions of the bottomless pit. Justin Martyr, having actually committed to paper the heretical thought that after all Socrates might not be altogether fixed in hell, his Benedictine editor criticizes this too benevolent father very severely. Whoever doubts the Christian charity of the Church of Rome in this direction is invited to peruse the censure of the Sorbonne on Marmontel's Belisarius. The odium theologicum blazes in it on the dark sky of orthodox theology, like an aurora borealis, the precursor of God's wrath, according to the teaching of certain medieval divines. We have attempted in the first part of this work to show, by historical examples, how completely men of science have deserved the stinging sarcasm of the late Professor de Morgan, who remarked of them that they wear the priest's cast-off garb, dyed to escape detection. The Christian clergy are, in like manner, attired in the cast-off garb of the heathen priesthood, acting diametrically in opposition to their God's moral precepts, but nevertheless sitting in judgment over the whole world. When dying on the cross, the martyred man of sorrows forgave his enemies. His last words were a prayer in their behalf. He taught his disciples to curse not, but to bless, even their foes. But the heirs of St. Peter, the self-constituted representatives on earth of that same meek Jesus, unhesitatingly curse whoever resists their despotic will. Besides, was not the Son long since crowded by them into the background? They make their obeisance only to the Dowager Mother, for, according to their teaching, again through the direct Spirit of God, she alone acts as a mediatrix. The Ecumenical Council of 1870 embodied the teaching into a dogma to disbelieve which is to be doomed forever to the bottomless pit. The work of Don Pasquale de Franciscis is positive on that point, for he tells us that, as the Queen of Heaven owes to the present Pope the finest gem in her coronet, since he has conferred on her the unexpected honor of becoming suddenly immaculate, there is nothing she cannot obtain from her Son for her Church. Some years ago, certain travelers saw, in Bari, Italy, a statue of the Madonna, arrayed in a flounced pink skirt over a swelling crinoline. Pious pilgrims, who may be anxious to examine the regulation wardrobe of their God's Mother, may do so by going to southern Italy, Spain, and Catholic North and South America. The Madonna of Bari must still be there, between two vineyards and a locanda, gin shop. When last seen, a half-successful attempt had been made to clothe the infant Jesus. They had covered his legs with a pair of dirty, scallop-edged pantaloons. An English traveler, having presented the mediatrix with a green silk parasol, the grateful population of the contadini, accompanied by the village priest, went in procession to the spot. They managed to stick the sunshade, opened, between the infant's back and the arm of the Virgin, which embraced him. The scene and ceremony were both solemn and highly refreshing to our religious feelings. For there stood the image of the goddess in its niche, surrounded with a row of ever-burning lamps, the flames of which, flickering in the breeze, infect God's pure air with an offensive smell of olive oil. The Mother and Son truly represent the two most conspicuous idols of monotheistic Christianity. For a companion to the idol of the poor contadini of Bari, go to the rich city of Rio Janeiro. In the church of the Duomo del Candelaria, in a long hall running along one side of the church, there might be seen, a few years ago, another Madonna. Along the walls of the hall, there is a line of saints, each standing on a contribution box, which thus forms a fit pedestal. In the center of this line, under a gorgeously rich canopy of blue silk, is exhibited the Virgin Mary, leaning on the arm of Christ. Our Lady is arrayed in a very décolleté blue satin dress with short sleeves, showing, to great advantage, a snow-white, exquisitely molded neck, shoulders, and arms. The skirt, equally of blue satin with an overskirt of rich lace and gauze puffs, is as short as that of a ballet dancer. Hardly reaching the knee, it exhibits a pair of finely shaped legs covered with flesh-colored silk tights and blue satin French boots with very high red heels. The blonde hair of this Mother of God is arranged in the latest fashion, with a voluminous chignon and curls. As she leans on her Son's arm, her face is lovingly turned toward her only begotten, whose dress and attitude are equally worthy of admiration. Christ wears an evening dress coat, with swallowtail, black trousers, and low-cut white vest, varnished boots, and white kid gloves, over one of which sparkles a rich diamond ring, worth many thousands we must suppose, a precious Brazilian jewel. Above this body of a modern Portuguese dandy is a head with the hair parted in the middle, a sad and solemn face, and eyes whose patient look seems to reflect all the bitterness of this last insult flung at the majesty of the crucified. The Egyptian Isis was also represented as a virgin mother by her devotees and as holding her infant son, Horus, in her arms. In some statues and basso-relievos, when she appears alone, she is either completely nude or veiled from head to foot. But in the mysteries, in common with nearly every other goddess, she is entirely veiled from head to foot, as a symbol of a mother's chastity. It would not do us any harm were we to borrow from the ancients some of the poetic sentiment in their religions and the innate veneration they entertained for their symbols. It is but fair to say at once that the last of the true Christians died with the last of the direct apostles. Max Muller forcibly asks, how can a missionary in such circumstances meet the surprise and questions of his pupils unless he may point to that seed and tell them what Christianity was meant to be? Unless he may show that, like all other religions, Christianity too has had its history. That the Christianity of the 19th century is not the Christianity of the Middle Ages, and that the Christianity of the Middle Ages was not that of the early councils. That the Christianity of the early councils was not that of the apostles, and that what has been said by Christ, that alone was well said. Thus we may infer that the only characteristic difference between modern Christianity and the old heathen faiths is the belief of the former in a personal devil and in hell. The Aryan nations had no devil, says Max Muller. Pluto, though of a somber character, was a very respectable personage, and Loki, the Scandinavian, though a mischievous person, was not a fiend. The German goddess Hel, too, like Proserpine, had once seen better days. Thus, when the Germans were indoctrinated with the idea of a real devil, the Semitic Seth, Satan, or Diabolus, they treated him in the most good-humored way. The same may be said of hell. Hades was quite a different place from our region of eternal damnation, and might be termed rather an intermediate state of purification. Neither does the Scandinavian hell, or Hela, imply either a state or a place of punishment. For when Frigga, the grief-stricken mother of Baldur, the white god, who died and found himself in the dark abodes of the shadows, Hades, sent Hermod, a son of Thor, in quest of her beloved child, the messenger found him in the inexorable region, alas, but still comfortably seated on a rock and reading a book. The Norse kingdom of the dead is moreover situated in the higher latitudes of the polar regions. It is a cold and cheerless abode, and neither the gelid halls of Hela nor the occupation of Baldur present the least similitude to the blazing hell of eternal fire and the miserable damned sinners with which the Church so generously peoples it. No more is it the Egyptian Amenthys, the region of judgment and purification, nor the Andhra, the abyss of darkness of the Hindus, for even the fallen angels hurled into it by Siva are allowed by Parabrahma to consider it as an intermediate state, in which an opportunity is afforded them to prepare for higher degrees of purification and redemption from their wretched condition. The Gehenna of the New Testament was a locality outside the walls of Jerusalem, and in mentioning it, Jesus used but an ordinary metaphor. Whence then came the dreary dogma of hell, that Archimedean lever of Christian theology, with which they have succeeded to hold in subjection the numberless millions of Christians for 19 centuries? Assuredly not from the Jewish scriptures, and we appeal for corroboration to any well-informed Hebrew scholar. The only designation of something approaching hell in the Bible is Gehenna or Hinnom, a valley near Jerusalem, where was situated Tophet, a place where a fire was perpetually kept for sanitary purposes. The prophet Jeremiah informs us that the Israelites used to sacrifice their children to Moloch Hercules on that spot, and later we find Christians quietly replacing this divinity by their God of mercy, whose wrath will not be appeased unless the Church sacrifices to him her unbaptized children and sinning sons on the altar of eternal damnation. Whence then did the divine learn so well the conditions of hell, as to actually divide its torments into two kinds, the poena damni and poenae sensus, the former being the privation of the beatific vision, the latter, the eternal pains in a lake of fire and brimstone? If they answer us that it is in the Apocalypse, Fincher 10, we are prepared to demonstrate whence the theologist John himself derived the idea. And the devil that deceived them was cast into the lake of fire and brimstone, where the beast and the false prophet are and shall be tormented for ever and ever, he says. Laying aside the esoteric interpretation that the devil, or tempting demon, meant our own earthly body, which after death will surely dissolve in the fiery or ethereal elements, the word eternal, by which our theologians interpret the words forever and ever, does not exist in the Hebrew language, either as a word or meaning. There is no Hebrew word which properly expresses eternity. Ulam, according to Leclerc, only imports a time whose beginning or end is not known, while showing that this word does not mean infinite duration, and that in the Old Testament the word forever only signifies a long time. Archbishop Tillotson has completely perverted its sense with respect to the idea of hell torments. According to his doctrine, when Sodom and Gomorrah are said to be suffering eternal fire, we must understand it only in the sense of that fire not being extinguished till both cities were entirely consumed. But as to hellfire, the words must be understood in the strictest sense of infinite duration. Such is the decree of the learned divine. For the duration of the punishment of the wicked must be proportionate to the eternal happiness of the righteous. So he says, these, speaking of the wicked, shall go away iskolasin aeonion, into eternal punishment, but the righteous izoen aeonion, into life eternal. The Reverend T. Herndon, commenting on the speculations of his predecessors, fills a whole volume with unanswerable arguments, tending to show that the locality of hell is in the sun. We suspect that the reverend speculator had read the Apocalypse in bed and had the nightmare in consequence. There are 2 verses in the Revelation of John reading thus, "And the 4th angel poured out his vial upon the sun, and power was given him to scorch men with fire. And men were scorched with great heat, and blasphemed the name of God." This is simply Pythagorean and Kabbalistic allegory. The idea is new neither with the above-mentioned author, nor with John. Pythagoras placed the sphere of purification in the sun, which sun, with its sphere, he moreover locates in the middle of the universe, the allegory having a double meaning. 1. Symbolically, the central spiritual sun, the supreme deity. Arrived at this region, every soul becomes purified of its sins and unites itself forever with its spirit, having previously suffered throughout all the lower spheres. 2. By placing the sphere of visible fire in the middle of the universe, he simply taught the heliocentric system which appertained to the mysteries and was imparted only in the higher degree of initiation. John gives to his word a purely Kabbalistic significance, which no fathers, except those who had belonged to the Neoplatonic school, were able to comprehend. Origen understood it well, having been a pupil of Ammonius Saccas. Therefore, we see him bravely denying the perpetuity of hell torments. He maintains that not only men, but even devils, by which term he meant disembodied human sinners, after a certain duration of punishment, shall be pardoned and finally restored to heaven. In consequence of this and other such heresies, Origen was, as a matter of course, exiled. Many have been the learned and truly inspired speculations as to the locality of hell. The most popular were those which placed it in the center of the earth. At a certain time, however, skeptical doubts, which disturbed the placidity of faith in this highly refreshing doctrine, arose in consequence of the meddling scientists of those days. As a Mr. Swindon in our own century observes, the theory was inadmissible because of two objections. First, that a fund of fuel or sulfur sufficient to maintain so furious and constant a fire could not be there supposed, and second, that it must want the nitrous particles in the air to sustain and keep it alive. And how, says he, can a fire be eternal, when, by degrees, the whole substance of the earth must be consumed thereby? The skeptical gentleman had evidently forgotten that centuries ago St. Augustine solved the difficulty. Have we not the word of this learned divine, that hell, nevertheless, is in the center of the earth? For God supplies the central fire with air by a miracle. The argument is unanswerable, and so we will not seek to upset it. The Christians were the first to make the existence of Satan a dogma of the Church, and once that she had established it, she had to struggle for over 1,700 years for the repression of a mysterious force which it was her policy to make appear of diabolical origin. Unfortunately, in manifesting itself, this force invariably tends to upset such a belief by the ridiculous discrepancy it presents between the alleged cause and the effects. If the clergy have not overestimated the real power of the arch-enemy of God, it must be confessed that he takes mighty precautions against being recognized as the Prince of Darkness, who aims at our souls. If modern spirits are devils at all, as preached by the clergy, then they can only be those poor or stupid devils whom Max Muller describes as appearing so often in the German and Norwegian tales. Notwithstanding this, the clergy fear above all to be forced to relinquish this hold on humanity. They are not willing to let us judge of the tree by its fruits, for that might sometimes force them into dangerous dilemmas. They refuse likewise to admit, with unprejudiced people, that the phenomena of spiritualism has unquestionably spiritualized and reclaimed from evil courses many an indomitable atheist and skeptic. But, as they confess themselves, what is the use in a pope if there is no devil? And so Rome sends her ablest advocates and preachers to the rescue of those perishing in the bottomless pit. Rome employs her cleverest writers for this purpose, albeit they all indignantly deny the accusation. And in the preface to every book put forth by the prolific de Musset, the French Tertullian of our century, we find undeniable proofs of the fact. Among other certificates of ecclesiastical approval, every volume is ornamented with the text of a certain original letter addressed to the very pious author by the world-known Father Ventura de Raulica of Rome. Few are those who have not heard this famous name. It is the name of one of the chief pillars of the Latin Church, the ex-general of the Order of the Theatins, consultor of the Sacred Congregation of Rites, examiner of bishops, and of the Roman clergy, etc., etc., etc. This strikingly characteristic document will remain to astonish future generations by its spirit of unsophisticated demonolatry and unblushing sincerity. We translate a fragment verbatim, and by thus helping its circulation, hope to merit the blessings of Mother Church. Monsieur and excellent friend, the greatest victory of Satan was gained on that day when he succeeded in making himself denied. To demonstrate the existence of Satan is to re-establish one of the fundamental dogmas of the Church, which serve as a basis for Christianity, and without which Satan would be but a name. Magic, mesmerism, magnetism, somnambulism, spiritualism, spiritism, hypnotism are only other names for Satanism. To bring out such a truth and show it in its proper light is to unmask the enemy. It is to unveil the immense danger of certain practices, reputed innocent. It is to deserve well in the eyes of humanity and of religion. Father Ventura de Raulica. Men. This is an unexpected honor indeed for our American controls in general, and the innocent Indian guides in particular. To be thus introduced in Rome as princes of the Empire of Eblis is more than they could ever hope for in other lands. Without in the least suspecting that she was working for the future welfare of her enemies, the spiritualists and spiritists, the Church, some 20 years since, in tolerating de Musset and de Mireville as the biographers of the devil and giving her approbation thereto, tacitly confessed the literary copartnership. The Chevalier, Gougenot de Musset, and his friend and collaborateur, the Marquis Eudes de Mireville, to judge by their long titles, must be aristocrats pur sang, and they are, moreover, writers of no small erudition and talent. Were they to show themselves a little more parsimonious, of double points of exclamation following every vituperation and invective against Satan and his worshippers, their style would be faultless. As it is, the crusade against the enemy of mankind was fierce and lasted for over 20 years. What with the Catholics piling up their psychological phenomena to prove the existence of a personal devil, and the Count de Gasparin, an ancient minister of Louis Philippe, collecting volumes of other facts to prove the contrary, the Spiritists of France have contracted an everlasting debt of gratitude toward the disputants. The existence of an unseen spiritual universe, peopled with invisible beings, has now been demonstrated beyond question. Ransacking the oldest libraries, they have distilled from the historical records the quintessence of evidence. All epochs, from the Homeric ages down to the present day, have supplied their choicest materials to these indefatigable authors. In trying to prove the authenticity of the miracles wrought by Satan in the days preceding the Christian era, as well as throughout the Middle Ages, they have simply laid a firm foundation for a study of the phenomena in our modern times. Though an ardent, uncompromising enthusiast, de Musset unwittingly transforms himself into the tempting demon, or, as he is fond of calling the devil, the serpent of Genesis. In his desire to demonstrate in every manifestation the presence of the evil one, he only succeeds in demonstrating that spiritualism and magic are no new things in the world, but very ancient twin brothers, whose origin must be sought for in the earliest infancy of ancient India, Chaldea, Babylonia, Egypt, Persia, and Greece. He proves the existence of spirits, whether these be angels or devils, with such a clearness of argument and logic, and such an amount of evidence, historical, irrefutable, and strictly authenticated, that little is left for spiritualist authors who may come after him. How unfortunate that the scientists who believe neither in devil nor spirit are more than likely to ridicule M. de Musset's books without reading them, for they really contain so many facts of profound scientific interest. But what can we expect in our own age of unbelief when we find Plato, over 22 centuries ago, complaining of the same? Me too, says he, in his Euthyphron, when I say anything in the public assembly concerning divine things, and predict to them what is going to happen, they ridicule as mad, and although nothing that I have predicted has proved untrue, yet they envy all such men as we are. However, we ought not to heed, but pursue our own way. The literary resources of the Vatican and other Catholic repositories of learning must have been freely placed at the disposal of these modern authors. When one has such treasures at hand, original manuscripts, papyri, and books pillaged from the richest heathen libraries, old treatises on magic and alchemy, and records of all the trials for witchcraft and sentences for the same to rack, stake, and torture, it is mighty easy to write volumes of accusations against the devil. We affirm on good grounds that there are hundreds of the most valuable works on the occult sciences, which are sentenced to eternal concealment from the public, but are attentively read and studied by the privileged who have access to the Vatican Library. The laws of nature are the same for heathen sorcerer as for Catholic saint, and a miracle may be produced as well by one as by the other, without the slightest intervention of God or devil. Hardly had the manifestations begun to attract attention in Europe than the clergy commenced their outcry that their traditional enemy had reappeared under another name, and divine miracles also began to be heard of in isolated instances. First, they were confined to humble individuals, some of whom claimed to have them produced through the intervention of the Virgin Mary, saints, and angels. Others, according to the clergy, began to suffer from obsession and possession. For the devil must have his share of fame, as well as the deity. Finding that, notwithstanding the warning, the independent or so-called spiritual phenomena went on increasing and multiplying, and that these manifestations threatened to upset the carefully constructed dogmas of the Church, the world was suddenly startled by extraordinary intelligence. In 1864, a whole community became possessed of the devil, Morzine, and the awful stories of its demoniacs, Valères, and the narratives of its well-authenticated exhibitions of sorcery, and those of the Presbytère de Cideville curdled the blood in Catholic veins. Strange to say, the question has been asked over and over again, why the divine miracles and most of the obsessions are so strictly confined to Roman Catholic dioceses and countries. Why is it that since the Reformation there has been scarcely one single divine miracle in a Protestant land? Of course, the answer we must expect from Catholics is that the latter are peopled by heretics and abandoned by God. Then why are there no more church miracles in Russia, a country whose religion differs from the Roman Catholic faith, but in external forms of rites, its fundamental dogmas being identically the same, except as to the emanation of the Holy Ghost? Russia has her accepted saints and thaumaturgical relics and miracle-working images. The Saint Mitrophanie of Voronezh is an authenticated miracle worker, but his miracles are limited to healing, and though hundreds upon hundreds have been healed through faith, and though the old cathedral is full of magnetic effluvia, and whole generations will go on believing in his power, and some persons will always be healed, still no such miracles are heard of in Russia as the Madonna walking and Madonna letter writing and statue talking of Catholic countries. Why is this so? Simply because the emperors have strictly forbidden that sort of thing. The Tsar, Peter the Great, stopped every spurious divine miracle with one frown of his mighty brow. He declared he would have no false miracles played by the holy icons, images of saints, and they disappeared forever. There are cases on record of isolated and independent phenomena exhibited by certain images in the last century. The latest was the bleeding of the cheek of an image of the Virgin, when a soldier of Napoleon cut her face in two. This miracle, alleged to have happened in 1812, in the days of the invasion by the Grand Army, was the final farewell. But since then, Although the 3 successive emperors have been pious men, their will has been respected, and the images and saints have remained quiet, and hardly been spoken of except as connected with religious worship. In Poland, a land of furious ultramontanism, there were, at different times, desperate attempts at miracle-doing. They died at birth, however, for the Argus-eyed police were there. A Catholic miracle in Poland, made public by the priests, generally meaning political revolution, bloodshed, and war. Is it then not permissible to at least suspect that if, in one country, divine miracles may be arrested by civil and military law, and in another they never occur, we must search for the explanation of the 2 facts in some natural cause, instead of attributing them to either God or devil? In our opinion, if it is worth anything, the whole secret may be accounted for as follows. In Russia, the clergy know better than to bewilder their parishes, whose piety is sincere and faith strong without miracles. They know that nothing is better calculated than the latter to sow seeds of distrust, doubt, and finally of skepticism, which leads directly to atheism. Moreover, the climate is less propitious, and the magnetism of the average population too positive, too healthy, to call forth independent phenomena, and fraud would not answer. On the other hand, neither in Protestant Germany nor England, nor yet in America, since the days of the Reformation, has the clergy had access to any of the Vatican secret libraries. Hence they are all but poor hands at the magic of Albertus Magnus. As for America being overflowed with sensitives and mediums, the reason for it is partially attributable to climatic influence, and especially to the physiological condition of the population. Since the days of the Salem witchcraft 200 years ago, when the comparatively few settlers had pure and unadulterated blood in their veins, nothing much had been heard of spirits or mediums until 1840. The phenomena then first appeared among the ascetic and exalted Shakers, whose religious aspirations, peculiar mode of life, moral purity, and physical chastity all led to the production of independent phenomena of a psychological as well as physical nature. Hundreds of thousands and even millions of men from various climates and of different constitutions and habits have since 1692 invaded North America, and by intermarrying have substantially changed the physical type of the inhabitants. Of what country in the world do the women's constitutions bear comparison with the delicate, nervous, and sensitive constitutions of the feminine portion of the population of the United States? We were struck on our arrival in the country with the semi-transparent delicacy of skin of the natives of both sexes. Compare a hard-working Irish factory girl or boy with one from a genuine American family. Look at their hands. One works as hard as the other. They are of equal age and both seemingly healthy. And still, while the hands of the one, after an hour's soaping, will show a skin little softer than that of a young alligator, those of the other, notwithstanding constant use, will allow you to observe the circulation of the blood under the thin and delicate epidermis. No wonder, then, that while America is the conservatory of sensitives, the majority of its clergy, unable to produce divine or any other miracles, stoutly deny the possibility of any phenomena except those produced by tricks and juggling. And no wonder also that the Catholic priesthood, who are practically aware of the existence of magic and spiritual phenomena, and believe in them while dreading their consequences, try to attribute the whole to the agency of the devil. Let us adduce one more argument, if only for the sake of circumstantial evidence. In what countries have divine miracles flourished most, been most frequent, and most stupendous? Catholic Spain, and Pontifical Italy, beyond question. And which more than these two has had access to ancient literature? Spain was famous for her libraries. The Moors were celebrated for their profound learning in alchemy and other sciences. The Vatican is the storehouse of an immense number of ancient manuscripts. During the long interval of nearly 1,500 years, they have been accumulating, from trial after trial, books and manuscripts confiscated from their sentenced victims to their own profit. The Catholics may plead that the books were generally committed to the flames, that the treatises of famous sorcerers and enchanters perished with their accursed authors. But the Vatican, if it could speak, could tell a different story. It knows too well of the existence of certain closets and rooms, access to which is had but by the very few. It knows that the entrances to these secret hiding places are so cleverly concealed from sight in the carved framework and under the profuse ornamentation of the library walls that there have even been popes who lived and died within the precincts of the palace without ever suspecting their existence. But these popes were neither Sylvester II, Benedict IX, John the 20th, nor the 6th and 7th Gregory, nor yet the famous Borgia of toxicological memory. Neither were those who remained ignorant of the hidden lore friends of the Sons of Loyola. Where, in the records of European magic, can we find cleverer enchanters than in the mysterious solitudes of the cloister? Albert Magnus, the famous bishop and conjurer of Ratisbon, was never surpassed in his art. Roger Bacon was a monk, and Thomas Aquinas one of the most learned pupils of Albertus. Trithemius, abbot of the Spanheim Benedictines, was the teacher, friend, and confidant of Cornelius Agrippa. And while the confederations of the Theosophists were scattered broadcast about Germany, where they first originated, assisting one another and struggling for years for the acquirement of esoteric knowledge, any person who knew how to become the favored pupil of certain monks might very soon be proficient in all the important branches of occult learning. This is all in history and cannot be easily denied. Magic, in all its aspects, was widely and nearly openly practiced by the clergy till the Reformation. And even he who was once called the father of the Reformation, the famous John Reuchlin, author of the Mirific Word and friend of Pico di Mirandola, the teacher and instructor of Erasmus, Luther, and Melanchthon, was a Kabbalist and occultist. The ancient sortilegium, or divination by means of sortes or lots, an art and practice now decried by the clergy as an abomination, designated by Stat. 10 Giganteres felony, and by Stat. 12 Carolus II accepted out of the general pardons on the ground of being sorcery, was widely practiced by the clergy and monks. Nay, it was sanctioned by St. Augustine himself, who does not disapprove of this method of learning futurity, provided it be not used for worldly purposes. More than that, he confesses having practiced it himself. But the clergy called it sortis sanctorum, when it was they who practiced it, while the sortis praenestinae, succeeded by the sortes homericae and sortes virgilianae, were abominable heathenism, the worship of the devil, when used by anyone else. Gregory de Tours informs us that when the clergy resorted to the sorts, their custom was to lay the Bible on the altar and to pray the Lord that he would discover his will and disclose to them futurity in one of the verses of the book. Gilbert de Nogent writes that in his days, about the 12th century, the custom was, at the consecration of bishops, to consult the sortes sanctorum, to thereby learn the success and fate of the episcopate. On the other hand, we are told that the sortes sanctorum were condemned by the Council of Agda in 506. In this case, again, we are left to inquire, in which instance has the infallibility of the Church failed? Was it when she prohibited that which was practiced by her greatest saint and patron, Augustine, or in the 12th century, when it was openly and with the sanction of the same Church practiced by the clergy for the benefit of the bishops' elections? Or must we still believe that in both of these contradictory cases the Vatican was inspired by the direct Spirit of God? If any doubt that Gregory of Tours approved of a practice that prevails to this day, more or less, even among strict Protestants, let them read this. Landastus, Earl of Tours, who was for ruining me with Queen Fredegonde, coming to Tours, big with evil designs against me, I withdrew to my oratory, under a deep concern, where I took the Psalms. My heart revived within me when I cast my eyes on this of the 77th Psalm. He caused them to go on with confidence, whilst the sea swallowed up their enemies. Accordingly, the Count spoke not a word to my prejudice, and leaving Tours that very day, the boat in which he was sunk in a storm, but his skill in swimming saved him. The sainted bishop simply confesses here to having practiced a bit of sorcery. Every mesmerizer knows the power of will during an intense desire bent on any particular subject. Whether in consequence of coincidence or otherwise, the opened verse suggested to his mind revenge by drowning. Passing the remainder of the day in deep concern and possessed by this all-absorbing thought, the saint, it may be unconsciously, exercises his will on the subject, and thus, while imagining in the accident the hand of God, he simply becomes a sorcerer, exercising his magnetic will, which reacts on the person feared, and the Count barely escapes with his life. Were the accident decreed by God, the culprit would have been drowned, for a simple bath could not have altered his malevolent resolution against Saint Gregory, had he been very intent on it. Furthermore, we find anathemas fulminated against this lottery of fate at the Council of Varus, which forbids all ecclesiastics, under pain of excommunication, to perform that kind of divination, or to pry into futurity, by looking into any book or writing whatsoever. The same prohibition is pronounced at the Councils of Agda in 506, of Orleans in 511, of Auxerre in 595, and finally at the Council of Enham in 1110, the latter condemning sorcerers, witches, diviners, such as occasioned death by magical operations, and who practiced fortune-telling by the holy book lots, and the complaint of the joint clergy against de Garland, their bishop at Orleans, and addressed to Pope Alexander III, concludes in this manner. Let your apostolical hands put on strength to strip naked the iniquity of this man, that the curse prognosticated on the day of his consecration may overtake him, for the Gospels being opened on the altar according to custom, the first words were, "And the young man, leaving his linen cloth, fled from them naked." Why then roast the lay magicians and consulters of books, and canonize the ecclesiastics? Simply because the medieval, as well as the modern phenomena, manifested through laymen, whether produced through occult knowledge or happening independently, upset the claims of both the Catholic and Protestant churches to divine miracles. In the face of reiterated and unimpeachable evidence, it became impossible for the former to maintain successfully the assertion that seemingly miraculous manifestations by the good angels and God's direct intervention could be produced exclusively by her chosen ministers and holy saints. Neither could the Protestant well maintain, on the same ground, that miracles had ended with the apostolic ages. For, whether of the same nature or not, the modern phenomena claimed close kinship with the biblical ones. The magnetists and healers of our century came into direct and open competition with the apostles. The Zouave Jacob of France had outrivaled the prophet Elijah in recalling to life persons who were seemingly dead, and Alexis, the somnambulist, mentioned by Mr. Wallace in his work, was, by his lucidity, putting to shame apostles, prophets, and the sibyls of old. Since the burning of the last witch, the great revolution of France, so elaborately prepared by the League of the Secret Societies and their clever emissaries, had blown over Europe and awakened terror in the bosom of the clergy. It had, like a destroying hurricane, swept away in its course those best allies of the Church, the Roman Catholic aristocracy. A sure foundation was now laid for the right of individual opinion. The world was freed from ecclesiastical tyranny by opening an unobstructed path to Napoleon the Great, who had given the death blow to the Inquisition. This great slaughterhouse of the Christian Church, wherein she butchered, in the name of the Lamb, all the sheep arbitrarily declared scurvy, was in ruins, and she found herself left to her own responsibility and resources. So long as the phenomena had appeared only sporadically, she had always felt herself powerful enough to repress the consequences. Superstition and belief in the devil were as strong as ever, and science had not yet dared to publicly measure her forces with those of supernatural religion. Meanwhile, the enemy had slowly but surely gained ground. All at once it broke out with an unexpected violence. Miracles began to appear in full daylight, and passed from their mystic seclusion into the domain of natural law, where the profane hand of science was ready to strip off their sacerdotal mask. Still, for a time, the Church held her position, and with the powerful help of superstitious fear, checked the progress of the intruding force. But when in succession appeared mesmerists and somnambulists, reproducing the physical and mental phenomenon of ecstasy, hitherto believed to be the special gift of saints, when the passion for the turning tables had reached in France and elsewhere its climax of fury, when the psychography, alleged spiritual, from a simple curiosity, had developed itself and settled into an unabated interest, and finally ebbed into religious mysticism, when the echoes aroused by the first raps of Rochester, crossing the oceans, spread until they were repercussed from nearly every corner of the world, then, and only then, the Latin Church was fully awakened to a sense of danger. Wonder after wonder was reported to have occurred in the spiritual circles and the lecture rooms of the mesmerists. The sick were healed, the blind made to see, the lame to walk, the deaf to hear. J.R. Newton in America and Dupotet in France were healing the multitude without the slightest claim to divine intervention. The great discovery of Mesmer, which reveals to the earnest inquirer the mechanism of nature, mastered, as if by magical power, organic and inorganic bodies. But this was not the worst. A more direful calamity for the Church occurred in the evocation from the upper and nether worlds of a multitude of spirits whose private bearing and conversation gave the direct lie to the most cherished and profitable dogmas of the Church. These spirits claimed to be the identical entities in a disembodied state of fathers, mothers, sons and daughters, friends and acquaintances of the persons viewing the weird phenomena. The devil seemed to have no objective existence, and this struck at the very foundation upon which the chair of St. Peter rested. Not a spirit, except the mocking mannequins of Planchette, would confess to the most distant relationship with the satanic majesty, or accredit him with the governorship of a single inch of territory. The clergy felt their prestige growing weaker every day, as they saw the people impatiently shaking off, in the broad daylight of truth, the dark veils with which they had been blindfolded for so many centuries. Then finally, fortune, which previously had been on their side in the long-waged conflict between theology and science, deserted to their adversary. The help of the latter to the study of the occult side of nature was truly precious and timely, and science has unwittingly widened the once narrow path of the phenomena into a broad highway. Had not this conflict culminated at the nick of time, we might have seen reproduced on a miniature scale the disgraceful scenes of the episodes of Salem witchcraft and the nuns of Loudun. As it was, the clergy were muzzled. But if science has unintentionally helped the progress of the occult phenomena, the latter have reciprocally aided science herself, until the days when newly reincarnated philosophy boldly claimed its place in the world, there had been but few scholars who had undertaken the difficult task of studying comparative theology. This science occupies a domain heretofore penetrated by few explorers. The necessity which it involved of being well acquainted with the dead languages necessarily limited the number of students. Besides, there was less popular need for it, so long as people could not replace the Christian orthodoxy by something more tangible. It is one of the most undeniable facts of psychology that the average man can as little exist out of a religious element of some kind as a fish out of the water. The voice of truth, a voice stronger than the voice of the mightiest thunder, speaks to the inner man in the 19th century of the Christian era, as it spoke in the corresponding century BC. It is a useless and unprofitable task to offer to humanity the choice between a future life and annihilation. The only chance that remains for those friends of human progress who seek to establish for the good of mankind a faith, henceforth stripped entirely of superstition and dogmatic fetters, is to address them in the words of Joshua. Choose ye this day whom you will serve, whether the gods which your fathers served that were on the other side of the flood, or the gods of the Amorites, in whose land ye dwell. The Science of Religion, wrote Max Muller in 1860, is only just beginning. During the last 50 years, the authentic documents of the most important religions in the world have been recovered in a most unexpected and almost miraculous manner. We have now before us the canonical books of Buddhism. The Zend-Avesta of Zoroaster is no longer a sealed book, and the hymns of the Rig Veda have revealed a state of religions anterior to the first beginnings of that mythology, which in Homer and Hesiod stands before us as a moldering ruin. In their insatiable desire to extend the dominion of blind faith, the early architects of Christian theology had been forced to conceal, as much as it was possible, the true sources of the same. To this end, they are said to have burned or otherwise destroyed all the original manuscripts on the Kabbalah, magic, and occult sciences upon which they could lay their hands. They ignorantly supposed that the most dangerous writings of this class had perished with the last Gnostic, but someday they may discover their mistake. Other authentic and as important documents will perhaps reappear in a most unexpected and almost miraculous manner. There are strange traditions current in various parts of the East, on Mount Athos and in the desert of Nitria, for instance, among certain monks, and with learned rabbis in Palestine, who pass their lives in commenting upon the Talmud. They say that not all the rolls and manuscripts reported in history to have been burned by Caesar, by the Christian mob in 389, and by the Arab general Amru, perished as it is commonly believed. And the story they tell is the following. At the time of the contest for the throne, in 51 BC, between Cleopatra and her brother Dionysius Ptolemy, the Bruchion, which contained over 700,000 rolls, all bound in wood and fireproof parchment, was undergoing repairs, and a great portion of the original manuscripts, considered among the most precious, and which were not duplicated, were stored away in the house of one of the librarians. As the fire which consumed the rest was but the result of accident, no precautions had been taken at the time. But they add that several hours passed between the burning of the fleet, set on fire by Caesar's order, and the moment when the first buildings situated near the harbor caught fire in their turn, and that all the librarians, aided by several hundred slaves attached to the museum, succeeded in saving the most precious of the rolls. So perfect and solid was the fabric of the parchment, that while in some rolls the inner pages and the wood binding were reduced to ashes, of others the parchment binding remained unscorched. These particulars were all written out in Greek, Latin, and the Chaldeo-Syriac dialect by a learned youth named Theodas, one of the scribes employed in the museum. One of these manuscripts is alleged to be preserved till now in a Greek convent, and the person who narrated the tradition to us had seen it himself. He said that many more will see it and learn where to look for important documents, when a certain prophecy will be fulfilled, adding that most of these works could be found in Tartary and India. The monk showed us a copy of the original, which, of course, we could read but poorly, as we claim but little erudition in the matter of dead languages. But we were so particularly struck by the vivid and picturesque translation of the Holy Father that we perfectly remember some curious paragraphs, which run, as far as we can recall them, as follows. When the Queen of the Sun, Cleopatra, was brought back to the half-ruined city after the fire had devoured the glory of the world, and when she saw the mountains of books or rolls covering the half-consumed steps of the estrada, and when she perceived that the inside was gone and the indestructible covers alone remained, she wept in rage and fury and cursed the meanness of her fathers who had grudged the cost of the real Pergamos for the inside as well as the outside of the precious rolls. Further, our author, Theodas, indulges in a joke at the expense of the queen for believing that nearly all the library was burned, when, in fact, hundreds and thousands of the choicest books were safely stored in his own house and those of other scribes, librarians, students, and philosophers. No more do sundry very learned Copts, scattered all over the East, in Asia Minor, Egypt, and Palestine, believe in the total destruction of the subsequent libraries. For instance, they say that out of the library of Attalus III, of Pergamus, presented by Antony to Cleopatra, not a volume was destroyed. At that time, according to their assertions, from the moment that the Christians began to gain power in Alexandria, about the end of the 4th century, and Anatolius, bishop of Laodicea, began to insult the national gods, the pagan philosophers and learned theurgists adopted effective measures to preserve the repositories of their sacred learning. Theophilus, a bishop, who left behind him the reputation of a most rascally and mercenary villain, was accused by one named Antoninus, a famous theurgist and eminent scholar of occult science of Alexandria, with bribing the slaves of the Serapion to steal books which he sold to foreigners at great prices. History tells us how Theophilus had the best of the philosophers in AD 389, and how his successor and nephew, the no less infamous Cyril, butchered Hypatia. Suidas gives us some details about Antoninus, whom he calls Antonius, and his eloquent friend Olympus, the defender of the Serapion. But history is far from being complete in the miserable remnants of books, which, crossing so many ages, have reached our own learned century. It fails to give the facts relating to the first 5 centuries of Christianity, which are preserved in the numerous traditions current in the East. Unauthenticated as these may appear, there is unquestionably in the heap of chaff much good grain. That these traditions are not oftener communicated to Europeans is not strange, when we consider how apt our travelers are to render themselves antagonistic to the natives by their skeptical bearing, and occasionally dogmatic intolerance. When exceptional men like some archaeologists who knew how to win the confidence and even friendship of certain Arabs are favored with precious documents, it is declared simply a coincidence. And yet there are widespread traditions of the existence of certain subterranean and immense galleries in the neighborhood of Ishmonia, the petrified city, in which are stored numberless manuscripts and rolls. For no amount of money would the Arabs go near it. At night, they say, from the crevices of the desolate ruins, sunk deep in the unwatered sands of the desert, stream the rays from lights carried to and fro in the galleries by no human hands. The Afrites study the literature of the antediluvian ages, according to their belief, and the jinn learns from the magic rolls the lesson of the following day. The Encyclopedia Britannica, in its article on Alexandria, says, when the Temple of Serapis was demolished, the valuable library was pillaged or destroyed, and 20 years afterwards the empty shelves excited the regret, etc. But it does not state the subsequent fate of the pillaged books. In rivalry of the fierce Mary worshippers of the 4th century, the modern clerical persecutors of liberalism and heresy would willingly shut up all the heretics and their books in some modern Serapion and burn them alive. The cause of this hatred is natural. Modern research has more than ever unveiled the secret. Is not the worship of saints and angels now, said Bishop Newton years ago, in all respects the same that the worship of demons was in former times? The name only is different. The thing is identically the same. The very same temples, the very same images, which were once consecrated to Jupiter and the other demons, are now consecrated to the Virgin Mary and other saints. The whole of paganism is converted and applied to popery. Why not be impartial and add that a good portion of it was adopted by Protestant religions also? The very apostolic designation, Peter is from the Mysteries. The Hierophant or Supreme Pontiff bore the Chaldean title Peter or Interpreter. The names Ptah, Pether, the residence of Balaam, Patara, and Patras, the names of oracle cities, Pateres or Pateras, and perhaps Buddha, all come from the same root. Jesus says, upon this Petra I will build my church, and the gates, or rulers of Hades, shall not prevail against it, meaning by Petra the rock temple, and by metaphor the Christian mysteries, the adversaries to which were the old mystery gods of the underworld, who were worshipped in the rites of Isis, Adonis, Attis, Sabazius, Dionysus, and the Eleusinia. No apostle Peter was ever at Rome, but the Pope, seizing the scepter of the Pontifex Maximus, the keys of Janus and Kubele, and adorning his Christian head with the cap of the Magna Mater, copied from that of the tiara of Brahmatma, the supreme pontiff of the initiates of old India, became the successor of the pagan high priest, the real Peter Roma, or Petroma. The Roman Catholic Church has two far mightier enemies than the heretics and the infidels, and these are comparative mythology and philology. When such eminent divines as the Reverend James Freeman Clarke go so much out of their way to prove to their readers that critical theology from the time of Origen and Jerome and the controversial theology during 15 centuries has not consisted in accepting on authority the opinions of other people, but has shown, on the contrary, much acute and comprehensive reasoning, we can but regret that so much scholarship should have been wasted in attempting to prove that which a fair survey of the history of theology upsets at every step. In these controversies and critical treatment of the doctrines of the Church, one can certainly find any amount of acute reasoning, but far more of a still acuter sophistry. Recently, the mass of cumulative evidence has been reinforced to an extent which leaves little, if any, room for further controversy. A conclusive opinion is furnished by too many scholars to doubt the fact that India was the alma mater, not only of the civilization, arts, and sciences, but also of all the great religions of antiquity, Judaism, and hence Christianity included. Herder places the cradle of humanity in India and shows Moses as a clever and relatively modern compiler of the ancient Brahmanical traditions. The river which encircles the country, India, is the sacred Ganges, which all Asia considers as the paradisaical river. There, also, is the biblical Gihon, which is none else but the Indus. The Arabs call it so unto this day, and the names of the countries watered by it are yet existing among the Hindus. Jacoliot claims to have translated every ancient palm leaf manuscript which he had the fortune of being allowed by the Brahmins of the pagodas to see. In one of his translations, we found passages which reveal to us the undoubted origin of the keys of St. Peter, and account for the subsequent adoption of the symbol by their holinesses, the popes of Rome. He shows us, on the testimony of the Agruchada Parikshai, which he freely translates as the Book of Spirits, Pitris, that centuries before our era, the initiates of the temple chose a superior council, presided over by the Brahm Atma, or supreme chief of all these initiates. That this pontificate, which could be exercised only by a Brahman, who had reached the age of 80 years, that the Brahm Atma was sole guardian of the mystic formula, resume of every science, contained in the three mysterious letters A-U-M, which signify creation, conservation, and transformation. He alone could expound its meaning in the presence of the initiates of the third and supreme degree. Whomsoever among these initiates revealed to a profane a single one of the truths, even the smallest of the secrets entrusted to his care, was put to death. He who received the confidence had to share his fate. Finally, to crown this able system, says Jacoliot, there existed a word still more superior to the mysterious monosyllable, AUM, and which rendered him, who came into the possession of its key, nearly the equal of Brahma himself. The Brahm Atma alone possessed this key and transmitted it in a sealed casket to his successor. This unknown word, of which no human power could, even today, when the Brahmanical authority has been crushed under the Mongolian and European invasions, today, when each pagoda has its Brahm Atma force, the disclosure, was engraved in a golden triangle and preserved in a sanctuary of the temple of Asgartha, whose Brahm Atma alone held the keys. He also bore upon his tiara 2 crossed keys supported by 2 kneeling Brahmins, symbol of the precious deposit of which he had the keeping. This word and this triangle were engraved upon the tablet of the ring that this religious chief wore as one of the signs of his dignity. It was also framed in a golden sun on the altar, where every morning the supreme pontiff offered the sacrifice of the Sarvameda, or sacrifice to all the forces of nature. Is this clear enough? And will the Catholics still maintain that it was the Brahmins of 4,000 years ago who copied the ritual, symbols, and dress of the Roman pontiffs? We would not feel in the least surprised, without going very far back into antiquity for comparisons, if we only stop at the 4th and 5th centuries of our era and contrast the so-called heathenism of the third Neoplatonic eclectic school with the growing Christianity. The result may not be favorable to the latter. Even at that early period, when the new religion had hardly outlined its contradictory dogmas. When the champions of the bloodthirsty, Cyril knew not themselves whether Mary was to become the Mother of God, or rank as a demon in company with Isis. When the memory of the meek and lowly Jesus still lingered lovingly in every Christian heart, and his words of mercy and charity vibrated still in the air. Even then the Christians were outdoing the pagans in every kind of ferocity and religious intolerance. And if we look still farther back and seek for examples of true Christism in ages when Buddhism had hardly superseded Brahmanism in India, and the name of Jesus was only to be pronounced 3 centuries later, what do we find? Which of the holy pillars of the Church has ever elevated himself to the level of religious tolerance and noble simplicity of character of some heathen? Compare, for instance, the Hindu Asoka, who lived 300 BC, and the Carthaginian St. Augustine, who flourished 3 centuries after Christ. According to Max Muller, this is what is found engraved on the rocks of Girnar, Dhauli, and Kapurdagiri. Piyadasi, the king beloved of the gods, desires that the ascetics of all creeds might reside in all places. All these ascetics profess alike the command which people should exercise over themselves and the purity of the soul, but people have different opinions and different inclinations. And here is what Augustine wrote after his baptism. Wondrous depth of thy words, whose surface, behold, is before us, inviting to little ones. Yet are they a wondrous depth, O my God, a wondrous depth. It is awful to look therein. Yes, an awfulness of honor and a trembling of love. Thy enemies, read pagans thereof, I hate vehemently. Oh, that thou wouldst slay them with thy 2-edged sword, that they might no longer be enemies to it, for so do I love to have them slain. Wonderful spirit of Christianity, and that from a Manichaean converted to the religion of one who even on his cross prayed for his enemies. Who the enemies of the Lord were, according to the Christians, is not difficult to surmise. The few inside the Augustinian fold were his new children and favorites, who had supplanted in his affections the sons of Israel, his chosen people. The rest of mankind were his natural foes. The teeming multitudes of heathendom were proper food for the flames of hell, the handful within the church communion, heirs of salvation. But if such a proscriptive policy was just, and its enforcement was sweet savor in the nostrils of the Lord, why not scorn also the pagan rites and philosophy? Why draw so deep from the wells of wisdom, dug and filled up to brim by the same heathen? Or did the fathers, in their desire to imitate the chosen people whose time-worn shoes they were trying to fit upon their feet, contemplate the reenaction of the spoliation scene of the Exodus? Did they propose, in fleeing from heathendom, as the Jews did from Egypt, to carry off the valuables of its religious allegories, as the chosen ones did the gold and silver ornaments? It certainly does seem as if the events of the first centuries of Christianity were but the reflection of the images thrown upon the mirror of the future at the time of the Exodus. During the stormy days of Irenaeus, the Platonic philosophy, with its mystical submersion into deity, was not so obnoxious after all to the new doctrine as to prevent the Christians from helping themselves to its abstruse metaphysics in every way and manner. Allying themselves with the ascetical therapeuti, forefathers and models of the Christian monks and hermits, it was in Alexandria, let it be remembered, that they laid the first foundations of the purely Platonic Trinitarian doctrine. It became the Plato-Philonian doctrine later, and such as we find it now. Plato considered the divine nature under a threefold modification of the first cause, the reason or logos, and the soul or spirit of the universe. The three archeal or original principles, says Gibbon, were represented in the Platonic system as three gods, united with each other by a mysterious and ineffable generation. Blending this transcendental idea with the more hypostatic figure of the Logos of Philo, whose doctrine was that of the oldest Kabbalah, and who viewed the King Messiah as the Metatron, or the angel of the Lord, the legatus descended in flesh, but not the Ancient of Days himself. The Christians clothed with this mythical representation of the mediator for the fallen race of Adam, Jesus, the Son of Mary. Under this unexpected garb, his personality was all but lost. In the modern Jesus of the Christian Church, we find the ideal of the imaginative Irenaeus, not the adept of the Essenes, the obscure reformer from Galilee. We see him under the disfigured Plato-Philonian mask, not as the disciples heard him on the Mount. So far, then, the heathen philosophy had helped them in the building of the principal dogma. But when the theurgists of the third Neoplatonic school, deprived of their ancient mysteries, strove to blend the doctrines of Plato with those of Aristotle, and by combining the two philosophies added to their theosophy the primeval doctrines of the Oriental Kabbalah, then the Christians from rivals became persecutors. Once that the metaphysical allegories of Plato were being prepared to be discussed in public in the form of Grecian dialectics, all the elaborate system of the Christian Trinity would be unraveled, and the divine prestige completely upset. The eclectic school, reversing the order, had adopted the inductive method, and this method became its death knell. Of all things on earth, logic and reasonable explanations were the most hateful to the new religion of mystery, for they threatened to unveil the whole groundwork of the Trinitarian conception, to apprise the multitude of the doctrine of emanations, and thus destroy the unity of the whole. It could not be permitted, and it was not. History records the Christ-like means that were resorted to. The universal doctrine of emanations, adopted from time immemorial by the greatest schools which taught the Kabbalistic, Alexandrian, and Oriental philosophers, gives the key to that panic among the Christian fathers. That spirit of Jesuitism and clerical craft which prompted Parkhurst many centuries later to suppress in his Hebrew lexicon the true meaning of the first word of Genesis, originated in those days of war against the expiring Neoplatonic and eclectic school. The fathers had decided to pervert the meaning of the word daimon, and they dreaded above all to have the esoteric and true meaning of the word rasit unveiled to the multitudes. For if once the true sense of this sentence, as well as that of the Hebrew word asdt, translated in the Septuagint angels, while it means emanations, were understood rightly, the mystery of the Christian Trinity would have crumbled, carrying in its downfall the new religion into the same heap of ruins with the ancient mysteries. This is the true reason why dialecticians, as well as Aristotle himself, the prying philosopher, were ever obnoxious to Christian theology. Even Luther, while on his work of reform, feeling the ground insecure under his feet, notwithstanding that the dogmas had been reduced by him to their simplest expression, gave full vent to his fear and hatred for Aristotle. The amount of abuse he heaped upon the memory of the great logician can only be equaled, never surpassed, by the Pope's anathemas and invectives against the liberals of the Italian government. Compiled together, they might easily fill a copy of a new encyclopedia with models for monkish diatribes. Of course, the Christian clergy can never get reconciled with a doctrine based on the application of strict logic to discursive reasoning. The number of those who have abandoned theology on this account has never been made known. They have asked questions and been forbidden to ask them. Hence, separation, disgust, and often a despairing plunge into the abyss of atheism. The Orphean views of ether as chief medium between God and created matter were likewise denounced. The Orphic ether recalled, too vividly, the archeus, the soul of the world, and the latter was in its metaphysical sense as closely related to the emanations, being the first manifestation, Sephira, or divine light. And when could the latter be more feared than at that critical moment? Origen, Clemens Alexandrinus, Chalcidius, Methodius, and Maimonides, on the authority of the Targum of Jerusalem, the orthodox and greatest authority of the Jews, held that the first two words in the book of Genesis, Bereshit, mean wisdom or the principle, and that the idea of these words meaning in the beginning was never shared but by the profane, who were not allowed to penetrate any deeper into the esoteric sense of the sentence. Beau Sobre, and after him Godfrey Higgins, have demonstrated the fact. All things, says the Kabbalah, are derived from one great principle, and this principle is the unknown and invisible God. From him, a substantial power immediately proceeds, which is the image of God, and the source of all subsequent emanations. This second principle sends forth, by the energy, or will and force, of emanation, other natures, which are more or less perfect, according to their different degrees of distance, in the scale of emanation, from the first source of existence, and which constitute different worlds, or orders of being, all united to the eternal power from which they proceed. Matter is nothing more than the most remote effect of the emanative energy of the deity. The material world receives its form from the immediate agency of powers far beneath the first source of being. Beau Sobre makes St. Augustine the Manichaean say thus: "And if by Racit we understand the active principle of the creation instead of its beginning, in such a case we will clearly perceive that Moses never meant to say that heaven and earth were the first works of God. He only said that God created heaven and earth through the principle, who is his Son. It is not the time he points to, but to the immediate author of the creation. Angels, according to Augustine, were created before the firmament, and according to the esoteric interpretation, the heaven and earth were created after that, evolving from the second principle, or the Logos, the creative deity. The word principle, says Beau Sobre, does not mean that the heaven and earth were created before anything else, for, to begin with, the angels were created before that, but that God did everything through his wisdom, which is his verbum, and which the Christian Bible named the beginning, thus adopting the exoteric meaning of the word abandoned to the multitudes. The Kabbalah, the Oriental as well as the Jewish, shows that a number of emanations, the Jewish Sephiroth, issued from the first principle, the chief of which was wisdom. This wisdom is the Logos of Philo, and Michael, the chief of the Gnostic eons. It is the Or Mazd of the Persians, Minerva, goddess of wisdom, of the Greeks, who emanated from the head of Jupiter, and the second person of the Christian Trinity. The early fathers of the Church had not much to exert their imagination. They found a ready-made doctrine that had existed in every theogony for thousands of years before the Christian era. Their Trinity is but the trio of Sephiroth, the first three Kabbalistic lights, of which Moses Nachmanides says that they have never been seen by anyone. There is not any defect in them, nor any disunion. The first eternal number is the Father, or the Chaldean primeval, invisible, and incomprehensible chaos, out of which proceeded the intelligible one. The Egyptian Fatah, or the principle of light, not the light itself, and the principle of life, though himself no life. The wisdom by which the Father created the heavens is the Son, or the Kabbalistic androgynous Adam Kadmon. The sun is at once the male Ra, or light of wisdom, prudence, or intelligence, Sephira, the female part of himself, while from this dual being proceeds the third emanation, the Binah, or reason, the second intelligence, the Holy Ghost of the Christians. Therefore, strictly speaking, there is a tetractys, or quaternary, consisting of the unintelligible first monad and its triple emanation, which properly constitute our Trinity. How then avoid perceiving at once that had not the Christians purposely disfigured in their interpretation and translation the Mosaic Genesis to fit their own views, their religion, with its present dogmas, would have been impossible. The word rasit, once taught in its new sense of the principle and not the beginning, and the anathematized doctrine of emanations accepted, the position of the second Trinitarian personage becomes untenable. For if the angels are the first divine emanations from the divine substance, and were in existence before the second principle, then the anthropomorphized Son is at best an emanation like themselves, and cannot be God hypostatically any more than our visible works are ourselves. That these metaphysical subtleties never entered into the head of the honest-minded, sincere Paul is evident, as it is furthermore evident that, like all learned Jews, he was well acquainted with the doctrine of emanations, and never thought of corrupting it. How can anyone imagine that Paul identified the Son with the Father, when he tells us that God made Jesus a little lower than the angels, Hebrews 2:9, and a little higher than Moses, for this man was counted worthy of more glory than Moses, Hebrews 3:3. Of whatever, or how many forgeries, interlined later in the Acts, the fathers are guilty we know not. But that Paul never considered Christ more than a man full of the Spirit of God is but too evident. In the arche was the Logos, and the Logos was adnate to the Theos. Wisdom, the first emanation of Ensof, the Protogonos, the hypostasis, the Adam Kadmon of the Kabbalist, the Brahma of the Hindu, the Logos of Plato, and the beginning of St. John, is the Rasit of the Book of Genesis. If rightly interpreted, it overturns, as we have remarked, the whole elaborate system of Christian theology, for it proves that behind the creative deity there was a higher God, a planner, an architect, and that the former was but his executive agent, a simple power. They persecuted the Gnostics, murdered the philosophers, and burned the Kabbalists and the Masons. And when the day of the great reckoning arrives, and the light shines in darkness, what will they have to offer in the place of the departed, expired religion? What will they answer, these pretended monotheists, these worshippers and pseudo-servants of the one living God, to their Creator? How will they account for this long persecution of them who were the true followers of the grand Megalistor, the supreme great master of the Rosicrucians, the first of Masons? For he is the builder and architect of the temple of the universe. He is the Verbum Sapienti. Everyone knows, wrote the great Manichaean of the 3rd century, Faust, that the Evangeliums were written neither by Jesus Christ nor his apostles, but long after their time by some unknown persons, who, judging well that they would hardly be believed when telling of things they had not seen themselves, headed their narratives with the names of the apostles or of disciples contemporaneous with the latter. Commenting upon the subject, A. Frank, the learned Hebrew scholar of the Institute and translator of the Kabbalah, expresses the same idea. Are we not authorized, he asks, to view the Kabbalah as a precious remnant of religious philosophy of the Orient, which, transported into Alexandria, got mixed to the doctrine of Plato, and under the usurped name of Dionysius, the Areopagite, bishop of Athens, converted and consecrated by St. Paul, was thus enabled to penetrate into the mysticism of the medieval ages. Says Jacoliot, what is then this religious philosophy of the Orient, which has penetrated into the mystic symbolism of Christianity? We answer, this philosophy, the traces of which we find among the Magians, the Chaldeans, the Egyptians, the Hebrew Kabbalists, and the Christians, is none other than that of the Hindu Brahmins, the sectarians of the Pitris, or the spirits of the invisible worlds which surround us. But if the Gnostics were destroyed, the Gnosis, based on the secret science of sciences, still lives. It is the earth which helps the woman, and which is destined to open her mouth to swallow up medieval Christianity, the usurper and assassin of the great master's doctrine. The ancient Kabbalah, the Gnosis or traditional secret knowledge, was never without its representatives in any age or country. The trinities of initiates, whether passed into history or concealed under the impenetrable veil of mystery, are preserved and impressed throughout the ages. They are known as Moses, Aholiab, and Bezaleel, the son of Uri, the son of Hur, as Plato, Philo, and Pythagoras, etc. At the Transfiguration, we see them as Jesus, Moses, and Elias, the three Trismegisti, and three Kabbalists, Peter, James, and John, whose revelation is the key to all wisdom. We found them in the twilight of Jewish history as Zoroaster, Abraham, and Terah, and later as Henoch, Ezekiel, and Daniel. Who of those who ever studied the ancient philosophies, who understand intuitionally the grandeur of their conceptions, the boundless sublimity of their views of the unknown deity, can hesitate for a moment to give the preference to their doctrines over the incomprehensible dogmatic and contradictory theology of the hundreds of Christian sects? Who that ever read Plato and fathomed his Toon, whom no person has seen except the Son, can doubt that Jesus was a disciple of the same secret doctrine which had instructed the great philosopher? For, as we have shown before now, Plato never claimed to be the inventor of all that he wrote, but gave credit for it to Pythagoras, who, in his turn, pointed to the remote East as the source whence he derived his information and his philosophy. Colebrooke shows that Plato confesses it in his epistles and says that he has taken his teachings from ancient and sacred doctrines. Moreover, it is undeniable that the theologies of all the great nations dovetail together and show that each is a part of one stupendous whole. Like the rest of the initiates, we see Plato taking great pains to conceal the true meaning of his allegories. Every time the subject touches the greater secrets of the Oriental Kabbalah, secret of the true cosmogony, of the universe and of the ideal, pre-existing world, Plato shrouds his philosophy in the profoundest darkness. His Timaeus is so confused that no one but an initiate can understand the secret meaning, and Mosheim thinks that Philo has filled his works with passages directly contradicting each other for the sole purpose of concealing the true doctrine. For once we see a critic on the right track, and this very Trinitarian idea, as well as the so bitterly denounced doctrine of emanations, whence their remotest origin. The answer is easy, and every proof is now at hand. In the sublime and profoundest of all philosophies, that of the universal wisdom religion, the first traces of which historical research now finds in the old pre-Vedic religion of India. As the much-abused Jacoliot well remarks, it is not in the religious works of antiquity, such as the Vedas, the Zend-Avesta, the Bible, that we have to search for the exact expression of the ennobling and sublime beliefs of those epochs. The holy primitive syllable, composed of the three letters A, U, M, in which is contained the Vedic Trimurti, Trinity, must be kept secret, like another triple Veda, says Manu in Book 11, Sloka 265. Swayambhuva is the unrevealed deity. It is the being existent through and of itself. He is the central and immortal germ of all that exists in the universe. Three trinities emanate and are confounded in him, forming a supreme unity. These trinities, or the triple Trimurti, are the Nara, Nari, and Viradiyi, the initial triad, the Agni, Vaya, and Surya, the manifested triad, Brahma, Vishnu, and Siva, the creative triad. Each of these triads becomes less metaphysical and more adapted to the vulgar intelligence as it descends. Thus, the last becomes but the symbol in its concrete expression, the necessarianism of a purely metaphysical conception. Together with Swayambhuva, they are the 10 Sephiroth of the Hebrew Kabbalists, the 10 Hindu Prajapatis, the Ensof of the former, answering to the great unknown, expressed by the mystic Aum of the latter, says Frank, the translator of the Kabbalah. The 10 Sephiroth are divided into 3 classes, each of them presenting to us the divinity under a different aspect, the whole still remaining an indivisible trinity. The first 3 Sephiroth are purely intellectual in metaphysics. They express the absolute identity of existence and thought, and form what the modern Kabbalists called the intelligible world, which is the first manifestation of God. The 3 that follow make us conceive God in one of their aspects as the identity of goodness and wisdom. In the other, they show to us in the supreme good the origin of beauty and magnificence in the creation. Therefore, they are named the virtues or the sensible world. Finally, we learn by the last 3 Sephiroth that the universal providence, that the supreme artist is also absolute force, the all-powerful cause, and that, at the same time, this cause is the generative element of all that is. It is these last Sephiroth that constitute the natural world, or nature in its essence, and in its active principle. Natura, naturans. This Kabbalistic conception is thus proved identical with that of the Hindu philosophy. Whoever reads Plato and his dialogue Timaeus will find these ideas as faithfully re-echoed by the Greek philosopher. Moreover, the injunction of secrecy was as strict with the Kabbalists as with the initiates of the Adita and the Hindu yogis. Close thy mouth, lest thou shouldst speak of this, the mystery, and thy heart, lest thou shouldst think aloud. And if thy heart has escaped thee, bring it back to its place, for such is the object of our alliance. Sefer Jezereh, Book of Creation. This is a secret which gives death. Close thy mouth, lest thou shouldst reveal to the vulgar. Compress thy brain, lest something should escape from it and fall outside. Agrochada Parikshai. Truly the fate of many a future generation hung on a gossamer thread in the days of the 3rd and 4th centuries. Had not the emperor sent in 389 to Alexandria a rescript, which was forced from him by the Christians, for the destruction of every idol, our own century would never have had a Christian mythological pantheon of its own. Never did the Neoplatonic school reach such a height of philosophy as when nearest its end, uniting the mystic theosophy of old Egypt with the refined philosophy of the Greeks, nearer to the ancient mysteries of Thebes and Memphis than they had been for centuries, versed in the science of soothsaying and divination, as in the art of the therapeutists, friendly with the acutest men of the Jewish nation, who were deeply imbued with the Zoroastrian ideas. The Neoplatonists tended to amalgamate the old wisdom of the Oriental Kabbalah with the more refined conceptions of the Occidental Theosophists. notwithstanding the treason of the Christians, who saw fit, for political reasons, after the days of Constantine, to repudiate their tutors. The influence of the new Platonic philosophy is conspicuous in the subsequent adoption of dogmas, the origin of which can be traced but too easily to that remarkable school. Though mutilated and disfigured, they still preserve a strong family likeness, which nothing can obliterate. But if the knowledge of the occult powers of nature opens the spiritual sight of man, enlarges his intellectual faculties, and leads him unerringly to a profounder veneration for the Creator, on the other hand, ignorance, dogmatic narrow-mindedness, and a childish fear of looking to the bottom of things invariably leads to fetish worship and superstition. When Cyril, the Bishop of Alexandria, had openly embraced the cause of Isis, the Egyptian goddess, and had anthropomorphized her into Mary, the Mother of God, and the Trinitarian controversy had taken place. From that moment, the Egyptian doctrine of the emanation of the creative God out of Emepht began to be tortured in 1,000 ways, until the councils had agreed upon the adoption of it as it now stands, the disfigured ternary of the Kabbalistic Solomon and Philo. But as its origin was yet too evident, the word was no longer called the heavenly man, the primal Adam Kadmon, but became the Logos, Christ, and was made as old as the Ancient of the Ancient, his Father. The concealed wisdom became identical with its emanation, the divine thought, and made to be regarded co-equal and co-eternal with its first manifestation. If we now stop to consider another of the fundamental dogmas of Christianity, the doctrine of atonement, we may trace it as easily back to heathendom. This cornerstone of a church which had believed herself built on a firm rock for long centuries is now excavated by science and proved to come from the Gnostics. Professor Draper shows it as hardly known in the days of Tertullian, and as having originated among the Gnostic heretics. We will not permit ourselves to contradict such a learned authority, farther than to state that it originated among them no more than their anointed Christos and Sophia. The former they modeled on the original of the King Messiah, the male principle of wisdom, and the latter on the third Sephiroth, from the Chaldean Kabbalah, and even from the Hindu Brahma and Sarasvati, and the pagan Dionysus and Demeter. And here we are, on firm ground, if it were only because it is now proved that the New Testament never appeared in its complete form, such as we find it now, till 300 years after the period of apostles, and the Zohar and other Kabbalistic books are found to belong to the 1st century before our era, if not to be far older still. The Gnostics entertained many of the Essenean ideas, and the Essenes had their greater and minor mysteries at least 2 centuries before our era. They were the Izarim, or initiates, the descendants of the Egyptian hierophants, in whose country they had been settled for several centuries before they were converted to Buddhistic monasticism by the missionaries of King Asoka, and amalgamated later with the earliest Christians, and they existed probably before the old Egyptian temples were desecrated and ruined in the incessant invasions of Persians, Greeks, and other conquering hordes. The hierophants had their atonement enacted in the mystery of initiation ages before the Gnostics, or even the Essenes, had appeared. It was known among hierophants as the baptism of blood, and was considered not as an atonement for the fall of man in Eden, but simply as an expiation for the past, present, and future sins of ignorant but nevertheless polluted mankind. The hierophant had the option of either offering his pure and sinless life as a sacrifice for his race to the gods whom he hoped to rejoin, or an animal victim. The former depended entirely on their own will. At the last moment of the solemn new birth, the initiator passed the word, to the initiated, and immediately after that, the latter had a weapon placed in his right hand and was ordered to strike. This is the true origin of the Christian dogma of atonement. Verily, the Christs of the pre-Christian ages were many, but they died unknown to the world and disappeared as silently and as mysteriously from the sight of man as Moses from the top of Pisgah, the mountain of Nebo, oracular wisdom, after he had laid his hands upon Joshua, who thus became full of the spirit of wisdom, i.e., initiated. Nor does the mystery of the Eucharist pertain to Christians alone. Godfrey Higgins proves that it was instituted many hundreds of years before the Paschal Supper, and says that the sacrifice of bread and wine was common to many ancient nations. Cicero mentions it in his works and wonders at the strangeness of the rite. There had been an esoteric meaning attached to it from the first establishment of the mysteries, and the Eucharistia is one of the oldest rites of antiquity. With the Hierophants, it had nearly the same significance as with the Christians. Ceres was bread, and Bacchus was wine, the former meaning regeneration of life from the seed, and the latter, the grape, the emblem of wisdom and knowledge, the accumulation of the spirit of things, and the fermentation and subsequent strength of that esoteric knowledge being justly symbolized by wine. The mystery related to the drama of Eden. It is said to have been first taught by Janus, who was also the first to introduce in the temples the sacrifices of bread and wine in commemoration of the fall into generation, as the symbol of the seed. I am the vine, and my Father is the husbandman, says Jesus, alluding to the secret knowledge that could be imparted by him. I will drink no more of the fruit of the vine until that day that I drink it new in the kingdom of God. The festival of the Eleusinian Mysteries began in the month of Boedromion, which corresponds with the month of September, the time of grape gathering, and lasted from the 15th to the 22nd of the month, 7 days. The Hebrew festival of the Feast of Tabernacles began on the 15th and ended on the 22nd of the month of Ethanim, which Dunlap shows as derived from Adonim, Adonia, Atenim, Ethanim, and this feast is named in Exodus 23:16, the Feast of Ingatherings. All the men of Israel assembled unto King Solomon at the feast in the month Ethanim, which is the 7th. Plutarch thinks the Feast of the Booths to be the Bacchic rites, not the Eleusinian. Thus, Bacchus was directly called upon, he says. The Sabazian worship was sabbatic. The names Evius or Hevius and Luios are identical with Hevite and Levite. The French name Louis is the Hebrew Levi. Iacchus again is Yahweh or Jehovah, and Baal or Adon, like Bacchus, was a phallic god. Who shall ascend into the hill, the high place of the Lord? Asks the holy King David. Who shall stand in the place of his Kadushu? Psalms 34:3. Kadesh may mean in one sense to devote, hallow, sanctify, and even to initiate or to set apart, but it also means the ministers of lascivious rites, the Venus worship, and the true interpretation of the word Kadesh is bluntly rendered in Deuteronomy 23:17, Hosea 4:14, and Genesis 38, from verses 15 to 22. The holy Kadeshuth of the Bible were identical as to the duties of their office with the Nach girls of the later Hindu pagodas. The Hebrew Kadeshim, or Gali, lived by the house of the Lord, where the women wove hangings for the grove, or bust, of Venus Astarte, says, verse the 7th in the 23rd chapter of 2 Kings. The dance performed by David round the ark was the circle dance said to have been prescribed by the Amazons for the mysteries. Such was the dance of the daughters of Shiloh, Judges 21:21-23 et Passim, and the leaping of the prophets of Baal, 1 Kings 18:26. It was simply a characteristic of the Sabian worship, for it denoted the motion of the planets round the sun. That the dance was a Bacchic frenzy is apparent. Sistra were used on the occasion, and the taunt of Michael and the king's reply are very expressive. The king of Israel uncovered himself before his maidservants, as one of the vain or debauched fellows shamelessly uncovereth himself. And he retorts, I will play, act wantonly, before Yod, He, Vav, He, and I will be yet more vile than this, and I will be base in my own sight. When we remember that David had sojourned among the Tyrians and Philistines, where their rites were common, and that indeed he had conquered that land away from the house of Saul, by the aid of mercenaries from their country, the countenancing, and even, perhaps, the introduction of such a pagan-like worship by the weak psalmist seems very natural. David knew nothing of Moses, it seems, and if he introduced the Jehovah worship, it was not in its monotheistic character, but simply as that of one of the many gods of the neighboring nations, a tutelary deity to whom he had given the preference, and chosen among all other gods. Following the Christian dogmas seriatim, if we concentrate our attention upon one which provoked the fiercest battles until its recognition, that of the Trinity, what do we find? We meet it, as we have shown, northeast of the Indus, and tracing it to Asia Minor and Europe, recognize it among every people who had anything like an established religion. It was taught in the oldest Chaldean, Egyptian, and Mithritic schools. The Chaldean sun god, Mithra, was called triple, and the Trinitarian idea of the Chaldeans was a doctrine of the Akkadians, who, themselves, belonged to a race which was the first to conceive a metaphysical trinity. The Chaldeans are a tribe of the Akkadians, according to Rawlinson, who lived in Babylonia from the earliest times. They were Turanians, according to others, and instructed the Babylonians into the first notions of religion. But these same Akkadians, who were they? Those scientists who would ascribe to them a Turanian origin make of them the inventors of the cuneiform characters. Others call them Sumerians. Others again, respectively, make their language, of which, for very good reasons, no traces whatever remain, Kasdine, Chaldaic, Proto-Chaldean, Kasdo-Scythic, and so on. The only tradition worthy of credence is that these Akkadians instructed the Babylonians in the mysteries and taught them the sacerdotal or mystery language. These Akkadians were then simply a tribe of the Hindu Brahmins, now called Aryans, their vernacular language, the Sanskrit of the Vedas, and the sacred or mystery language, that which, even in our own age, is used by the Hindu fakirs and initiated Brahmins in their magical evocations. It has been, from time immemorial, and still is employed by the initiates of all countries, and the Tibetan lamas claim that it is in this tongue that appear the mysterious characters on the leaves and bark of the sacred kumbum. Jacoliot, who took such pains to penetrate the mysteries of the Brahmanical initiation in translating and commenting upon the Agru Chada Parikshai, confesses the following. It is pretended also, without our being able to verify the assertion, that the magical evocations were pronounced in a particular language, and that it was forbidden, under pain of death, to translate them into vulgar dialects. The rare expressions that we have been able to catch, like Larom, Hahom, Shahrum, Shorhim, are in fact most curious, and do not seem to belong to any known idiom. Those who have seen a fakir or a lama reciting his mantras and conjurations know that he never pronounces the words audibly when preparing for a phenomenon. His lips move, and none will ever hear the terrible formula pronounced, except in the interior of the temples, and then in a cautious whisper. This, then, was the language now respectively baptized by every scientist, and according to his imaginative and philological propensities, Chaldeo-Semitic, Scythic, Proto-Chaldean, and the like. Scarcely two of even the most learned Sanskrit philologists are agreed as to the true interpretation of Vedic words. Let one put forth an essay, a lecture, a treatise, a translation, a dictionary, and straightway all the others fall to quarreling with each other and with him as to his sins of omission and commission. Professor Whitney, greatest of American Orientalists, says that Professor Mueller's notes on the Rig Veda Sanhita are far from showing that sound and thoughtful judgment, that moderation and economy, which are among the most precious qualities of an exegete. Professor Mueller angrily retorts upon his critics that not only is the joy embittered, which is the inherent reward of all bona fide work, but selfishness, malignity, aye, even untruthfulness, gain the upper hand, and the healthy growth of science is stunted. He differs in many cases from the explanations of Vedic words given by Professor Roth in his Sanskrit dictionary, and Professor Whitney shampoos both their heads by saying that there are unquestionably words and phrases as to which both alike will hereafter be set right. In Volume 1 of his Chips, Professor Mueller stigmatizes all the Vedas except the Rig, the Atharva Veda included, as theological twaddle, while Professor Whitney regards the latter as the most comprehensive and valuable of the four collections next after the Rig. To return to the case of Jacoliot, Professor Whitney brands him as a bungler and a humbug, and, as we remarked above, this is the very general verdict. But when the Bible dans l'Inde appeared, the Société Académique de Saint-Quentin requested Monsieur Textor de Ravisi, a learned Indianist, 10 years governor of Karikal, India, to report upon its merits. He was an ardent Catholic and bitterly opposed Jacoliot's conclusions, where they discredited the Mosaic and Catholic revelations. But he was forced to say, written with good faith, in an easy, vigorous, and passionate style, of an easy and varied argumentation, the work of Monsieur Jacoliot is of absorbing interest, a learned work on known facts, and with familiar arguments. Enough. Let Jacoliot have the benefit of the doubt when such very imposing authorities are doing their best to show up each other as incompetents and literary journeymen. We quite agree with Professor Whitney that the truism that, for European critics, it is far easier to pull to pieces than to build up, is nowhere truer than in matters affecting the archaeology and history of India. Babylonia happened to be situated on the way of the great stream of the earliest Hindu emigration, and the Babylonians were one of the first peoples benefited thereby. These Chaldi were the worshippers of the moon god, Deus Lunus, from which fact we may infer that the Akkadians, if such must be their name, belonged to the race of the kings of the moon, whom tradition shows as having reigned in Purulia, now Allahabad. With them, the trinity of Deus Lunus was manifested in the 3 lunar phases, completing the quaternary with the 4th, and typifying the death of the moon god in its gradual waning and final disappearance. This death was allegorized by them and attributed to the triumph of the genius of evil over the light-giving deity, as the later nations allegorized the death of their sun gods, Osiris and Apollo, at the hands of Typhon and the great dragon Python when the sun entered the winter solstice. Babel, Arak, and Akkad are names of the sun. The Zoroastrian oracles are full and explicit upon the subject of the divine triad. A triad of deity shines forth throughout the whole world, of which a monad is the head, admits the Reverend Dr. Maurice. For from this triad in the bosoms are all things governed, says a Chaldean oracle. The Phos, Pur, and Phlox of Sanchoniathon are light, fire, and flame, three manifestations of the sun who is one. Bel Saturn, Jupiter Bel, and Bel or Baal Chom are the Chaldean trinity. The Babylonian Bel was regarded in the triune aspect of Beliton, Zeus Belos, the mediator, and Baal Chom, who is Apollo Comaius. This was the triune aspect of the highest God, who is, according to Berosus, either El, the Hebrew, Bel, Belitan, Mithra, or Zervana, and has the name Pater, the Father. The Brahma, Vishnu, and Siva, corresponding to power, wisdom, and justice, which answer in their turn to spirit, matter, time, and the past, present, and future, can be found in the temple of Garipuri. Thousands of dogmatic Brahmins worship these attributes of the Vedic deity, while the severe monks and nuns of Buddhistic Tibet recognize but the sacred trinity of the three cardinal virtues, poverty, chastity, and obedience, professed by the Christians, practiced by the Buddhists and some Hindus alone. The Persian triplicate deity also consists of three persons, Ormazd, Mithra, and Ahriman. That is that principle, says Porphyry, which the author of the Chaldaic Summary saith, they conceive there is one principle of all things, and declare that is one and good. The Chinese idol Sanpao consists of three equal in all respects, and the Peruvians suppose their Tanga Tanga to be 1 in 3 and 3 in 1, says Faben. The Egyptians have their Emeft, Ikhtun, and Fata, and the triple god seated on the lotos can be seen in the St. Petersburg Museum on a medal of the Northern Tartars. Among the church dogmas, which have most seriously suffered of late at the hands of the Orientalists, the last in question stands conspicuous. The reputation of each of the three personages of the anthropomorphic Godhead as an original revelation to the Christians through divine will has been badly compromised by inquiry into its predecessors and origin. Orientalists have published more about the similarity between Brahmanism, Buddhism, and Christianity than was strictly agreeable to the Vatican. Draper's assertion that paganism was modified by Christianity, Christianity by paganism, is being daily verified. Olympus was restored, but the divinities passed under other names, he says, treating of the Constantine period. The more powerful provinces insisted on the adoption of their time-honored conceptions. Views of the Trinity, in accordance with the Egyptian traditions, were established. Not only was the adoration of Isis under a new name restored, but even her image, standing on the crescent moon, reappeared. The well-known effigy of that goddess, with the infant Horus in her arms, has descended to our days in the beautiful artistic creations of the Madonna and Child. But a still earlier origin than the Egyptian and Chaldean can be assigned to the Virgin Mother of God, Queen of Heaven, though Isis is also by right the Queen of Heaven, and is generally represented carrying in her hand the crux ansata, composed of the mundane cross, and of the stauros of the Gnostics. She is a great deal younger than the celestial Virgin, Ninth. In one of the tombs of the pharaohs, Ramesses, in the valley of Biban el-Muluk in Thebes, Champollion, Jr., discovered a picture, according to his opinion, the most ancient ever yet found. It represents the heavens, symbolized by the figure of a woman bedecked with stars. The birth of the sun is figured by the form of a little child issuing from the bosom of its divine mother. In the Book of Hermes, Pimander is enunciated in distinct and unequivocal sentences, the whole Trinitarian dogma accepted by the Christians. The light is me, says Pimander, the divine thought. I am the nous or intelligence, and I am thy God, and I am far older than the human principle which escapes from the shadow. I am the germ of thought, the resplendent word, the Son of God. Think that what thus sees and hears in thee is the verbum of the Master. It is the thought, which is God the Father. The celestial ocean, the ether, which flows from east to west, is the breath of the Father, the life-giving principle, the Holy Ghost. For they are not at all separated, and their union is life. Ancient as may be the origin of Hermes, lost in the unknown days of Egyptian colonization, there is yet a far older prophecy, directly relating to the Hindu Krishna according to the Brahmans. It is, to say the least, strange that the Christians claim to base their religion upon a prophecy of the Bible, which exists nowhere in that book. In what chapter or verse does Jehovah, the Lord God, promise Adam and Eve to send them a Redeemer who will save humanity? I will put enmity between thee and the woman, says the Lord God to the serpent, and between thy seed and her seed. It shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel. In these words there is not the slightest allusion to a Redeemer, and the subtilest of intellects could not extract from them, as they stand in the 3rd chapter of Genesis, anything like that which the Christians have contrived to find. On the other hand, in the traditions in Manu, Brahma promises directly to the first couple to send them a Savior who will teach them the way to salvation. It is from the lips of a messenger of Brahma who will be born in Kurukshetra, Matsya, and the land of Panchola, also called Kanya-kubja, Mountain of the Virgin, that all men on earth will learn their duty, says Manu, Book 2, Slokas 19 and 20. The Mexicans call the father of their trinity Izona, the Son Bakab, and the Holy Ghost Echva, and say they received it, the doctrine, from their ancestors. Among the Semitic nations we can trace the Trinity to the prehistorical days of the fabled Sesostris, who is identified by more than one critic with Nimrod, the mighty hunter. Manetho makes the oracle rebuke the king when the latter asks, "Tell me, O thou strong in fire, who before me could subjugate all things, and who shall after me?" And the oracle saith thus, "First God, then the Word, and then the Spirit." In the foregoing lies the foundation of the fierce hatred of the Christians toward the pagans and the Thergists. Too much had been borrowed. The ancient religions and the Neoplatonists had been laid by them under contributions sufficiently to perplex the world for several thousand years. Had not the ancient creeds been speedily obliterated, it would have been found impossible to preach the Christian religion as a new dispensation, or the direct revelation from God the Father through God the Son, and under the influence of God the Holy Ghost. As a political exigence the Fathers had, to gratify the wishes of their rich converts, instituted even the festivals of Pawn. They went so far as to accept the ceremonies hitherto celebrated by the pagan world in honor of the god of the gardens, in all their primitive sincerity. It was time to sever the connection. Either the pagan worship and the Neoplatonic theurgy, with all ceremonial of magic, must be crushed out forever, or the Christians become Neoplatonists. The fierce polemics and single-handed battles between Irenaeus and the Gnostics are too well known to need repetition. They were carried on for over 2 centuries, after the unscrupulous Bishop of Lyons had uttered his last religious paradox. Celsus, the Neoplatonist and a disciple of the school of Ammonius Saccas, had thrown the Christians into perturbation and even had arrested for a time the progress of proselytism by successfully proving that the original and purer forms of the most important dogmas of Christianity were to be found only in the teachings of Plato. Celsus accused them of accepting the worst superstitions of paganism and of interpolating passages from the books of the Sibyls without rightly understanding their meaning. The accusations were so plausible and the facts so patent that for a long time no Christian writer had ventured to answer the challenge. Origen, at the fervent request of his friend Ambrosius, was the first to take the defense in hand, for, having belonged to the same Platonic school of Ammonius, he was considered the most competent man to refute the well-founded charges. But his eloquence failed, and the only remedy that could be found was to destroy the writings of Celsus themselves. This could be achieved only in the 5th century, when copies had been taken from this work, and many were those who had read and studied them. If no copy of it has descended to our present generation of scientists, it is not because there is none extant at present, but for the simple reason that the monks of a certain Oriental church on Mount Athos will neither show nor confess they have one in their possession. Perhaps they do not even know themselves the value of the contents of their manuscripts, on account of their great ignorance. The dispersion of the eclectic school had become the fondest hope of the Christians. It had been looked for and contemplated with intense anxiety. It was finally achieved. The members were scattered by the hand of the monsters, Theophilus, Bishop of Alexandria, and his nephew Cyril, the murderer of the young, the learned, and the innocent Hypatia. With the death of the martyred daughter of Theon, the mathematician, there remained no possibility for the Neoplatonists to continue their school at Alexandria. During the lifetime of the youthful Hypatia, her friendship and influence with Orestes, the governor of the city, had assured the philosophers security and protection against their murderous enemies. With her death, they had lost their strongest friend. How much she was revered by all who knew her for her erudition, noble virtues, and character, we can infer from the letters addressed to her by Synesius, Bishop of Ptolemais, fragments of which have reached us. "My heart yearns for the presence of your divine spirit," he wrote in 413 AD, "which more than anything else could alleviate the bitterness of my fortunes." At another time, he says, "O my mother, my sister, my teacher, my benefactor, my soul is very sad. The recollection of my children I have lost is killing me. When I have news of you and learn, as I hope, that you are more fortunate than myself, I am at least only half unhappy." What would have been the feelings of this most noble and worthy of Christian bishops, who had surrendered family and children and happiness for the faith into which he had been attracted, had a prophetic vision disclosed to him that the only friend that had been left to him, his mother, sister, benefactor, would soon become an unrecognizable mass of flesh and blood, pounded to jelly under the blows of the club of Peter the Reader, that her youthful innocent body would be cut to pieces, the flesh scraped from the bones by oyster shells, and the rest of her cast into the fire, by order of the same Bishop Cyril he knew so well. Cyril, the canonized saint. There has never been a religion in the annals of the world with such a bloody record as Christianity. All the rest, including the traditional fierce fights of the chosen people with their next of kin, the idolatrous tribes of Israel, pale before the murderous fanaticism of the alleged followers of Christ. Even the rapid spread of Mahometanism before the conquering sword of the Islam prophet is a direct consequence of the bloody riots and fights among Christians. It was the intestine war between the Nestorians and Cyrillians that engendered Islamism. And it is in the convent of Bosra that the prolific seed was first sown by Bahira. the Nestorian monk. Freely watered by rivers of blood, the tree of Mecca has grown, till we find it in the present century, overshadowing nearly 200 millions of people. The recent Bulgarian atrocities are but the natural outgrowth of the triumph of Cyril and the Mariolators. The cruel, crafty politician, the plotting monk, glorified by ecclesiastical history with the aureole of a martyred saint. The despoiled philosophers, the Neoplatonists, and the Gnostics, daily anathematized by the Church all over the world for long and dreary centuries. The curse of the unconcerned deity, hourly invoked on the Magian rites and theurgic practice, and the Christian clergy themselves using sorcery for ages. Hypatia, the glorious maiden philosopher, torn to pieces by the Christian mob, and such as Catherine de Medicis, Lucrezia Borgia, Joanna of Naples, and the Isabellas of Spain, presented to the world as the faithful daughters of the Church, some even decorated by the Pope with the Order of the Immaculate Rose, the highest emblem of womanly purity and virtue, a symbol sacred to the Virgin Mother of God. Such are the examples of human justice. How far less blasphemous appears a total rejection of Mary as an immaculate goddess than an idolatrous worship of her, accompanied by such practices. In the next chapter, we will present a few illustrations of sorcery, as practiced under the patronage of the Roman Church. Chapter 2. They undertake by scales of miles to tell the bounds, dimensions, and extent of hell. Where bloated souls in smoky durance hung like a Westphalia gammon or neat's tongue, to be redeemed with masses and a song. Oldham, Satires upon the Jesuits. York, but you are more inhuman, more inexorable, 10 times more, than tigers of Hyrcania. King Henry VI, Part 3, Act 1, Scene 4. War, and hark ye, sirs, because she is a maid spare for no faggots, let there be enough. Place barrels of pitch upon the fatal stake. King Henry VI, Part 1, Act 5, Scene 4. In that famous work of Baudin, on sorcery, a frightful story is told about Catherine of Medicis. The author was a learned publicist who during 20 years of his life collected authentic documents from the archives of nearly every important city of France to make up a complete work on sorcery, magic, and the power of various demons. To use an expression of Eliphas Levi, his book offers a most remarkable collection of bloody and hideous facts, acts of revolting superstition, arrests, and executions of stupid ferocity. Burn everybody, the Inquisition seemed to say. God will easily sort out his own. Poor fools, hysterical women, and idiots were roasted alive, without mercy, for the crime of magic. But, at the same time, how many great culprits escaped this unjust and sanguinary justice? This is what Baudin makes us fully appreciate. Catherine, the pious Christian, who has so well deserved in the eyes of the Church of Christ for the atrocious and never-to-be-forgotten massacre of St. Bartholomew, the Queen Catherine, kept in her service an apostate, Jacobin priest. Well-versed in the black art, so fully patronized by the Medici family, he had won the gratitude and protection of his pious mistress by his unparalleled skill in killing people at a distance, by torturing with various incantations their wax simulacra. The process has been described over and over again, and we scarcely need repeat it. Charles was lying sick of an incurable disease. The Queen Mother had everything to lose in case of his death, resorted to necromancy, consulted the oraclee of the bleeding heed. This infernal operation required the decapitation of a child, who must be possessed of great beauty and purity. He had been prepared in secret for his first communion by the chaplain of the palace, who was apprised of the plot, and at midnight of the appointed day, in the chamber of the sick man, and in presence only of Catherine and a few of her confederates, the Devil's Mass was celebrated. Let us give the rest of the story as we find it in one of Levi's works. At this Mass, celebrated before the image of the demon, having under his feet a reversed cross, the sorcerer consecrated 2 wafers, one black and one white. The white was given to the child, whom they brought clothed as for baptism, and who was murdered upon the very steps of the altar, immediately after his communion. His head, separated from the trunk by a single blow, was placed, all palpitating, upon the great black wafer, which covered the bottom of the paten, then placed upon a table where some mysterious lamps were burning. The exorcism then began, and the demon was charged to pronounce an oracle, and reply by the mouth of this head to a secret question that the king dared not speak aloud, and that had been confided to no one. Then a feeble voice, a strange voice, which had nothing of human character about it, made itself audible in this poor little martyr's head. The sorcery availed nothing. The king died, and Catherine remained the faithful daughter of Rome. How strange that de Musset, who makes such free use of Baudin's materials to construct his formidable indictment against spiritualists and other sorcerers, should have overlooked this interesting episode. It is a well-attested fact that Pope Sylvester II was publicly accused by Cardinal Benno with being a sorcerer and an enchanter. The brazen oracular head made by His Holiness was of the same kind as the one fabricated by Albertus Magnus. The latter was smashed to pieces by Thomas Aquinas, not because it was the work of or inhabited by a demon, but because the spook, who was fixed inside by mesmeric power, talked incessantly, and his verbiage prevented the eloquent saint from working out his mathematical problems. These heads and other talking statues, trophies of the magical skill of monks and bishops, were facsimiles of the animated gods of the ancient temples. The accusation against the Pope was proved at the time. It was also demonstrated that he was constantly attended by demons or spirits. In the preceding chapter, we have mentioned Benedict IX, John the 20th, and the 6th and 7th Gregory, who were all known as magicians. The latter pope, moreover, was the famous Hildebrand, who was said to have been so expert at shaking lightning out of his sleeve, an expression which makes the venerable spiritualistic writer, Mr. Howitt, think that it was the origin of the celebrated thunder of the Vatican. The magical achievements of the Bishop of Ratisbon and those of the angelic doctor, Thomas Aquinas, are too well known to need repetition. But we may explain farther how the illusions of the former were produced. If the Catholic bishop was so clever in making people believe on a bitter winter night that they were enjoying the delights of a splendid summer day, and caused the icicles hanging from the boughs of the trees in the garden to seem like so many tropical fruits, the Hindu magicians also practice such biological powers unto this very day, and claim the assistance of neither God nor devil. Such miracles are all produced by the same human power that is inherent in every man, if he only knew how to develop it. About the time of the Reformation, the study of alchemy and magic had become so prevalent among the clergy as to produce great scandal. Cardinal Wolsey was openly accused before the court and the Privy Council of Confederacy, with a man named Wood, a sorcerer, who said that my Lord Cardinale had sook a ring that whatsomever he asked of the king's grace that he had wiet, adding that Master Cromwell, when he was servant in my Lord Cardinale's house, read many books, and specially the Book of Solomon, and studied metals, and what virtues they had after the canon of Solomon. This case, with several others equally curious, is to be found among the Cromwell papers in the record office of the Rolls House. A priest named William Stapleton was arrested as a conjurer during the reign of Henry VIII, and an account of his adventures is still preserved in the Rolls House records. The Sicilian priest, whom Benvenuto Cellini calls a necromancer, became famous through his successful conjurations and was never molested. The remarkable adventure of Cellini with him in the Colosseum, where the priest conjured up a whole host of devils, is well known to the reading public. The subsequent meeting of Cellini with his mistress, as predicted and brought about by the conjurer at the precise time fixed by him, is to be considered, as a matter of course, a curious coincidence. In the latter part of the 16th century, there was hardly a parish to be found in which the priests did not study magic and alchemy. The practice of exorcism to cast out devils, in imitation of Christ, who, by the way, never used exorcism at all, led the clergy to devote themselves openly to sacred magic in contradistinction to black art, of which latter crime were accused all those who were neither priests nor monks. The occult knowledge gleaned by the Roman Church from the once fat fields of theurgy, she sedulously guarded for her own use, and sent to the stake only those practitioners who poached on her lands of the scientia scientiarum, and those whose sins could not be concealed by the friar's frock. The proof of it lies in the records of history. In the course only of 15 years, between 1580 to 1595, and only in the single province of Lorraine, the President Remigius burned 900 witches, says Thomas Wright, in his Sorcery and Magic. It was during these days, prolific in ecclesiastical murder and unrivaled for cruelty and ferocity, that Jean Baudin wrote. While the Orthodox clergy called forth whole legions of demons through magical incantations, unmolested by the authorities, provided they held fast to the established dogmas and taught no heresy. On the other hand, acts of unparalleled atrocity were perpetrated on poor, unfortunate fools. Gabriel Malagrida, an old man of 80, was burnt by these evangelical Jack Ketches in 1761. In the Amsterdam Library, there is a copy of the report of his famous trial, translated from the Lisbon edition. He was accused of sorcery and illicit intercourse with the devil, who had disclosed to him futurity. The prophecy imparted by the arch-enemy to the poor visionary Jesuit is reported in the following terms. The culprit hath confessed that the demon, under the form of the Blessed Virgin, having commanded him to write the life of Antichrist, told him that he, Malagrida, was a second John, but more clear than John the Evangelist, that there were to be 3 Antichrists, and that the last should be born at Milan, of a monk and a nun, in the year 1920, that he would marry Proserpine, one of the infernal furies, etc. The prophecy is to be verified 43 years hence. Even were all the children born of monks and nuns really to become antichrists if allowed to grow up to maturity, the fact would seem far less deplorable than the discoveries made in so many convents, when the foundations have been removed for some reason. If the assertion of Luther is to be disbelieved on account of his hatred for popery, then we may name discoveries of the same character made quite recently in Austrian and Russian Poland. Luther speaks of a fish pond at Rome, situated near a convent of nuns, which, having been cleared out by order of Pope Gregory, disclosed, at the bottom, over 6,000 infant skulls, and of a nunnery at Neinberg in Austria, whose foundations, when searched, disclosed the same relics of celibacy and chastity. Ecclesia non novit sanguinem, meekly repeated the scarlet-robed cardinals, and to avoid the spilling of blood which horrified them, they instituted the Holy Inquisition. If, as the occultists maintain, and science half confirms, our most trifling acts and thoughts are indelibly impressed upon the eternal mirror of the astral ether, there must be somewhere, in the boundless realm of the unseen universe, the imprint of a curious picture. It is that of a gorgeous standard waving in the heavenly breeze at the foot of the great white throne of the Almighty. On its crimson damask face, a cross, symbol of the Son of God who died for mankind, with an olive branch on one side and a sword stained to the hilt with human gore on the other. A legend selected from the Psalms emblazoned in golden letters, reading thus, Exsurge, Domine, et judica causam meam. For such appears the standard of the Inquisition, on a photograph in our possession, from an original procured at the Escurial of Madrid. Under this Christian standard, in the brief space of 14 years, Tomás de Torquemada, the confessor of Queen Isabella, burned over 10,000 persons and sentenced to the torture 80,000 more. Orobio, the well-known writer who was detained so long in prison and who hardly escaped the flames of the Inquisition, immortalized this institution in his works when once at liberty in Holland. He found no better argument against the Holy Church than to embrace the Judaic faith and submit even to circumcision. In the Cathedral of Saragossa, says a writer on the Inquisition, is the tomb of a famous inquisitor. 6 pillars surround the tomb. To each is chained a Moor, as preparatory to being burned. On this, Saint Foy ingenuously observes, if ever the jack-ketch of any country should be rich enough to have a splendid tomb, this might serve as an excellent model. To make it complete, however, the builders of the tomb ought not to have omitted a bas-relief of the famous horse, which was burnt for sorcery and witchcraft. Granger tells the story, describing it as having occurred in his time. The poor animal had been taught to tell the spots upon cards and the hour of the day by the watch. Horse and owner were both indicted by the sacred office for dealing with the devil, and both were burned with a great ceremony of auto da fe at Lisbon in 1601 as wizards. This immortal institution of Christianity did not remain without its Dante to sing its praise. Macedo, a Portuguese Jesuit, says the author of Demonologia, has discovered the origin of the Inquisition in the terrestrial paradise, and presumes to allege that God was the first who began the functions of an inquisitor over Cain and the workmen of Babel. Nowhere during the Middle Ages were the arts of magic and sorcery more practiced by the clergy than in Spain and Portugal. The Moors were profoundly versed in the occult sciences, and at Toledo, Seville, and Salamanca were, once upon a time, the great schools of magic. The Kabbalists of the latter town were skilled in all the abstruse sciences. They knew the virtues of precious stones and other minerals, and had extracted from alchemy its most profound secrets. The authentic documents pertaining to the great trial of the Maréchal d'Ancre during the regency of Marie de Médicis disclose that the unfortunate woman perished through the fault of the priests with whom, like a true Italian, she surrounded herself. She was accused by the people of Paris of sorcery because it had been asserted that she had used, after the ceremony of exorcism, newly killed white cocks. Believing herself constantly bewitched and being in very delicate health, the Maréchal had the ceremony of exorcism publicly applied to herself in the church of the Augustins. As to the birds, she used them as an application to the forehead on account of dreadful pains in the head, and had been advised to do so by Montalto, the Jew physician of the Queen, and the Italian priests. In the 16th century, the Cure de Barjota of the Diocese of Calahorra, Spain, became the world's wonder for his magical powers. His most extraordinary feat consisted, it was said, in transporting himself to any distant country, witnessing political and other events, and then returning home to predict them in his own country. He had a familiar demon who served him faithfully for long years, says the chronicle, but the cure turned ungrateful and cheated him. Having been apprised by his demon of a conspiracy against the Pope's life in consequence of an intrigue of the latter with a fair lady, the cure transported himself to Rome, in his double, of course, and thus saved His Holiness' life, after which he repented, confessed his sins to the gallant Pope, and got absolution. On his return he was delivered, as a matter of form, into the custody of the Inquisitors of Logrono, but was acquitted and restored to his liberty very soon. Friar Pietro, a Dominican monk of the 14th century, the magician who presented the famous Dr. Eugenio Torralva, a physician attached to the house of the Admiral of Castile, with a demon named Ezekiel, won his fame through the subsequent trial of Torralva. The procedure and circumstances attendant upon the extraordinary trial are described in the original papers preserved in the archives of the Inquisition. The Cardinal of Volterra and the Cardinal of Santa Cruz both saw and communicated with Ezekiel, who proved, during the whole of Torralva's life, to be a pure, kind, elemental spirit, doing many beneficent actions and remaining faithful to the physician to the last hour of his life. Even the Inquisition acquitted Torralva on that account, and, although an immortality of fame was ensured to him by the satire of Cervantes, neither Torralva nor the monk Pietro are fictitious heroes, but historical personages recorded in ecclesiastical documents of Rome and Cuenca, in which town the trial of the physician took place, January the 29th, 1530. The book of Dr. W. G. Soldan of Stuttgart has become as famous in Germany as Baudin's book on demonomania in France. It is the most complete German treatise on witchcraft of the 16th century. One interested to learn the secret machinery underlying these thousands of legal murders perpetrated by a clergy who pretended to believe in the devil and succeeded in making others believe in him will find it divulged in the above-mentioned work. The true origin of the daily accusations and death sentences for sorcery are cleverly traced to personal and political enmities, and, above all, to the hatred of the Catholics toward the Protestants. The crafty work of the Jesuits is seen at every page of the bloody tragedies, and it is in Bamberg and Würzburg, where these worthy sons of Loyola were most powerful at that time, that the cases of witchcraft were most numerous. On the next page, we give a curious list of some victims, many of whom were children between the ages of 7 and 8 years, and Protestants. Of the multitudes of persons who perished at the stake in Germany during the first half of the 17th century for sorcery, the crime of many was their attachment to the religion of Luther, says T. Wright. And the petty princes were not unwilling to seize upon any pretense to fill their coffers, the persons most persecuted being those whose property was a matter of consideration. At Bamberg, as well as at Würzburg, the bishop was a sovereign prince in his dominions. The prince-bishop, John George II, who ruled Bamberg, after several unsuccessful attempts to root out Lutheranism, distinguished his reign by a series of sanguinary witch trials which disgrace the annals of that city. We may form some notion of the proceedings of his worthy agent from the statement of the most authentic historians that between 1625 and 1630, not less than 900 trials took place in the two courts of Bamberg and Zeil, and a pamphlet published at Bamberg by authority in 1659 states the number of persons whom Bishop John George had caused to be burned for sorcery to have been 600. Regretting that space should prevent our giving one of the most curious lists in the world of burned witches, we will nevertheless make a few extracts from the original record, as printed in Hauber's Bibliotheca Magica. One glance at this horrible catalogue of murders in Christ's name is sufficient to discover that out of 162 persons burned, more than one half of them are designated as strangers, i.e., Protestants, in this hospitable town, and of the other half, we find 34 children, the oldest of whom was 14, the youngest an infant child of Dr. Schutz. To make the catalogue shorter, we will present of each of the 29 burnings, but the most remarkable. In the first burning, 4 persons: Old Anker's widow, the wife of Liebler, the wife of Gutbrot, the wife of Hocker. In the second burning, 4 persons: 2 strange women, names unknown, the old wife of Beutler. In the third burning, 5 persons: Tungersleben, a minstrel, 4 wives of citizens. In the fourth burning, 5 persons: a strange man. In the fifth burning, 9 persons: Lutz, an eminent shopkeeper, the wife of Baunach, a senator. In the sixth burning, 6 persons: the fat tailor's wife, a strange man, a strange woman. In the seventh burning, 7 persons: a strange girl of 12 years old, a strange man, a strange woman, a strange bailiff, Schultheiss, 3 strange women. In the eighth burning, 7 persons: Baunach, a senator, the fattest citizen in Würzburg, a strange man, 2 strange women. In the ninth burning, 5 persons: a strange man, a mother and daughter. In the 10th burning, 3 persons: Steinacher, a very rich man, a strange man, a strange woman. In the 11th burning, 4 persons: 2 women and 2 men. In the 12th burning, 2 persons: 2 strange women. In the 13th burning, 4 persons: a little girl, 9 or 10 years old, a younger girl, her little sister. In the 14th burning, 2 persons: the mother of the 2 little girls before mentioned, a girl 24 years old. In the 15th burning, 2 persons: a boy 12 years of age in the first school, a woman. In the 16th burning, 6 persons: a boy of 10 years of age. In the 17th burning, 4 persons: a boy 11 years old, a mother and daughter. In the 18th burning, 6 persons: 2 boys, 12 years old, the daughter of Dr. Junge, a girl of 15 years of age, a strange woman. In the 19th burning, 6 persons: a boy of 10 years of age, another boy, 12 years old. In the 20th burning, 6 persons: Gobel's child, the most beautiful girl in Würzburg, 2 boys, each 12 years old, Stepper's little daughter. In the 21st burning, 6 persons: a boy 14 years old, the little son of Senator Stolzenberger, 2 alumni. In the 22nd burning, 6 persons: Sturman, a rich cooper, a strange boy. In the 23rd burning, 9 persons: David Croton's boy, 9 years old, the 2 sons of the prince's cook, one 14, the other 10 years old. In the 24th burning, 7 persons: 2 boys in the hospital, a rich cooper. In the 25th burning, 6 persons: a strange boy. In the 26th burning, 7 persons: Weidenbusch, a senator, the little daughter of Valkenberger, the little son of the town council bailiff. In the 27th burning, 7 persons. A strange boy, a strange woman, another boy. In the 28th burning, 6 persons. The infant daughter of Dr. Schutz, a blind girl. In the 29th burning, 7 persons. The fat noble lady, Edelfrau, a doctor of divinity. Item: strange men and women, i.e., Protestants, 28 citizens, apparently all wealthy people, 100. Summary: boys, girls, and little children, 34 in 19 months, 162 persons. There were, says Wright, little girls of from 7 to 10 years of age among the witches, and 7 and 20 of them were convicted and burnt, at some of the other brand, or burnings. The numbers brought to trial in these terrible proceedings were so great, and they were treated with so little consideration, that it was usual not even to take the trouble of setting down their names, but they were cited as the accused, number 1, number 2, number 3, and so on. The Jesuits took their confessions in private. What room is there in a theology which exacts such holocausts as these, to appease the bloody appetites of its priests for the following gentle words: "Suffer the little children to come unto me, and forbid them not, for of such is the kingdom of heaven." Even so, it is not the will of your Father that one of these little ones should perish. But whoso shall offend one of these little ones, which believe in me, it were better for him that a millstone were hanged about his neck, and that he were drowned in the depths of the sea. We sincerely hope that the above words have proved no vain threat to these child burners. Did this butchery, in the name of their Moloch god, prevent these treasure hunters from resorting to the black art themselves? Not in the least, for in no class were such consulters of familiar spirits more numerous than among the clergy during the 15th, 16th, and 17th centuries. True, there were some Catholic priests among the victims, but though these were generally accused of having been led into practices too dreadful to be described, it was not so. In the 29 burnings above catalogued, we find the names of 12 vicars, 4 canons, and 2 doctors of divinity burnt alive. But we have only to turn to such works as were published at the time, to assure ourselves that each popish priest executed was accused of damnable heresy, i.e., a tendency to reformation, a crime more heinous far than sorcery. We refer those who would learn how the Catholic clergy united duty with pleasure in the matter of exorcisms, revenge, and treasure hunting to volume the 2nd, chapter 1 of W. Howitt's History of the Supernatural. In the book called Pneumatologia Occulta et Vera, all the forms of adjuration and conjuration were laid down, says this veteran writer. He then proceeds to give a long description of the favorite modus operandi. The Dogmes et Rituels de la Haute Magie of the late Eliphas Lévi, treated with so much abuse and contempt by de Musseau, tells nothing of the weird ceremonies and practices, but what was practiced legally and with the tacit, if not open consent of the Church, by the priests of the Middle Ages. The exorcist priest entered a circle at midnight. He was clad in a new surplice and had a consecrated band hanging from the neck, covered with sacred characters. He wore on the head a tall pointed cap, on the front of which was written in Hebrew the holy word, Tetragrammaton, the ineffable name. It was written with a new pen, dipped in the blood of a white dove. What the exorcists most yearned after was to release miserable spirits which haunt spots where hidden treasures lie. The exorcist sprinkles the circle with the blood of a black lamb and a white pigeon. The priest had to adjure the evil spirits of hell, Acheron, Magoth, Asmodai, Beelzebub, Belial, and all the damned souls, in the mighty names of Jehovah Adonai, Eloha, and Sabaoth, which latter was the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, who dwelt in the Urim and Thummim. When the damned souls flung in the face of the exorcist that he was a sinner, and could not get the treasure from them, the priest-sorcerer had to reply that all his sins were washed out in the blood of Christ, and he bid them depart, as cursed ghosts and damned flies. When the exorcist dislodged them at last, the poor soul was comforted in the name of the Savior and consigned to the care of good angels, who were less powerful, we must think, than the exorcising Catholic worthies, and the rescued treasure, of course, was secured for the Church. Certain days, adds Howitt, are laid down in the calendar of the Church as most favorable for the practice of exorcism, and, if the devils are difficult to drive, a fume of sulfur, asafoetida, bear's gall, and rue is recommended, which, it was presumed, would outstench even devils. This is the Church, and this the priesthood, which, in the 19th century, pays 5,000 priests to teach the people of the United States the infidelity of science and the infallibility of the Bishop of Rome. We have already noticed the confession of an eminent prelate that the elimination of Satan from theology would be fatal to the perpetuity of the Church. But this is only partially true. The prince of sin would be gone, but sin itself would survive. If the devil were annihilated, the articles of faith and the Bible would remain. In short, there would still be a pretended divine revelation and the necessity for self-assumed, inspired interpreters. We must therefore consider the authenticity of the Bible itself. We must study its pages and see if they indeed contain the commands of the deity, or but a compendium of ancient traditions and hoary myths. We must try to interpret them for ourselves, if possible. As to its pretended interpreters, the only possible assimilation we can find for them in the Bible is to compare them with the man described by the wise King Solomon in his Proverbs, with the perpetrator of these 6 things, yea, 7, which doth the Lord hate, and which are an abomination unto him, to wit, a proud look, a lying tongue, and hands that shed innocent blood, an heart that deviseth wicked imaginations, feet that be swift in running to mischief, a false witness that speaketh lies, and he that soweth discord among brethren. Proverbs 6, 16, 17, 18, 19. Of which of these accusations are the long line of men who have left the imprint of their feet in the Vatican guiltless? When the demons, says Augustine, insinuate themselves in the creatures, they begin by conforming themselves to the will of everyone. In order to attract men, they begin by seducing them, by simulating obedience. How could one know, had he not been taught by the demons themselves, what they like or what they hate, the name which attracts or that which forces them into obedience? All this art, in short, of magic, the whole science of the magicians. To this impressive dissertation of the saint, we will add that no magician has ever denied that he had learned the art from spirits, whether, being a medium, they acted independently on him, or he had been initiated into the science of evocation by his fathers who knew it before himself. But who was it then that taught the exorcist? The priest who clothes himself with an authority not only over the magician, but even over all these spirits, whom he calls demons and devils as soon as he finds them obeying anyone but himself. He must have learned somewhere from someone that power which he pretends to possess. For how could one know, had he not been taught by the demons themselves, the name which attracts, or that which forces them into obedience? Asks Augustine. Useless to remark that we know the answer beforehand. Revelation, divine gift, the Son of God, nay, God himself, through his direct Spirit, who descended on the apostles as the Pentecostal fire, and who is now alleged to overshadow every priest who sees fit to exercise for either glory or a gift. Are we then to believe that the recent scandal of public exorcism, performed about the 14th of October, 1876, by the senior priest of the Church of the Holy Spirit at Barcelona, Spain, was also done under the direct superintendence of the Holy Ghost? It will be urged that the bishop was not cognizant of this freak of the clergy. But even if he were, how could he have protested against a rite considered, since the days of the apostles, one of the most holy prerogatives of the Church of Rome? So late as in 1852, only 25 years ago, these rites received a public and solemn sanction from the Vatican, and a new ritual of exorcism was published in Rome, Paris, and other Catholic capitals. De Musso, writing under the immediate patronage of Father Ventura, the general of the Theatines of Rome, even favors us with lengthy extracts from this famous ritual, and explains the reason why it was enforced again. It was in consequence of the revival of magic under the name of modern spiritualism. The bull of Pope Innocent VIII is exhumed and translated for the benefit of De Musso's readers. "We have heard," exclaims the Sovereign Pontiff, "that a great number of persons of both sexes have feared not to enter into relations with the spirits of hell, and that, by their practice of sorcery, they strike with sterility the conjugal bed, destroy the germs of humanity in the bosom of the mother, and throw spells on them, and set a barrier to the multiplication of animals, etc., etc. Then follow curses and anathemas against the practice." This belief of the sovereign pontiffs of an enlightened Christian country is a direct inheritance by the most ignorant multitudes from the southern Hindu rabble, the heathen. The diabolical arts of certain Kangalins, witches, and Jadugar, sorcerers, are firmly believed in by these people. The following are among their most dreaded powers: to inspire love and hatred at will, to send a devil to take possession of a person and torture him, to expel him, to cause sudden death or an incurable disease, to either strike cattle with or protect them from epidemics, to compose philters that will either strike with sterility or provoke unbounded passions in men and women, etc., etc. The sight alone of a man said to be such a sorcerer excites in a Hindu profound terror. And now we will quote in this connection the truthful remark of a writer who passed years in India in the study of the origin of such superstitions. Vulgar magic in India, like a degenerated infiltration, goes hand in hand with the most ennobling beliefs of the sectarians of the Pitris. It was the work of the lowest clergy, and designed to hold the populace in a perpetual state of fear. It is thus that in all ages and under every latitude, side by side with philosophical speculations of the highest character, one always finds the religion of the rabble. In India, it was the work of the lowest clergy. In Rome, that of the highest pontiffs. But then, have they not as authority their greatest saint, Augustine, who declares that whoever believes not in the evil spirits refuses to believe in Holy Writ. Therefore, in the second half of the 19th century, we find the Council for the Sacred Congregation of Rites, exorcism of demons included, Father Ventura de Raulica, writing thus in a letter published by De Musso in 1865. "We are in full magic, and under false names. The spirit of lies and impudicity goes on perpetrating his horrible deprecations. The most grievous feature in this is that among the most serious persons, They do not attach the importance to the strange phenomena which they deserve, these manifestations that we witness, and which become, with every day, more weird, striking, as well as most fatal. I cannot sufficiently admire and praise, from this standpoint, the zeal and courage displayed by you in your work. The facts which you have collected are calculated to throw light and conviction into the most skeptical minds. And after reading this remarkable work, written with so much learnedness and consciousness, blindness is no longer possible. If anything could surprise us, it would be the indifference with which these phenomena have been treated by false science, endeavoring as she has, to turn into ridicule so grave a subject. The childish simplicity exhibited by her in the desire to explain the facts by absurd and contradictory hypotheses. Signed, the Father Ventura de Raulica, etc., etc. Thus encouraged by the greatest authorities of the Church of Rome, ancient and modern, the Chevalier argues the necessity and the efficacy of exorcism by the priests. He tries to demonstrate, on faith, as usual, that the power of the spirits of hell is closely related to certain rites, words, and formal signs. In the diabolical Catholicism, he says, as well as in the divine Catholicism, potential grace is bound, lie, to certain signs. While the power of the Catholic priest proceeds from God, that of the pagan priest proceeds from the devil. The devil, he adds, is forced to submission before the holy minister of God. He dares not lie. We beg the reader to note well the underlined sentence, as we mean to test its truth impartially. We are prepared to adduce proofs, undeniable and undenied, even by the Popish Church, forced, as she was, into the confession, proofs of hundreds of cases in relation to the most solemn of her dogmas, wherein the spirits lied from beginning to end. How about certain holy relics authenticated by visions of the Blessed Virgin and a host of saints? We have at hand a treatise by a pious Catholic, Gilbert de Nogin, on the relics of saints. With honest despair, he acknowledges the great number of false relics as well as false legends, and severely censures the inventors of these lying miracles. It was on the occasion of one of our Saviour's teeth, writes the author of Daemonologia, that de Nogin took up his pen on this subject, by which the monks of Saint Médard de Soissons pretended to work miracles, a pretension which he asserted to be as chimerical as that of several persons who believed they possessed the navel, and other parts less comely, of the body of Christ. A monk of St. Antony, says Stevens, having been at Jerusalem, saw there several relics, among which was a bit of the finger of the Holy Ghost, as sound and entire as it had ever been, the snout of the seraph that appeared to St. Francis, one of the nails of a cherub, one of the ribs of the verbum carofactum, the Word made flesh, some rays of the star that appeared to the three kings of the East, a phial of St. Michael's sweat that exuded when he was fighting against the devil, etc. All which things, observes the monkish treasurer of relics, I have brought with me home very devoutly. And if the foregoing is set aside as the invention of a Protestant enemy, may we not be allowed to refer the reader to the history of England and authentic documents which state the existence of a relic not less extraordinary than the best of the others. Henry III received from the Grand Master of the Templars a phial containing a small portion of the sacred blood of Christ which he had shed upon the cross. It was attested to be genuine by the seals of the Patriarch of Jerusalem and others. The procession bearing the sacred phial from St. Paul's to Westminster Abbey is described by the historian. 2 monks received the phial and deposited it in the Abbey, which made all England shine with glory, dedicating it to God and St. Edward. The story of the Prince Radziwill is well known. It was the undeniable deception of the monks and nuns surrounding him and his own confessor, which made the Polish nobleman become a Lutheran. He felt at first so indignant at the heresy of the Reformation spreading in Lithuania that he traveled all the way to Rome to pay his homage of sympathy and veneration to the Pope. The latter presented him with a precious box of relics. On his return home, his confessor saw the Virgin, who descended from her glorious abode for the sole purpose of blessing these relics and authenticating them. The superior of the neighboring convent and the mother abbess of a nunnery both saw the same vision, with a reinforcement of several saints and martyrs. They prophesied and felt the Holy Ghost ascending from the box of relics and overshadowing the prince. A demoniac provided for the purpose by the clergy was exorcised in full ceremony, and upon being touched by the box immediately recovered, and rendered thanks on the spot to the Pope and the Holy Ghost. After the ceremony was over, the guardian of the treasury in which the relics were kept threw himself at the feet of the prince and confessed that on their way back from Rome he had lost the box of relics. Dreading the wrath of his master, he had procured a similar box, which he had filled with the small bones of dogs and cats. But seeing how the prince was deceived, he preferred confessing his guilt to such blasphemous tricks. The prince said nothing, but continued for some time testing, not the relics, but his confessor and the vision-seers. Their mock raptures made him discover so thoroughly the gross impositions of the monks and nuns that he joined the Reformed Church. This is history. Bale shows that when the Roman Church is no longer able to deny that there have been false relics, she resorts to sophistry and replies that if false relics have wrought miracles, it is because of the good intentions of the believers, who thus obtained from God a reward of their good faith. The same Bale shows, by numerous instances, that whenever it was proved that several bodies of the same saint, or 3 heads of him, or 3 arms, as in the case of Augustine, were said to exist in different places, and that they could not well be all authentic, the cool and invariable answer of the Church was that they were all genuine. For God had multiplied and miraculously reproduced them for the greater glory of his holy Church. In other words, they would have the faithful believe that the body of a deceased saint may, through divine miracle, acquire the physiological peculiarities of a crawfish. We fancy that it would be hard to demonstrate to satisfaction that the visions of Catholic saints are, in any one particular instance, better or more trustworthy than the average visions and prophecies of our modern mediums. The visions of Andrew Jackson Davis, however our critics may sneer at them, are by long odds more philosophical and more compatible with modern science than the Augustinian speculations. Whenever the visions of Swedenborg, the greatest among the modern seers, run astray from philosophy and scientific truth, it is when they most run parallel with theology. Nor are these visions any more useless to either science or humanity than those of the great Orthodox saints. In the life of Saint Bernard, it is narrated that as he was once in church upon a Christmas Eve, he prayed that the very hour in which Christ was born might be revealed to him, and when the true and correct hour came, he saw the divine babe appear in his manger. What a pity that the divine babe did not embrace so favorable an opportunity to fix the correct day and year of his death, and thereby reconcile the controversies of his putative historians. The Tischendorfs, Lardners, and Colensos, as well as many a Catholic divine, who have vainly squeezed the marrow out of historical records and their own brains, in the useless search, would at least have had something for which to thank the saint. As it is, we are hopelessly left to infer that most of the beatific and divine visions of the Golden Legend, and those to be found in the more complete biographies of the most important saints, as well as most of the visions of our own persecuted seers and seeresses, were produced by ignorant and undeveloped spirits, passionately fond of personating great historical characters. We are quite ready to agree with the Chevalier de Mousseau and other unrelenting persecutors of magic and spiritualism in the name of the Church, that modern spirits are often lying spirits, that they are ever on hand to humor the respective hobbies of the persons who communicate with them at circles, that they deceive them, and therefore are not always good spirits. But, having conceded so much, we will now ask of any impartial person: is it possible to believe at the same time that the power given to the exorcist priest, that supreme and divine power of which he boasts, has been given to him by God for the purpose of deceiving people? That the prayer pronounced by him in the name of Christ, and which, forcing the demon into submission, makes him reveal himself, is calculated at the same time to make the devil confess not the truth, but that only which it is the interest of the Church to which the exorcist belongs should pass for truth. And this is what invariably happens. Compare, for instance, the responses given by the demon to Luther with those obtained from the devils by Saint Dominic. The one argues against the private Mass and upbraids Luther with placing the Virgin Mary and saints before Christ, and thus dishonoring the Son of God, while the demons exorcised by Saint Dominic, upon seeing the Virgin, whom the Holy Father had also evoked to help him, roar out, "O, our enemy! O, our damner! Why didst thou descend from heaven to torment us? Why art thou so powerful, an intercessor for sinners? O, thou most certain and secure way to heaven! Thou commandest us, and we are forced to confess, that nobody is damned who only perseveres in thy holy worship," etc., etc. Luther's Saint Satan assures him that while believing in the transubstantiation of Christ's body and blood, he had been worshipping merely bread and wine, and the devils of all the Catholic saints promise eternal damnation to whomsoever disbelieves or even so much as doubts the dogma. Before leaving the subject, let us give one or two more instances from the chronicles of the lives of the saints, selected from such narratives as are fully accepted by the Church. We might fill volumes with proofs of undeniable confederacy between the exorcisers and the demons. Their very nature betrays them. Instead of being independent, crafty entities bent on the destruction of men's souls and spirits, the majority of them are simply the elementals of the Kabbalists, creatures with no intellect of their own, but faithful mirrors of the will which evokes, controls, and guides them. We will not waste our time in drawing the reader's attention to doubtful or obscure thaumaturgists and exorcisers, but take as our standard one of the greatest saints of Catholicism, and select a bouquet from that same prolific conservatory of pious lies, the Golden Legend of James de Voragine. Saint Dominic, the founder of the famous order of that name, is one of the mightiest saints on the calendar. His order was the first that received a solemn confirmation from the Pope, and he is well known in history as the associate and counselor of the infamous Simon de Montfort, the papal general, whom he helped to butcher the unfortunate Albigenses in and near Toulouse. The story goes that this saint and the Church after him claim that he received from the Virgin, in propria persona, a rosary, whose virtues produced such stupendous miracles that they throw entirely into the shade those of the apostles, and even of Jesus himself. A man, says the biographer, an abandoned sinner, was bold enough to doubt the virtue of the Dominican rosary, and for this unparalleled blasphemy was punished on the spot by having 15,000 devils take possession of him. Seeing the great suffering of the tortured demoniac, Saint Dominic forgot the insult and called the devils to account. Following is the colloquy between the blessed exorcist and the demons. Question: How did you take possession of this man, and how many are you? Answer of the devils: We came into him for having spoken disrespectfully of the rosary. We are 15,000 us. Question: Why did so many as 15,000 enter him? Answer: Because there are 15 decades in the rosary which he derided, etc. Dominic: Is not all true I have said of the virtues of the rosary? Devils: Yes, yes. They emit flames through the nostrils of the demoniac. Know all ye Christians that Dominic never said one word concerning the rosary that is not most true. And know ye further, that if you do not believe him, great calamities will befall you. Dominic: Who is the man in the world the devil hates the most? Devils. In chorus: Thou art the very man. Here follow verbose compliments. Dominic: Of which state of Christians are there the most damned? Devils. In hell we have merchants, pawnbrokers, fraudulent bankers, grocers, Jews, apothecaries, etc., etc. Dominic: Are there any priests or monks in hell? Devils: There are a great number of priests, but no monks, with the exception of such as have transgressed the rule of their order. Dominic: Have you any Dominicans? Devils: Alas, alas. We have not one yet, but we expect a great number of them after their devotion is a little cooled. We do not pretend to give the questions and answers literally, for they occupy 23 pages, but the substance is here, as may be seen by anyone who cares to read the Golden Legend. The full description of the hideous bellowings of the demons, their enforced glorification of the saint, and so on, is too long for this chapter. Suffice it to say that as we read the numerous questions offered by Dominic and the answers of the demons, we become fully convinced that they corroborate in every detail the unwarranted assertions and support the interests of the Church. The narrative is suggestive. The legend graphically describes the battle of the exorcist with the legion from the bottomless pit, the sulphurous flames which burst forth from the nose, mouth, eyes, and ears of the demoniac, the sudden appearance of over 100 angels clad in golden armor, and finally, the descent of the Blessed Virgin herself, in person, bearing a golden rod, with which she administers a sound thrashing to the demoniac, to force the devils to confess that of herself, which we scarcely need repeat. The whole catalogue of theological truths uttered by Dominic's devils were embodied in so many articles of faith by His Holiness, the present Pope, in 1870, at the last Ecumenical Council. From the foregoing, it is easy to see that the only substantial difference between infidel mediums and orthodox saints lies in the relative usefulness of the demons, if demons we must call them. While the devil faithfully supports the Christian exorcist in his orthodox views, the modern spook generally leaves his medium in the lurch. For, by lying, he acts against his or her interests rather than otherwise, and thereby too often casts foul suspicion on the genuineness of the mediumship. Were modern spirits devils, they would evidently display a little more discrimination and cunning than they do. They would act as the demons of the saint, which, compelled by the ecclesiastical magician and by the power of the name, which forces them into submission, lie in accordance with the direct interest of the exorcist and his church. The morale of the parallel we leave to the sagacity of the reader. Observe well, exclaims de Musset, that there are demons which sometimes will speak the truth. The exorcist, he adds, quoting the ritual, must command the demon to tell him whether he is detained in the body of the demoniac through some magic art, or by signs, or any objects which usually serve for this evil practice. In case the exorcised person has swallowed the latter, he must vomit them back, and if they are not in his body, the demon must indicate the proper place where they are to be found, and having found them, they must be burned. Thus, some demons reveal the existence of the bewitchment, tell who is its author, and indicate the means to destroy the malefice. But beware to ever resort, in such a case, to magicians, sorcerers, or mediums. You must call to help you but the minister of your church. The church believes in magic, as you well see, he adds, since she expresses it so formally. And those who disbelieve in magic, can they still hope to share the faith of their own church? And who can teach them better? To whom did Christ say, "Go ye therefore, and teach all nations, and lo, I am with you always, even to the end of the world"? Are we to believe that he said this but to those who wear these black or scarlet liveries of Rome? Must we then credit the story that this power was given by Christ to Simon Stylites, the saint who sanctified himself by perching on a pillar, stylos, 60 feet high, for 36 years of his life, without ever descending from it, in order that, among other miracles stated in the Golden Legend, he might cure a dragon of a sore eye. Near Simon's pillar was the dwelling of a dragon, so very venomous that the stench was spread for miles round his cave. This Ophidian hermit met with an accident. He got a thorn in his eye, and becoming blind, crept to the saint's pillar and pressed his eye against it for 3 days, without touching anyone. Then the blessed saint, from his aerial seat, 3 feet in diameter, ordered earth and water to be placed on the dragon's eye, out of which suddenly emerged a thorn, or stake, a cubit in length. When the people saw the miracle, they glorified the Creator. As to the grateful dragon, he arose and, having adored God for 2 hours, returned to his cave. A half-converted Ophidian, we must suppose. And what are we to think of that other narrative, to disbelieve in which is to risk one's salvation, as we were informed by a Pope's missionary of the order of the Franciscans? When St. Francis preached a sermon in the wilderness, the birds assembled from the 4 cardinal points of the world. They warbled and applauded every sentence. They sang a holy mass in chorus. Finally, they dispersed to carry the glad tidings all over the universe. A grasshopper, profiting by the absence of the Holy Virgin, who generally kept company with the saint, remained perched on the head of the Blessed One for a whole week, attacked by a ferocious wolf, the saint, who had no other weapon but the sign of the cross which he made upon himself, instead of running away from his rabid assailant, began arguing with the beast. Having imparted to him the benefit to be derived from the holy religion, St. Francis never ceased talking until the wolf became as meek as a lamb, and even shed tears of repentance over his past sins. Finally, he stretched his paws in the hands of the saint, followed him like a dog through all the towns in which he preached, and became half a Christian. Wonders of zoology. A horse turned sorcerer. A wolf and a dragon turned Christians. These 2 anecdotes, chosen at random from among hundreds, if rivaled, are not surpassed by the wildest romances of the pagan thaumaturgists, magicians, and spiritualists. And yet, when Pythagoras is said to have subdued animals, even wild beasts, merely through a powerful mesmeric influence, he is pronounced by one half of the Catholics a bare-faced impostor, and by the rest a sorcerer who worked magic in confederacy with the devil. Neither the she-bear, nor the eagle, nor yet the bull that Pythagoras is said to have persuaded to give up eating beans were alleged to have answered with human voices, while St. Benedict's black raven, whom he called brother, argues with him and croaks his answers like a born casuist. When the saint offers him one half of a poisoned loaf, the raven grows indignant and reproaches him in Latin as though he had just graduated at the propaganda. If it be objected that the golden legend is now but half supported by the Church, and that it is known to have been compiled by the writer from a collection of the lives of the saints, for the most part unauthenticated, we can show that, at least in one instance, the biography is no legendary compilation, but the history of one man by another one who was his contemporary. Jortin and Gibbon demonstrated years ago that the early fathers used to select narratives wherewith to ornament the lives of their apocryphal saints from Ovid, Homer, Livy, and even from the unwritten popular legends of pagan nations. But such is not the case in the above instances. Saint Bernard lived in the 12th century, and Saint Dominic was nearly contemporaneous with the author of the Golden Legend. De Voragine died in 1298, and Dominic, whose exorcisms and life he describes so minutely, instituted his order in the first quarter of the 13th century. Moreover, de Voragine was vicar general of the Dominicans himself in the middle of the same century, and therefore described the miracles wrought by his hero and patron, but a few years after they were alleged to have happened. He wrote them in the same convent, and while narrating these wonders, he had probably 50 persons at hand who had been eyewitnesses to the saint's mode of living. What must we think, in such a case, of a biographer who seriously describes the following? One day, as the blessed saint was occupied in his study, the devil began pestering him in the shape of a flea. He frisked and jumped about the pages of his book until the harassed saint, unwilling as he was to act unkindly, even toward a devil, felt compelled to punish him by fixing the troublesome devil on the very sentence on which he stopped, by clasping the book. At another time, the same devil appeared under the shape of a monkey. He grinned so horribly that Dominic, in order to get rid of him, ordered the devil monkey to take the candle and hold it for him until he had done reading. The poor imp did so, and held it until it was consumed to the very end of the wick. And, notwithstanding his pitiful cries for mercy, the saint compelled him to hold it till his fingers were burned to the bones. Enough. The approbation with which this book was received by the Church, and the peculiar sanctity attributed to it, is sufficient to show the estimation in which veracity was held by its patrons. We may add, in conclusion, that the finest quintessence of Boccaccio's Decameron appears prudery itself, by comparison with the filthy realism of the Golden Legend. We cannot regard with too much astonishment the pretensions of the Catholic Church in seeking to convert Hindus and Buddhists to Christianity. While the heathen keeps to the faith of his fathers, he has at least the one redeeming quality, that of not having apostatized for the mere pleasure of exchanging one set of idols for another. There may be for him some novelty in his embracing Protestantism, for in that he gains the advantage, at least, of limiting his religious views to their simplest expression. But when a Buddhist has been enticed into exchanging his shoe dagoon for the slipper of the Vatican, or the 8 hairs from the head of Gautama and Buddha's tooth, which work miracles, for the locks of a Christian saint, and a tooth of Jesus, which work far less clever miracles, he has no cause to boast of his choice. In his address to the Literary Society of Java, Sir T.S. Raffles is said to have narrated the following characteristic anecdote. On visiting the great temple on the hills of Nagasaki, the English commissioner was received with marked regard and respect by the venerable patriarch of the northern provinces, a man 80 years of age, who entertained him most sumptuously. On showing him round the courts of the temple, one of the English officers present heedlessly exclaimed, in surprise, "Jesus Christus!" The patriarch, turning half round, with a placid smile, bowed significantly, with the expression, "We know your Jesus Christus. Well, don't obtrude him upon us in our temples, and we remain friends." And so, with a hearty shake of the hands, these two opposites parted. There is scarcely a report sent by the missionaries from India, Tibet, and China, but laments the diabolical obscenity of the heathen rites, their lamentable impudicity, all of which are so strongly suggestive of devil worship, as Desmousseau tells us. We can scarcely be assured that the morality of the pagans would be in the least improved were they allowed a free inquiry into the life of, say, the psalmist king, the author of those sweet psalms which are so rapturously repeated by Christians. The difference between David performing a phallic dance before the Holy Ark, emblem of the female principle, and a Hindu Vishnavite bearing the same emblem on his forehead, favors the former only in the eyes of those who have studied neither the ancient faith nor their own. When a religion which compelled David to cut off and deliver 200 foreskins of his enemies before he could become the king's son-in-law, 1 Samuel 18, is accepted as a standard by Christians, they would do well not to cast into the teeth of heathen the impudicities of their faiths. Remembering the suggestive parable of Jesus, they ought to cast the beam out of their own eye before plucking at the mote in their neighbor's. The sexual element is as marked in Christianity as in any one of the heathen religions. Certainly, nowhere in the Vedas can be found the coarseness and downright immodesty of language that Hebraists now discover throughout the Mosaic Bible. It would profit little were we to dwell much upon subjects which have been disposed of in such a masterly way by an anonymous author whose work electrified England and Germany last year. While, as regards the particular topic under notice, we cannot do better than recommend the scholarly writings of Dr. Inman, albeit one-sided and in many instances unjust to the ancient heathen, pagan, and Jewish religions. The facts treated in the ancient and pagan Christian symbolism are unimpeachable. Neither can we agree with some English critics who charge him with an intent to destroy Christianity. If by Christianity is meant the external religious forms of worship, then he certainly seeks to destroy it. For in his eyes, as well as in those of every truly religious man who has studied ancient exoteric faiths and their symbology, Christianity is pure heathenism, and Catholicism, with its fetish worshipping, is far worse and more pernicious than Hinduism in its most idolatrous aspect. But while denouncing the exoteric forms and unmasking the symbols, it is not the religion of Christ that the author attacks, but the artificial system of theology. We will allow him to illustrate the position in his own language and quote from his preface. When vampires were discovered, by the acumen of any observer, he says, they were, we are told, ignominiously killed, by a stake being driven through the body, but experience showed them to have such tenacity of life that they rose again and again, notwithstanding renewed impalement, and were not ultimately laid to rest till wholly burned. In like manner, the regenerated heathendom, which dominates over the followers of Jesus of Nazareth, has risen again and again after being transfixed. Still cherished by the many, it is denounced by the few. Amongst other accusers, I raise my voice against the paganism which exists so extensively in ecclesiastical Christianity, and will do my utmost to expose the imposture. In a vampire story told in Thalaba by Southey, the resuscitated being takes the form of a dearly beloved maiden, and the hero is obliged to kill her with his own hand. He does so, but whilst he strikes the form of the loved one, he feels sure that he slays only a demon. In like manner, when I endeavor to destroy the current heathenism which has assumed the garb of Christianity, I do not attack real religion. Few would accuse a workman of malignancy who cleanses from filth the surface of a noble statue. There may be some who are too nice to touch a nasty subject, yet even they will rejoice when someone else removes the dirt. Such a scavenger is wanted. But is it merely pagans and heathen that the Catholics persecute, and about whom, like Augustine, they cry to the deity, "O my God, so do I wish thy enemies to be slain"? Oh no, their aspirations are more Mosaic and Cain-like than that. It is against their next of kin in faith, against their schismatic brothers, that they are now intriguing within the walls which sheltered the murderous Borgias. The larvae of the infanticidal, parricidal, and fratricidal popes have proved themselves fit counselors for the Cains of Castelfidardo and Mentana. It is now the turn of the Slavonian Christians, the Oriental schismatics, the Philistines of the Greek Church. His Holiness the Pope, after exhausting, in a metaphor of self-laudation, every point of assimilation between the great biblical prophets and himself, has finally and truly compared himself with the patriarch Jacob wrestling against his God. He now crowns the edifice of Catholic piety by openly sympathizing with the Turks. The vicegerent of God inaugurates his infallibility by encouraging, in a true Christian spirit, the acts of that Moslem David, the modern Bashi Bazouk, and it seems as if nothing would more please His Holiness than to be presented by the latter with several thousands of the Bulgarian or Servian foreskins. True to her policy to be all things to all men, to promote her own interests, the Romish Church is, at this writing, 1876, benevolently viewing the Bulgarian and Servian atrocities, and probably maneuvering with Turkey against Russia. Better Islam, and the hitherto hated crescent over the sepulchre of the Christian God, than the Greek Church established at Constantinople and Jerusalem as the state religion. Like a decrepit and toothless ex-tyrant in exile, the Vatican is eager for any alliance that promises, if not a restoration of its own power, at least the weakening of its rival. The axe its inquisitors once swung, it now toys with in secret, feeling its edge, and waiting, and hoping against hope. In her time, the Popish Church has lain with strange bedfellows, but never before now sunk to the degradation of giving her moral support to those who for over 1,200 years spat in her face, called her adherents infidel dogs, repudiated her teachings, and denied godhood to her God. The press of even Catholic France is fairly aroused at this indignity, and openly accuses the ultramontane portion of the Catholic Church and the Vatican of siding, during the present Eastern struggle, with the Mahometan against the Christian. When the Minister of Foreign Affairs in the French legislature spoke some mild words in favor of the Greek Christians, he was only applauded by the liberal Catholics and received coldly by the ultramontane party, says the French correspondent of a New York paper. So pronounced was this, that Monsieur Lemoine, the well-known editor of the great liberal Catholic journal, The Débats, was moved to say that the Roman Church felt more sympathy for the Moslem than the schismatic, just as they preferred an infidel to the Protestant. There is at bottom, says this writer, a great affinity between the syllabus and the Quran, and between the two heads of the faithful. The two systems are of the same nature, and are united on the common ground of a one and unchangeable theory. In Italy, in like manner, the king and liberal Catholics are in warm sympathy with the unfortunate Christians, while the Pope and ultramontane faction are believed to be inclining to the Mohammedans. The civilized world may yet expect the apparition of the materialized Virgin Mary within the walls of the Vatican. The so often repeated miracle of the Immaculate Visitor in the medieval ages has recently been enacted at Lourdes, and why not once more as a coup de grace to all heretics, schismatics, and infidels? The miraculous wax taper is yet seen at Arras, the chief city of Artois, and at every new calamity threatening her beloved church, the Blessed Lady appears personally, and lights it with her own fair hands, in view of a whole biologized congregation. This sort of miracle, says E. Worsley, wrought by the Roman Catholic Church, being most certain and never doubted of by any. Neither has the private correspondence with which the most gracious lady honors her friends been doubted. There are two precious missives from her in the archives of the Church. The first purports to be a letter in answer to one addressed to her by Ignatius. She confirms all things learned by her correspondent from her friend, meaning the Apostle John. She bids him hold fast to his vows and adds as an inducement, "I and John will come together and pay you a visit." Nothing was known of this unblushing fraud till the letters were published at Paris in 1495. By a curious accident, it appeared at a time when threatening inquiries began to be made as to the genuineness of the fourth synoptic. Who could doubt after such a confirmation from headquarters? But the climax of effrontery was capped in 1534, when another letter was received from the mediatrix, which sounds more like the report of a lobby agent to a brother politician. It was written in excellent Latin and was found in the Cathedral of Messina, together with the image to which it alludes. Its contents run as follows: Mary Virgin, Mother of the Redeemer of the world, to the bishop, clergy, and the other faithful of Messina, sendeth health and benediction from herself and Son. Whereas ye have been mindful of establishing the worship of me. Now, this is to let you know that by so doing ye have found great favor in my sight. I have a long time reflected with pain upon your city, which is exposed to much danger from its contiguity to the fire of Etna, and I have often had words about it with my son, for he was vexed with you because of your guilty neglect of my worship, so that he would not care a pin about my intercession. Now, however, that you have come to your senses and have happily begun to worship me, he has conferred upon me the right to become your everlasting protectress. But at the same time, I warn you to mind what you are about, and give me no cause of repenting of my kindness to you. The prayers and festivals instituted in my honor please me tremendously, vehementer. And if you faithfully persevere in these things, and provided you oppose to the utmost of your power the heretics which now-a-days are spreading through the world, by which both my worship and that of the other saints, male and female, are so endangered, you shall enjoy my perpetual protection. In sign of this compact, I send you down from heaven the image of myself, cast by celestial hands, and if ye hold it in the honor to which it is entitled, it will be an evidence to me of your obedience and your faith. Farewell. Dated in heaven, whilst sitting near the throne of my Son, in the month of December of the 1534th year from his incarnation. Mary Virgin. The reader should understand that this document is no anti-Catholic forgery. The author from whom it is taken says that the authenticity of the missive is attested by the bishop himself, his vicar general, secretary, and 6 canons of the Cathedral Church of Messina, all of whom have signed that attestation with their names and confirmed it upon oath. Both the epistle and image were found upon the high altar, where they had been placed by angels from heaven. A church must have reached the last stages of degradation when such sacrilegious trickery as this could be resorted to by its clergy and accepted with or without question by the people. No, far from the man who feels the workings of an immortal spirit within him be such a religion. There never was, nor ever will be, a truly philosophical mind, whether of pagan, heathen, Jew, or Christian, but has followed the same path of thought. Gautama Buddha is mirrored in the precepts of Christ. Paul and Philo Judaeus are faithful echoes of Plato, and Ammonius Saccas and Plotinus won their immortal fame by combining the teachings of all these grand masters of true philosophy. Prove all things. Hold fast that which is good, ought to be the motto of all brothers on earth. Not so is it with the interpreters of the Bible. The seed of the Reformation was sown on the day that the 2nd chapter of the Catholic Epistle of James jostled the 11th chapter of the Epistle to the Hebrews in the same New Testament. One who believes in Paul cannot believe in James, Peter, and John. The Paulists, to remain Christians with their apostle, must withstand Peter to the face. And if Peter was to be blamed and was wrong, then he was not infallible. How then can his successor boast of his infallibility? Every kingdom divided against itself is brought to desolation, and every house divided against itself must fall. A plurality of masters has proved as fatal in religions as in politics. What Paul preached was preached by every other mystic philosopher. Stand fast, therefore, in the liberty wherewith Christ hath made us free, and be not entangled again with the yoke of bondage, exclaims the honest apostle philosopher, and adds, as if prophetically inspired, but if ye bite and devour one another, take heed that ye be not consumed one of another. That the Neoplatonists were not always despised or accused of demonolatry is evidenced in the adoption by the Roman Church of their very rites and theurgy. The identical evocations and incantations of the pagan and Jewish Kabbalist are now repeated by the Christian exorcist, and the theurgy of Iamblichus was adopted word for word. Distinct as were the Platonists and Pauline Christians of the earlier centuries, writes Professor A. Wilder, many of the more distinguished teachers of the new faith were deeply tinctured with the philosophical leaven. Synesius, the bishop of Cyrene, was the disciple of Hypatia. Saint Anthony reiterated the theurgy of Iamblichus. The Logos, or word of the gospel according to John, was a Gnostic personification. Clement of Alexandria, Origen, and others of the fathers drank deeply from the fountains of philosophy. The ascetic idea which carried away the church was like that which was practiced by Plotinus. All through the Middle Ages there rose up men who accepted the interior doctrines which were promulgated by the renowned teacher of the Academy. To substantiate our accusation that the Latin Church first despoiled the Kabbalists and theurgists of their magical rites and ceremonies, before hurling anathemas upon their devoted heads, we will now translate for the reader fragments from the forms of exorcism employed by Kabbalists and Christians. The identity in phraseology may, perhaps, disclose one of the reasons why the Romish Church has always desired to keep the faithful in ignorance of the meaning of her Latin prayers and ritual. Only those directly interested in the deception have had the opportunity to compare the rituals of the Church and the magicians. The best Latin scholars were, until a comparatively recent date, either churchmen or dependent upon the Church. Common people could not read Latin, and even if they could, the reading of the books on magic was prohibited, under the penalty of anathema and excommunication. The cunning device of the confessional made it almost impossible to consult, even surreptitiously, what the priests call a grimoire, a devil's scrawl, or ritual of magic. To make assurance doubly sure, the Church began destroying or concealing everything of the kind she could lay her hands upon. The following are translated from the Kabbalistic ritual, and that generally known as the Roman ritual. The latter was promulgated in 1851 and 1852, under the sanction of Cardinal Engelbert, Archbishop of Malines, and of the Archbishop of Paris. Speaking of it, the demonologist Desmousseaux says, "It is the ritual of Paul V, revised by the most learned of modern popes, by the contemporary of Voltaire, Benedict IV. Kabbalistic, Jewish, and pagan." Exorcism of salt. The priest-magician blesses the salt and says, "Creature of salt, in thee may remain the wisdom of God, and may it preserve from all corruption our minds and bodies. Through Hokmael, God of wisdom, and the power of Ruach Hokmael, Spirit of the Holy Ghost, may the spirits of matter, bad spirits, before it recede. Amen." Exorcism of water and ashes. Creature of the water, I exorcise thee. By the three names which are Netzah, Hod, and Jerod, Kabbalistic Trinity, in the beginning and in the end, by Alpha and Omega, which are in the Spirit Azoth, Holy Ghost, or the universal soul, I exorcise and adjure thee. Wandering eagle, may the Lord command thee by the wings of the bull and his flaming sword. The cherub placed at the east gate of Eden. Exorcism of an elemental spirit. Serpent, in the name of the Tetragrammaton, the Lord, he commands thee by the angel and the lion. Angel of darkness, obey and run away with this holy, exorcised water. Eagle in chains, obey this sign and retreat before the breath. Moving serpent, crawl at my feet or be tortured by this sacred fire and evaporate before this holy incense. Let water return to water, the elemental spirit of water. Let the fire burn and the air circulate. Let the earth return to earth by the virtue of the pentagram, which is the morning star, and in the name of the Tetragrammaton, which is traced in the center of the cross of light. Amen. Roman Catholic. Exorcism of salt. The priest blesses the salt and says, "Creature of salt, I exorcise thee in the name of the living God. Become the health of the soul and of the body. Everywhere thou art thrown, may the unclean spirit be put to flight." Amen. Exorcism of water. Creature of the water, in the name of the Almighty God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, be exorcised. I adjure thee in the name of the Lamb. The magician says bull or ox, Pyrrhalastori, of the Lamb that trod upon the basilisk and the aspic, and who crushes under his foot the lion and the dragon. Exorcism of the devil. O Lord, let him who carries along with him the terror flee, struck in his turn by terror and defeated. O thou, who art the ancient serpent, tremble before the hand of him who, having triumphed of the tortures of hell, Divictis gemitibus inferni, recalled the souls to light. The more whilst thou decay, the more terrible will be thy torture. By him who reigns over the living and the dead, and who will judge the century by fire, se eculum per ignem, etc. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost. Amen. It is unnecessary to try the patience of the reader any longer. Although we might multiply examples, it must not be forgotten that we have quoted from the latest revision of the ritual, that of 1851 too. If we were to go back to the former one, we would find a far more striking identity, not merely of phraseology, but of ceremonial form. For the purpose of comparison, we have not even availed ourselves of the ritual of ceremonial magic of the Christian Kabbalists of the Middle Ages, wherein the language modeled upon a belief in the divinity of Christ is, with the exception of a stray expression here and there, identical with the Catholic ritual. The latter, however, makes one improvement, for the originality of which the Church should be allowed all credit. Certainly nothing so fantastical could be found in a ritual of magic. Give place, apostrophizing the demon, it says, give place to Jesus Christ. Thou filthy, stinking, and ferocious beast, dost thou rebel? Listen and tremble, Satan, enemy of the faith, enemy of the human race, introducer of death, root of all evil, promoter of vice, soul of envy, origin of avarice, cause of discord, prince of homicide, whom God curses, author of incest and sacrilege, inventor of all obscenity, professor of the most detestable actions, and grand master of heretics. Doctor Hereticorum. What? Dost thou still stand? Dost dare to resist, and thou knowest that Christ our Lord is coming? Give place to Jesus Christ. Give place to the Holy Ghost, which, by his blessed apostle Peter, has flung thee down before the public, in the person of Simon the magician, te manifeste stravit in Simon Mago. After such a shower of abuse, no devil having the slightest feeling of self-respect could remain in such company, unless indeed he should chance to be an Italian liberal, or King Victor Emmanuel himself, both of whom, thanks to Pius IX, have become anathema-proof. It really seems too bad to strip Rome of all her symbols at once, but justice must be done to the despoiled hierophants. Long before the sign of the cross was adopted as a Christian symbol, it was employed as a secret sign of recognition among neophytes and adepts, says Levi. The sign of the cross adopted by the Christians does not belong exclusively to them. It is Kabbalistic and represents the oppositions and quaternary equilibrium of the elements. We see by the occult verse of the Pater, to which we have called attention in another work, that there were originally two ways of making it, or, at least, two very different formulas to express its meaning, one reserved for priests and initiates, the other given to neophytes and the profane. Thus, for example, the initiate, carrying his hand to his forehead, said, "To thee," then he added, "belong," and continued, while carrying his hand to the breast, "the kingdom," then to the left shoulder, "justice," to the right shoulder, and "mercy." Then he joined the two hands, adding, throughout the generating cycles, "Tibi sunt malchut, et gebura et chast per eonas," a sign of the cross, absolutely and magnificently Kabbalistic, which the profanations of Gnosticism made the militant and official church completely lose. How fantastical, therefore, is the assertion of Father Ventura that while Augustine was a Manichaean, a philosopher, ignorant of and refusing to humble himself before the sublimity of the grand Christian revelation, he knew nothing, understood naught of God, man, or universe. He remained poor, small, obscure, sterile, and wrote nothing, did nothing really grand or useful. But hardly had he become a Christian, when his reasoning powers and intellect, enlightened at the luminary of faith, elevated him to the most sublime heights of philosophy and theology. And his other proposition, that Augustine's genius, as a consequence, developed itself in all its grandeur and prodigious fecundity. His intellect radiated with that immense splendor, which, reflecting itself in his immortal writings, has never ceased for one moment during 14 centuries to illuminate the Church and the world. Whatever Augustine was as a Manichaean, we leave Father Ventura to discover, but that his accession to Christianity established an everlasting enmity between theology and science is beyond doubt. While forced to confess that the Gentiles had possibly something divine and true in their doctrines, he, nevertheless, declared that for their superstition, idolatry, and pride, they had to be detested and, unless they improved, to be punished by divine judgment. This furnishes the clue to the subsequent policy of the Christian Church, even to our day. If the Gentiles did not choose to come into the Church, all that was divine in their philosophy should go for naught, and the divine wrath of God should be visited upon their heads. What effect this produced is succinctly stated by Draper. No one did more than this father to bring science and religion into antagonism. It was mainly he who diverted the Bible from its true office, a guide to purity of life, and placed it in the perilous position of being the arbiter of human knowledge, an audacious tyranny over the mind of man. The example once set, there was no want of followers. The works of the Greek philosophers were stigmatized as profane. The transcendently glorious achievements of the Museum of Alexandria were hidden from sight by a cloud of ignorance, mysticism, and unintelligible jargon, out of which there too often flashed the destroying lightnings of ecclesiastical vengeance. Augustine and Cyprian admit that Hermes and Hostinus believed in one true God, the first two maintaining, as well as the two pagans, that he is invisible and incomprehensible, except spiritually. Moreover, we invite any man of intelligence, provided he be not a religious fanatic, after reading fragments chosen at random from the works of Hermes and Augustine on the deity, to decide which of the two gives a more philosophical definition of the unseen Father. We have at least one writer of fame who is of our opinion. Draper calls the Augustinian productions a rhapsodical conversation with God, an incoherent dream. Father Ventura depicts the saint as attitudinizing before an astonished world upon the most sublime heights of philosophy. But here steps in again the same unprejudiced critic who passes the following remarks on this colossus of patristic philosophy. Was it for this preposterous scheme, he asks, this product of ignorance and audacity, that the works of the Greek philosophers were to be given up? It was none too soon that the great critics who appeared at the Reformation, by comparing the works of these writers with one another, brought them to their proper level, and taught us to look upon them all with contempt. For such men as Plotinus, Porphyry, Iamblichus, Apollonius, and even Simon Magus, to be accused of having formed a pact with the devil, whether the latter personage exist or not, is so absurd as to need but little refutation. If Simon Magus, the most problematical of all in an historical sense, ever existed otherwise than in the overheated fancy of Peter and the other apostles, he was evidently no worse than any of his adversaries. A difference in religious views, however great, is insufficient per se to send one person to heaven and the other to hell. Such uncharitable and peremptory doctrines might have been taught in the Middle Ages, but it is too late now for even the Church to put forward this traditional scarecrow. Research begins to suggest that which, if ever verified, will bring eternal disgrace on the Church of the Apostle Peter. whose very imposition of herself upon that disciple must be regarded as the most unverified and unverifiable of the assumptions of the Catholic clergy. The erudite author of supernatural religion assiduously endeavors to prove that by Simon Magus we must understand the Apostle Paul, whose epistles were secretly as well as openly calumniated by Peter and charged with containing disnoetic learning. The apostle of the Gentiles was brave, outspoken, sincere, and very learned. The apostle of circumcision, cowardly, cautious, insincere, and very ignorant. That Paul had been, partially at least, if not completely, initiated into the theurgic mysteries admits of little doubt. His language, the phraseology so peculiar to the Greek philosophers, certain expressions used but by the initiates, are so many sure earmarks to that supposition. Our suspicion has been strengthened by an able article in one of the New York periodicals entitled Paul and Plato, in which the author puts forward one remarkable and, for us, very precious observation. In his epistles to the Corinthians, he shows Paul abounding with expressions suggested by the initiations of Sabazius and Eleusis and the lectures of the Greek philosophers. He, Paul, designates himself an idiot, a person unskillful in the word, but not in the gnosis or philosophical learning. We speak wisdom among the perfect or initiated, he writes, not the wisdom of this world, nor of the archons of this world, but divine wisdom in a mystery, secret, which none of the archons of this world knew. What else can the apostle mean by these unequivocal words, but that he himself, as belonging to the mystē, initiated, spoke of things shown and explained only in the mysteries. The divine wisdom in a mystery which none of the archons of this world knew has evidently some direct reference to the Basileus of the Eleusinian initiation, who did know. The Basileus belonged to the staff of the great Hierophant, and was an archon of Athens, and as such was one of the chief mystē, belonging to the interior mysteries, to which a very select and small number obtained an entrance. The magistrates supervising the Eleusinians were called archons. Another proof that Paul belonged to the circle of the initiates lies in the following fact. The apostle had his head shorn at Cenchrea, where Lucius Apulcius was initiated, because he had a vow. The Nazars, or set apart, as we see in the Jewish scriptures, had to cut their hair, which they wore long, and which no razor touched at any other time, and sacrifice it on the altar of initiation. And the Nazars were a class of Chaldean theurgists. We will show further that Jesus belonged to this class. Paul declares that, according to the grace of God which is given unto me, as a wise master builder, I have laid the foundation. This expression, master builder, used only once in the whole Bible, and by Paul, may be considered as a whole revelation. In the mysteries, the third part of the sacred rites was called epopteia, or revelation, reception into the secrets. In substance, it means that stage of divine clairvoyance when everything pertaining to this earth disappears, and earthly sight is paralyzed, and the soul is united free and pure with its spirit, or God. But the real significance of the word is overseeing, from optome, I see myself. In Sanskrit, the word evapto has the same meaning, as well as to obtain. The word epopteia is a compound one, from epi upon and optome, to look, or an overseer, an inspector, also used for a master builder. The title of master mason in Freemasonry is derived from this, in the sense used in the mysteries. Therefore, when Paul entitles himself a master builder, he is using a word preeminently Kabbalistic, theurgic, and Masonic, and one which no other apostle uses. He thus declares himself an adept, having the right to initiate others. If we search in this direction, with those sure guides, the Grecian mysteries and the Kabbalah before us, it will be easy to find the secret reason why Paul was so persecuted and hated by Peter, John, and James. The author of the Revelation was a Jewish Kabbalist pur, sang, with all the hatred inherited by him from his forefathers toward the mysteries. His jealousy during the life of Jesus extended even to Peter, and it is but after the death of their common master that we see the two apostles, the former of whom wore the mitre and the pantaloon of the Jewish rabbis, preach so zealously the rite of circumcision. In the eyes of Peter, Paul, who had humiliated him, and whom he felt so much his superior in Greek learning and philosophy, must have naturally appeared as a magician, a man polluted with the gnosis, with the wisdom of the Greek mysteries, hence, perhaps, Simon the magician. As to Peter, biblical criticism has shown before now that he had probably no more to do with the foundation of the Latin Church at Rome than to furnish the pretext so readily seized upon by the cunning Irenaeus to benefit this church with the new name of the apostle, Petra or Kipha, a name which allowed so readily, by an easy play upon words, to connect it with Petroma, the double set of stone tablets used by the Hierophant at the initiations during the final mystery. In this perhaps lies concealed the whole secret of the claims of the Vatican. As Professor Wilder happily suggests, in the Oriental countries, the designation, Peter, in Phoenician and Chaldaic, an interpreter, appears to have been the title of this personage, the Hierophant. There is in these facts some reminder of the peculiar circumstances of the Mosaic Law, and also of the claim of the Pope to be the successor of Peter, the Hierophant or interpreter of the Christian religion. As such, we must concede to him, to some extent, the right to be such an interpreter. The Latin Church has faithfully preserved in symbols, rites, ceremonies, architecture, and even in the very dress of her clergy, the tradition of the pagan worship, of the public or exoteric ceremonies we should add. Otherwise, her dogmas would embody more sense and contain less blasphemy against the majesty of the supreme and invisible God. An inscription found on the coffin of Queen Mentuhepet of the 11th dynasty, 2250 BC, now proved to have been transcribed from the 17th chapter of the Book of the Dead, dating not later than 4500 BC, is more than suggestive. This monumental text contains a group of hieroglyphics, which, when interpreted, read thus: Peter, Ref, Su. Baron Bunsen shows this sacred formulary mixed up with a whole series of glosses and various interpretations on a monument 40 centuries old. This is identical with saying that the record, the true interpretation, was at that time no longer intelligible. We beg our readers to understand, he adds, that a sacred text, a hymn, containing the words of a departed spirit, existed in such a state about 4,000 years ago, as to be all but unintelligible to royal scribes. That it was unintelligible to the uninitiated among the latter is as well proved by the confused and contradictory glossaries as that it was a mystery word known to the hierophants of the sanctuaries, and, moreover, a word chosen by Jesus to designate the office assigned by him to one of his apostles. This word, PTR, was partially interpreted, owing to another word similarly written in another group of hieroglyphics, on a stele, the sign used for it being an opened eye. Bunsen mentions as another explanation of PTR, to show. It appears to me, he remarks, that our PTR is literally the old Aramaic and Hebrew patar, which occurs in the history of Joseph as the specific word for interpreting. Whence also pitrum is the term for interpretation of a text, a dream. in a manuscript of the 1st century, a combination of the Demotic and Greek texts, and most probably one of the few which miraculously escaped the Christian vandalism of the 2nd and 3rd centuries, when all such precious manuscripts were burned as magical, we find occurring in several places a phrase which, perhaps, may throw some light upon this question. One of the principal heroes of the manuscript, who is constantly referred to as the Judean illuminator, or initiate, Teleotis, is made to communicate but with his patar, the latter being written in Chaldaic characters, once the latter word is coupled with the name Shimeon. Several times, the illuminator, who rarely breaks his contemplative solitude, is shown inhabiting a crypta, cave, and teaching the multitudes of eager scholars standing outside, not orally, but through this patar. The latter receives the words of wisdom by applying his ear to a circular hole in a partition which conceals the teacher from the listeners, and then conveys them, with explanations and glossaries, to the crowd. This, with a slight change, was the method used by Pythagoras, who, as we know, never allowed his neophytes to see him during the years of probation, but instructed them from behind a curtain in his cave. But whether the illuminator of the Greco-Demotic manuscript is identical with Jesus or not, the fact remains that we find him selecting a mystery appellation for one who is made to appear later by the Catholic Church as the janitor of the kingdom of heaven and the interpreter of Christ's will. The word patar, or Peter, locates both master and disciple in the circle of initiation and connects them with the secret doctrine. The great Hierophant of the ancient mysteries never allowed the candidates to see or hear him personally. He was the Deus ex machina, the presiding but invisible deity, uttering his will and instructions through a second party. And 2,000 years later, we discover that the Dalai Lamas of Tibet had been following for centuries the same traditional program during the most important religious mysteries of Lamaism. If Jesus knew the secret meaning of the title bestowed by him on Simon, then he must have been initiated. Otherwise, he could not have learned it. And if he was an initiate of either the Pythagorean Essenes, the Chaldean Magi, or the Egyptian priests, then the doctrine taught by him was but a portion of the secret doctrine taught by the pagan hierophants to the few select adepts admitted within the sacred Adaita. But we will discuss this question further on. For the present, we will endeavor to briefly indicate the extraordinary similarity, or rather identity, we should say, of rites and ceremonial dress of the Christian clergy with that of the old Babylonians, Assyrians, Phoenicians, Egyptians, and other pagans of the hoary antiquity. If we would find the model of the papal tiara, we must search the annals of the ancient Assyrian tablets. We invite the reader to give his attention to Dr. Inman's illustrated work, Ancient Pagan and Modern Christian Symbolism. On page 64, he will readily recognize the headgear of the successor of St. Peter in the coiffure worn by gods or angels in ancient Assyria, where it appears crowned by an emblem of the male Trinity, the Christian cross. We may mention, in passing, adds Dr. Inman, that as the Romanists adopted the mitre and the tiara from the cursed brood of Ham, so they adopted the Episcopalian crook from the augurs of Etruria, and the artistic form with which they clothed their angels from the painters and urn makers of Magna Graecia and Central Italy. Would we push our inquiries farther and seek to ascertain as much in relation to the nimbus and the tonsure of the Catholic priest and monk? We shall find undeniable proofs that they are solar emblems. Knight, in his Old England Pictorially Illustrated, gives a drawing by St. Augustine, representing an ancient Christian bishop, in a dress probably identical with that worn by the great saint himself. The pallium, or the ancient stole of the bishop, is the feminine sign when worn by a priest in worship. On St. Augustine's picture, it is bedecked with Buddhistic crosses, and in its whole appearance, it is a representation of the Egyptian, Tao, assuming slightly the figure of the letter Y. Its lower end is the mark of the masculine triad, says Inman. The right hand of the figure has the forefinger extended, like the Assyrian priests while doing homage to the grove. When a male dons the pallium in worship, he becomes the representative of the Trinity in the unity, the Arba, or mystic four. Immaculate is Our Lady Isis, is the legend around an engraving of Serapis and Isis, described by King in The Gnostics and Their Remains, A Kyria Ekik Agna. The very terms applied afterwards to that personage, the Virgin Mary, who succeeded to her form, titles, symbols, rites, and ceremonies. Thus, her devotees carried into the new priesthood the former badges of their profession, the obligation to celibacy, the tonsure, and the surplice, omitting, unfortunately, the frequent ablutions prescribed by the ancient creed. The Black Virgins, so highly reverenced in certain French cathedrals, proved, when at last critically examined, basalt figures of Isis. Before the shrine of Jupiter Ammon were suspended tinkling bells, from the sound of whose chiming the priests gathered the auguries. A golden bell and a pomegranate, round about the hem of the robe, was the result with the Mosaic Jews. But in the Buddhistic system, during the religious services, the gods of the Devaloka are always invoked and invited to descend upon the altars by the ringing of bells suspended in the pagodas. The bell of the sacred table of Siva at Kuhama is described in Kailasa, and every Buddhist vihara and lamasery has its bells. We thus see that the bells used by Christians come to them directly from the Buddhist Tibetans and Chinese. The beads and rosaries have the same origin and have been used by Buddhist monks for over 2,300 years. The lingams in the Hindu temples are ornamented upon certain days with large berries, from a tree sacred to Mahadeva, which are strung into rosaries. The title of nun is an Egyptian word and had with them the actual meaning. The Christians did not even take the trouble of translating the word nonna. The aureole of the saints was used by the antediluvian artists of Babylonia whenever they desired to honor or deify a mortal's head. In a celebrated picture in Moore's Hindu pantheon, entitled Krishna, Nursed by Devaki, from a highly finished picture, the Hindu virgin is represented as seated on a lounge and nursing Krishna. The hair brushed back, the long veil, and the golden aureole around the virgin's head, as well as around that of the Hindu savior, are striking. No Catholic, well-versed as he might be in the mysterious symbolism of iconology, would hesitate for a moment to worship at that shrine the Virgin Mary, the mother of his God. In Indur Suba, the south entrance of the caves of Ellora, may be seen to this day the figure of Indra's wife, Indrani, sitting with her infant son God, pointing the finger to heaven with the same gesture as the Italian Madonna and Child. In pagan and Christian symbolism, the author gives a figure from a medieval woodcut, the like of which we have seen by dozens in old psalters, in which the Virgin Mary with her infant is represented as the Queen of Heaven, on the crescent moon, emblem of virginity. Being before the sun, she almost eclipses its light. Than this, nothing could more completely identify the Christian mother and child with Isis and Horus, Ishtar, Venus, Juno, and a host of other pagan goddesses who have been called Queen of Heaven, Queen of the Universe, Mother of God, Spouse of God, the Celestial Virgin, the Heavenly Peacemaker, etc. Such pictures are not purely astronomical. They represent the male god and the female goddess as the sun and moon in conjunction, the union of the triad with the unit. The horns of the cow on the head of Isis have the same significance. And so, above, below, outside, and inside, the Christian church, in the priestly garments, and the religious rites, we recognize the stamp of exoteric heathenism. On no subject, within the wide range of human knowledge, has the world been more blinded or deceived with such persistent misrepresentation as on that of antiquity. Its hoary past and its religious faiths have been misrepresented and trampled under the feet of its successors. Its hierophants and prophets, mystei and apoptei, of the once sacred adyta of the temple shown as demoniacs and devil worshippers. Donned in the despoiled garments of the victim, the Christian priest now anathematizes the latter with rites and ceremonies which he has learned from the theurgists themselves. The Mosaic Bible is used as a weapon against the people who furnished it. The heathen philosopher is cursed under the very roof which has witnessed his initiation. And the monkey of God, i.e. the devil of Tertullian, the originator and founder of magical theurgy, the science of illusions and lies, whose father and author is the demon, is exorcised with holy water by the hand which holds the identical lituus with which the ancient augur, after a solemn prayer, used to determine the regions of heaven and evoke, in the name of the highest, the minor god, now termed the devil, who unveiled to his eyes futurity and enabled him to prophesy. On the part of the Christians and the clergy, it is nothing but shameful ignorance, prejudice, and that contemptible pride, so boldly denounced by one of their own reverend ministers, T. Gross, which rails against all investigation as a useless or a criminal labor, when it must be feared that they will result in the overthrow of pre-established systems of faith. On the part of the scholars, it is the same apprehension of the possible necessity of having to modify some of their erroneously established theories of science. Nothing but such pitiable prejudice, says Gross, can have thus misrepresented the theology of heathenism and distorted, nay caricatured, its forms of religious worship. It is time that posterity should raise its voice in vindication of violated truth, and that the present age should learn a little of that common sense of which it boasts with as much self-complacency as if the prerogative of reason was the birthright only of modern times. All this gives a sure clue to the real cause of the hatred felt by the early and medieval Christian toward his pagan brother and dangerous rival. We hate, but what we fear. The Christian thaumaturgist, once having broken all association with the mysteries of the temples and with these schools so renowned for magic, described by St. Hilarion, could certainly expect but little to rival the pagan wonder-workers. No apostle, with the exception perhaps of healing by mesmeric power, has ever equaled Apollonius of Tyana, and the scandal created among the apostles by the miracle-doing Simon Magus is too notorious to be repeated here again. How is it, asks Justin Martyr, in evident dismay, how is it that the talismans of Apollonius, the talismata, have power in certain members of creation? For they prevent, as we see, the fury of the waves, and the violence of the winds, and the attacks of wild beasts. And whilst our Lord's miracles are preserved by tradition alone, those of Apollonius are most numerous, and actually manifested in present facts, so as to lead astray all beholders. This perplexed martyr solves the problem by attributing very correctly the efficacy and potency of the charms used by Apollonius to his profound knowledge of the sympathies and antipathies, or repugnances, of nature. Unable to deny the evident superiority of their enemies' powers, the fathers had recourse to the old but ever successful method, that of slander. They honored the Theurgists with the same insinuating calumny that had been resorted to by the Pharisees against Jesus. "Thou hast a demon," the elders of the Jewish synagogue had said to him. "Thou hast the devil," repeated the cunning fathers, with equal truth, addressing the pagan thaumaturgist, and the widely bruited charge, erected later into an article of faith, won the day. But the modern heirs of these ecclesiastical falsifiers, who charge magic, spiritualism, and even magnetism with being produced by a demon, forget or perhaps never read the classics. None of our bigots has ever looked with more scorn on the abuses of magic than did the true initiate of old. No modern or even medieval law could be more severe than that of the Hierophant. True, he had more discrimination, charity, and justice than the Christian clergy. For while banishing the unconscious sorcerer, the person troubled with a demon, from within the sacred precincts of the Adita, the priests, instead of mercilessly burning him, took care of the unfortunate possessed one. Having hospitals expressly for that purpose in the neighborhood of temples, the ancient medium, if obsessed, was taken care of and restored to health. But with one who had, by conscious witchcraft, acquired powers dangerous to his fellow creatures, the priests of old were as severe as justice herself. Any person accidentally guilty of homicide or of any crime, or convicted of witchcraft, was excluded from the Eleusinian mysteries, and so were they from all others. This law, mentioned by all writers on the ancient initiation, speaks for itself. The claim of Augustine, that all the explanations given by the Neoplatonists were invented by themselves, is absurd, for nearly every ceremony in their true and successive order is given by Plato himself, in a more or less covered way. The mysteries are as old as the world, and one well versed in the esoteric mythologies of various nations can trace them back to the days of the ante-Vedic period in India. A condition of the strictest virtue and purity is required from the Vatu, or candidate in India, before he can become an initiate, whether he aims to be a simple fakir, a purohita, public priest, or a sannyasi, a saint of the second degree of initiation, the most holy as the most revered of them all. After having conquered, in the terrible trials preliminary to admittance to the inner temple in the subterranean crypts of his pagoda, the sannyasi passes the rest of his life in the temple, practicing the 84 rules and 10 virtues prescribed to the yogis. No one who has not practiced, during his whole life, the 10 virtues which the divine Manu makes incumbent as a duty, can be initiated into the mysteries of the council, say the Hindu books of initiation. These virtues are resignation, the act of rendering good for evil, temperance, probity, purity, chastity, repression of the physical senses, the knowledge of the Holy Scriptures, that of the superior soul, spirit, worship of truth, abstinence from anger. These virtues must alone direct the life of a true yogi. No unworthy adept ought to defile the ranks of the holy initiates by his presence for 24 hours. The adept becomes guilty after having once broken any one of these vows. Surely the exercise of such virtues is inconsistent with the idea one has of devil worship and lasciviousness of purpose. And now we will try to give a clear insight into one of the chief objects of this work. What we desire to prove is that underlying every ancient popular religion was the same ancient wisdom doctrine, one and identical, professed and practiced by the initiates of every country, who alone were aware of its existence and importance. To ascertain its origin and the precise age in which it was matured is now beyond human possibility. A single glance, however, is enough to assure one that it could not have attained the marvelous perfection in which we find it pictured to us in the relics of the various esoteric systems, except after a succession of ages. A philosophy so profound, a moral code so ennobling, and practical results so conclusive and so uniformly demonstrable is not the growth of a generation or even a single epoch. Fact must have been piled upon fact, deduction upon deduction. Science have begotten science, and myriads of the brightest human intellects have reflected upon the laws of nature before this ancient doctrine had taken concrete shape. The proofs of this identity of fundamental doctrine in the old religions are found in the prevalence of a system of initiation, in the secret sacerdotal castes who had the guardianship of mystical words of power and a public display of a phenomenal control over natural forces, indicating association with praeter-human beings. Every approach to the mysteries of all these nations was guarded with the same jealous care. And in all, the penalty of death was inflicted upon initiates of any degree who divulged the secrets entrusted to them. We have seen that such was the case in the Eleusinian and Bacchic mysteries, among the Chaldean Magi and the Egyptian hierophants, while with the Hindus, from whom they were all derived, the same rule has prevailed from time immemorial. We are left in no doubt upon this point, for the Agrushata Pariksha says explicitly, "Every initiate, to whatever degree he may belong, who reveals the great sacred formula must be put to death." Naturally enough, this same extreme penalty was prescribed in all the multifarious sects and brotherhoods, which at different periods have sprung from the ancient stock. We find it with the early Essenes, Gnostics, theurgic Neoplatonists, and medieval philosophers, and in our day, even the Masons perpetuate the memory of the old obligations in the penalties of throat-cutting, dismemberment, and disemboweling with which the candidate is threatened. As the Masonic master's word is communicated only at low breath, so the selfsame precaution is prescribed in the Chaldean Book of Numbers and the Jewish Merkabah. When initiated, the neophyte was led by an ancient to a secluded spot, and there the latter whispered in his ear the great secret. The Mason swears under the most frightful penalties that he will not communicate the secrets of any degree to a brother of an inferior degree. And the Agrushata Pariksha says, "Any initiate of the third degree who reveals before the prescribed time to the initiates of the second degree the superior truths must be put to death." Again, the Masonic apprentice consents to have his tongue torn out by the roots if he divulge anything to a profane. And in the Hindu books of initiation, the same Agrushata Pariksha, we find that any initiate of the first degree, the lowest, who betrays the secrets of his initiation to members of other castes for whom the science should be a closed book, must have his tongue cut out and suffer other mutilations. As we proceed, we will point out the evidences of this identity of vows, formulas, rites, and doctrines between the ancient faiths. We will also show that not only their memory is still preserved in India, but also that the secret association is still alive and as active as ever. That, after reading what we have to say, it may be inferred that the chief pontiff and hierophants, the Brahmatma, is still accessible to those who know, though perhaps recognized by another name, and that the ramifications of his influence extend throughout the world. But we will now return again to the early Christian period. As though he were not aware that there was any esoteric significance to the exoteric symbols, and that the mysteries themselves were composed of two parts, the lesser et agrae, and the higher ones at Eleusinian, Clemens Alexandrinus, with a rancorous bigotry that one might expect from a renegade Neoplatonist, but is astonished to find in this generally honest and learned father, stigmatized the mysteries as indecent and diabolical. Whatever were the rites enacted among the neophytes before they passed to a higher form of instruction, however misunderstood were the trials of catharsis or purification, during which they were submitted to every kind of probation, and however much the immaterial or physical aspect might have led to calumny, it is but wicked prejudice which can compel a person to say that under this external meaning there was not a far deeper and spiritual significance. It is positively absurd to judge the ancients from our own standpoint of propriety and virtue, and most assuredly it is not for the Church, which now stands accused by all the modern symbologists of having adopted precisely these same emblems in their coarsest aspect, and feels herself powerless to refute the accusations, to throw the stone at those who were her models. When men like Pythagoras, Plato, and Iamblichus, renowned for their severe morality, took part in the mysteries and spoke of them with veneration, it ill behooves our modern critics to judge them so rashly upon their merely external aspects. Iamblichus explains the worst, and his explanation, for an unprejudiced mind, ought to be perfectly plausible. Exhibitions of this kind, he says, in the mysteries were designed to free us from licentious passions by gratifying the sight and at the same time vanquishing all evil thought through the awful sanctity with which these rites were accompanied. The wisest and best men in the pagan world, adds Dr. Warburton, are unanimous in this, that the mysteries were instituted pure and proposed the noblest ends by the worthiest means. In these celebrated rites, although persons of both sexes and all classes were allowed to take a part, and a participation in them was even obligatory, very few indeed attained the higher and final initiation. The gradation of the mysteries is given us by Proclus in the 4th book of his Theology of Plato. The perfective rite telete precedes in order the initiation, moesis, and the initiation, epopteia, or the final apocalypse, revelation. Theon of Smyrna, in Mathematica, also divides the mystic rites into 5 parts, the first of which is the previous purification, for neither are the mysteries communicated to all who are willing to receive them. There are certain persons who are prevented by the voice of the crier, kerix, since it is necessary that such as are not expelled from the mysteries should first be refined by certain purifications, which the reception of the sacred rites succeeds. The third part is denominated epopteia, or reception. And the fourth, which is the end and design of the revelation, is the binding of the head and fixing of the crowns. Whether after this, he, the initiated person, becomes an hierophant or sustains some other part of the sacerdotal office. But the fifth, which is produced from all these, is friendship and interior communion with God. And this was the last and most awful of all the mysteries. There are writers who have often wondered at the meaning of this claim to a friendship and interior communion with God. Christian authors have denied the pretensions of the pagans to such communion, affirming that only Christian saints were and are capable of enjoying it. Materialistic skeptics have altogether scoffed at the idea of both. After long ages of religious materialism and spiritual stagnation, it has most certainly become difficult, if not altogether impossible, to substantiate the claims of either party. The old Greeks, who had once crowded around the Agora of Athens, with its altar to the unknown God, are no more, and their descendants firmly believe that they have found the unknown in the Jewish Jehovah. The divine ecstasies of the early Christians have made room for visions of a more modern character, in perfect keeping with progress and civilization. The Son of Man, appearing to the rapt vision of the ancient Christian as coming from the seventh heaven in a cloud of glory and surrounded with angels and winged seraphim, has made room for a more prosaic and at the same time more businesslike Jesus. The latter is now shown as making morning calls upon Mary and Martha in Bethany, as seating himself on the ottoman with the younger sister, a lover of ethics, while Martha goes off to the kitchen to cook. Anon, the heated fancy of a blasphemous Brooklyn preacher and harlequin, the Reverend Dr. Talmage, makes us see her rushing back, with besweated brow, a pitcher in one hand and the tongs in the other, into the presence of Christ, and blowing him up for not caring that her sister hath left her to serve alone. From the birth of the solemn and majestic conception of the unrevealed deity of the ancient adepts to such caricatured descriptions of him who died on the cross for his philanthropic devotion to humanity, long centuries have intervened, and their heavy tread seems to have almost entirely obliterated all sense of a spiritual religion from the hearts of his professed followers. No wonder, then, that the sentence of Proclus is no longer understood by the Christians, and is rejected as a vaglary by the materialists, who, in their negation, are less blasphemous and atheistical than many of the reverends and members of the churches. But although the Greek epoptai are no more, we have now, in our own age, a people far more ancient than the oldest Hellenes, who practice the so-called preterhuman gifts to the same extent as did their ancestors far earlier than the days of Troy. It is to this people that we draw the attention of the psychologist and philosopher. One need not go very deep into the literature of the Orientalists to become convinced that in most cases they do not even suspect that in the arcane philosophy of India there are depths which they have not sounded and cannot sound, for they pass on without perceiving them. There is a pervading tone of conscious superiority, a ring of contempt in the treatment of Hindu metaphysics, as though the European mind is alone enlightened enough to polish the rough diamond of the old Sanskrit writers and separate right from wrong for the benefit of their descendants. We see them disputing over the external forms of expression without a conception of the great vital truths these hide from the profane view. As a rule, the Brahmins, says Jacoliot, rarely go beyond the class of grihesta, priests of the vulgar castes, and purahita, exercisers, divines, prophets, and evocators of spirits, and yet we shall see, once that we have touched upon the question and study of manifestations and phenomena, that these initiates of the first degree, the lowest, attribute to themselves, and in appearance possess faculties, developed to a degree which has never been equaled in Europe. As to the initiates of the second, and especially of the third category, they pretend to be enabled to ignore time, space, and to command life and death. Such initiates as these, M. Jacoliot did not meet, for, as he says himself, they only appear on the most solemn occasions, and when the faith of the multitudes has to be strengthened by phenomena of a superior order. They are never seen, either in the neighborhood of, or even inside the temples, except at the grand quinquennial festival of the fire. On that occasion, they appear about the middle of the night, on a platform erected in the center of the sacred lake, like so many phantoms, and by their conjurations they illumine the space. A fiery column of light ascends from around them, rushing from earth to heaven. Unfamiliar sounds vibrate through the air, and 500,000 or 600,000 Hindus, gathered from every part of India to contemplate these demigods, throw themselves with their faces buried in the dust, invoking the souls of their ancestors. Let any impartial person read the Spiritisme dans le monde, and he cannot believe that this implacable rationalist, as Jacoliot takes pride in terming himself, said one word more than is warranted by what he had seen. His statements support and are corroborated by those of other skeptics. As a rule, the missionaries, even after passing half a lifetime in the country of devil worship, as they call India, either disingenuously deny altogether what they cannot help knowing to be true, or ridiculously attribute phenomena to this power of the devil that outrival the miracles of the apostolic ages. And what do we see this French author, notwithstanding his incorrigible rationalism, forced to admit after having narrated the greatest wonders? Watch the fakirs as he would, he is compelled to bear the strongest testimony to their perfect honesty in the matter of their miraculous phenomena. Never, he says, have we succeeded in detecting a single one in the act of deceit. One fact should be noted by all who, without having been in India, still fancy they are clever enough to expose the fraud of pretended magicians. This skilled and cool observer, this redoubtable materialist, after his long sojourn in India, affirms, "We unhesitatingly avow that we have not met, either in India or in Ceylon, a single European, even among the oldest residents, who has been able to indicate the means employed by these devotees for the production of these phenomena." And how should they? Does not this zealous Orientalist confess to us that even he, who had every available means at hand to learn many of their rites and doctrines at first hand, failed in his attempts to make the Brahmins explain to him their secrets? All that our most diligent inquiries of the Purohitas could elicit from them respecting the acts of their superiors, the invisible initiates of the temples, amounts to very little. And again, speaking of one of the books, he confesses that, while purporting to reveal all that is desirable to know, it falls back into mysterious formulas, in combinations of magical and occult letters, the secret of which it has been impossible for us to penetrate, etc. The fakirs, although they can never reach beyond the first degree of initiation, are, notwithstanding, the only agents between the living world and the silent brothers, or those initiates who never cross the thresholds of their sacred dwellings. The Fukara yogis belong to the temples, and who knows but these Cenobites of the sanctuary have far more to do with the psychological phenomena which attend the fakirs, and have been so graphically described by Jacoliot than the Pytrists themselves. Who can tell but that the fluidic specter of the ancient Brahman seen by Jacoliot was the Sinleka, the spiritual double of one of these mysterious sannyasi? Although the story has been translated and commented upon by Professor Purdy of Geneva, still we will venture to give it in Jacoliot's own words. A moment after the disappearance of the hands, the fakir continuing his evocations, mantras, more earnestly than ever, a cloud like the first, but more opalescent and more opaque, began to hover near the small brazier, which, by request of the Hindu, I had constantly fed with live coals. Little by little, it assumed a form, entire human, and I distinguished the specter, for I cannot call it otherwise, of an old Brahmin sacrificator, kneeling near the little brazier. He bore on his forehead the signs sacred to Vishnu, and around his body the triple cord, sign of the initiates of the priestly caste. He joined his hands above his head, as during the sacrifices, and his lips moved as if they were reciting prayers. At a given moment, he took a pinch of perfumed powder and threw it upon the coals. It must have been a strong compound, for a thick smoke arose on the instant and filled the two chambers. When it was dissipated, I perceived the spectre, which, 2 steps from me, was extending to me its fleshless hand. I took it in mine, making a salutation, and I was astonished to find it, although bony and hard, warm and living. "Art thou, indeed," said I at this moment, in a loud voice, "an ancient inhabitant of the earth?" I had not finished the question when the word "am," yes, appeared, and then disappeared, in letters of fire, on the breast of the old Brahman, with an effect much like that which the word would produce if written in the dark with a stick of phosphorus. "Will you leave me nothing in token of your visit?" I continued. The spirit broke the triple cord, composed of 3 strands of cotton, which begirt his loins, gave it to me, and vanished at my feet. O Brahma, what is this mystery which takes place every night? When lying on the matting, with eyes closed, the body is lost sight of, and the soul escapes to enter into conversation with the Pitris. Watch over it, O Brahma, when, forsaking the resting body, it goes away to hover over the waters, to wander in the immensity of heaven, and penetrate into the dark and mysterious nooks of the valleys and grand forests of the Himavat. Agro Ushada Parikshai, he. The fakirs, when belonging to some particular temple, never act but under orders. Not one of them, unless he has reached a degree of extraordinary sanctity, is freed from the influence and guidance of his guru, his teacher, who first initiated and instructed him in the mysteries of the occult sciences. Like the subject of the European mesmerizer, the average fakir can never rid himself entirely of the psychological influence exercised on him by his guru. Having passed 2 or 3 hours in the silence and solitude of the inner temple in prayer and meditation, the fakir, when he emerges thence, is mesmerically strengthened and prepared. He produces wonders far more varied and powerful than before he entered. The master has laid his hands upon him, and the fakir feels strong. It may be shown, on the authority of many Brahmanical and Buddhist sacred books, that there has ever existed a great difference between adepts of the higher order and purely psychological subjects. Like many of these fakirs, who are mediums in a certain qualified sense. True, the fakir is ever talking of Pitris, and this is natural, for they are his protecting deities. But are the Pitris disembodied human beings of our race? This is the question, and we will discuss it in a moment. We say that the fakir may be regarded in a degree as a medium, for he is, what is not generally known, under the direct mesmeric influence of a living adept, his sannyasi or guru. When the latter dies, the power of the former, unless he has received the last transfer of spiritual forces, wanes and often even disappears. Why, if it were otherwise, should the fakirs have been excluded from the right of advancing to the 2nd and 3rd degree? The lives of many of them exemplify a degree of self-sacrifice and sanctity, unknown and utterly incomprehensible to Europeans who shudder at the bare thought of such self-inflicted tortures. But however shielded from control by vulgar and earthbound spirits, however wide the chasm between a debasing influence and their self-controlled souls, and however well protected by the 7-knotted magical bamboo rod which he receives from the guru, still the fakir lives in the outer world of sin and matter, and it is possible that his soul may be tainted, perchance, by the magnetic emanations from profane objects and persons, and thereby open an access to strange spirits and gods. to admit one so situated, one not under any and all circumstances sure of the mastery over himself, to a knowledge of the awful mysteries and priceless secrets of initiation, would be impracticable. It would not only imperil the security of that which must, at all hazards, be guarded from profanation, but it would be consenting to admit behind the veil a fellow being whose mediumistic irresponsibility might at any moment cause him to lose his life through an involuntary indiscretion. The same law which prevailed in the Eleusinian mysteries before our era holds good now in India. Not only must the adept have mastery over himself, but he must be able to control the inferior grades of spiritual beings, nature spirits, and earthbound souls, in short, the very ones by whom, if by any, the fakir is liable to be affected. For the objector to affirm that the Brahman adepts and the fakirs admit that, of themselves, they are powerless, and can only act with the help of disembodied human spirits, is to state that these Hindus are unacquainted with the laws of their sacred books and even the meaning of the word Pitris. The laws of Manu, the Atharva Veda, and other books prove what we now say. All that exists, says the Atharva Veda, is in the power of the gods. The gods are under the power of magical conjurations. The magical conjurations are under the control of the Brahmans. Hence, the gods are in the power of the Brahmans. This is logical, albeit seemingly paradoxical, and it is the fact. And this fact will explain to those who have not hitherto had the clue, among whom Jacoliot must be numbered, as will appear on reading his works, why the fakir should be confined to the first or lowest degree of that course of initiation, whose highest adepts or hierophants are the sannyasis, or members of the ancient Supreme Council of 70. Moreover, in Book 1 of the Hindu Genesis, or Book of Creation of Manu, the Pitris are called the lunar ancestors of the human race. They belong to a race of beings different from ourselves, and cannot properly be called human spirits in the sense in which the spiritualists use this term. This is what is said of them. Then they, the gods, created the Jakshas, the Rakshasas, the Pisachas, the Gandharvas, and the Apsaras, and the Asuras, the Nagas, the Sarpas, and the Suparnas, and the Pitris, lunar ancestors of the human race. See Institutes of Manu, Book 1, Sloka 37, where the Pitris are termed progenitors of mankind. The Pitris are a distinct race of spirits belonging to the mythological hierarchy, or rather to the Kabbalistical nomenclature, and must be included with the good genii, the daemons of the Greeks, or the inferior gods of the invisible world. And when a fakir attributes his phenomena to the Pitris, he means only what the ancient philosophers and theurgists meant when they maintained that all the miracles were obtained through the intervention of the gods, or the good and bad demons, who control the powers of nature, the elementals, who are subordinate to the power of him who knows. A ghost or human phantom would be termed by a fakir palit, or chutna, as that of a female human spirit Pichalpai, not Pitris. True, Pitara means plural, fathers, ancestors, and Pitra-I is a kinsman. But these words are used in quite a different sense from that of the Pitris invoked in the mantras. To maintain before a devout Brahmin or a fakir that anyone can converse with the spirits of the dead would be to shock him with what would appear to him blasphemy. Does not the concluding verse of the Bhagavat state that this supreme felicity is alone reserved to the holy sannyasis, the gurus, and yogis? Long before they finally rid themselves of their mortal envelopes, the souls who have practiced only good, such as those of the sannyasis and the vanaprasthas, acquire the faculty of conversing with the souls which preceded them to the Swarga. In this case, the Pitris, instead of genii, are the spirits, or rather souls, of the departed ones. But they will freely communicate only with those whose atmosphere is as pure as their own, and to whose prayerful kalasa, invocation, they can respond without the risk of defiling their own celestial purity. When the soul of the invocator has reached the Sayadyam, or perfect identity of essence with the universal soul, when matter is utterly conquered, then the adept can freely enter into daily and hourly communion with those who, though unburdened with their corporeal forms, are still themselves progressing through the endless series of transformations included in the gradual approach to the Paramatma, or the grand universal soul. Bearing in mind that the Christian fathers have always claimed for themselves and their saints the name of friends of God, and knowing that they borrowed this expression, with many others, from the technology of the pagan temples, it is but natural to expect them to show an evil temper whenever alluding to these rites. Ignorant as a rule, and having had biographers as ignorant as themselves, we could not well expect them to find in the accounts of their beatific visions a descriptive beauty, such as we find in the pagan classics. Whether the visions and objective phenomena claimed by both the fathers of the desert and the hierophants of the sanctuary are to be discredited or accepted as facts, the splendid imagery employed by Proclus and Apuleius in narrating the small portion of the final initiation that they dared reveal throws completely into the shade the plagiaristic tales of the Christian ascetics, faithful copies though they were intended to be. The story of the temptation of St. Anthony in the desert by the female demon is a parody upon the preliminary trials of the neophyte during the Mikra, or minor mysteries of Agre, those rites at the thought of which Clemens railed so bitterly, and which represented the bereaved Demeter in search of her child and her good-natured hostess Baubo. Without entering again into a demonstration that in Christian, and especially Irish Roman Catholic, churches the same apparently indecent customs as the above prevailed until the end of the last century, we will recur to the untiring labors of that honest and brave defender of the ancient faith, Thomas Taylor, and his works. However much dogmatic Greek scholarship may have found to say against his mistranslations, his memory must be dear to every true Platonist who seeks rather to learn the inner thought of the great philosopher than enjoy the mere external mechanism of his writings. Better classical translators may have rendered us, in more correct phraseology, Plato's words, but Taylor shows us Plato's meaning, and this is more than can be said of Zeller, Jowett, and their predecessors. Yet, as writes Professor A. Wilder, Taylor's works have met with favor at the hands of men capable of profound and recondite thinking, and it must be conceded that he was endowed with a superior qualification, that of an intuitive perception of the interior meaning of the subjects which he considered. Others may have known more Greek, but he knew more Plato. Taylor devoted his whole useful life to the search after such old manuscripts as would enable him to have his own speculations concerning several obscure rites in the mysteries, corroborated by writers who had been initiated themselves. It is with full confidence in the assertions of various classical writers that we say that ridiculous, perhaps licentious in some cases, as may appear ancient worship to the modern critic, it ought not to have so appeared to the Christians. During the medieval ages, and even later, they accepted pretty nearly the same, without understanding the secret import of its rites, and quite satisfied with the obscure and rather fantastic interpretations of their clergy, who accepted the exterior form and distorted the inner meaning. We are ready to concede, in full justice, that centuries have passed since the great majority of the Christian clergy, who are not allowed to pry into God's mysteries, nor seek to explain that which the Church has once accepted and established, have had the remotest idea of their symbolism, whether in its exoteric or esoteric meaning. Not so with the head of the Church and its highest dignitaries. And if we fully agree with Inman that it is difficult to believe that the ecclesiastics who sanctioned the publication of such prints could have been as ignorant as modern ritualists, we are not at all prepared to believe with the same author that the latter, if they knew the real meaning of the symbols commonly used by the Roman Church, would not have adopted them. To eliminate what is plainly derived from the sex and nature worship of the ancient heathens would be equivalent to pulling down the whole Roman Catholic image worship, the Madonna element, and reforming the faith to Protestantism. The enforcement of the late dogma of the Immaculation was prompted by this very secret reason. The science of symbology was making too rapid progress. Blind faith in the Pope's infallibility and in the immaculate nature of the Virgin and of her ancestral female lineage to a certain remove could alone save the Church from the indiscreet revelations of science. It was a clever stroke of policy on the part of the vicegerent of God. What matters it if, by conferring upon her such an honor, as Don Pascal de Francisis naively expresses it, he has made a goddess of the Virgin Mary, an Olympian deity who, having been by her very nature placed in the impossibility of sinning, can claim no virtue, no personal merit for her purity, precisely for which, as we were taught to believe in our younger days, she was chosen among all other women. If His Holiness has deprived her of this, perhaps on the other hand, he thinks that he has endowed her with at least one physical attribute not shared by the other virgin goddesses. But even this new dogma, which in company with the new claim to infallibility has quasi-revolutionized the Christian world, is not original with the Church of Rome. It is but a return to a hardly remembered heresy of the early Christian ages, that of the Collyridians, so called from their sacrificing cakes to the Virgin, whom they claimed to be virgin-born. The new sentence, O Virgin Mary, conceived without sin, is simply a tardy acceptance of that which was at first deemed a blasphemous heresy by the Orthodox Fathers. To think for one moment that any of the popes, cardinals, or other high dignitaries were not aware, from the first to the last, of the external meanings of their symbols, is to do injustice to their great learning and their spirit of Machiavellism. It is to forget that the emissaries of Rome will never be stopped by any difficulty which can be skirted by the employment of Jesuitical artifice. The policy of complaisant conformity was never carried to greater lengths than by the missionaries in Ceylon, who, according to the Abbé Dubois, certainly a learned and competent authority, conducted the images of the Virgin and Savior on triumphal cars, imitated from the orgies of Juggernaut, and introduced the dancers from the Brahminical rites into the ceremonial of the Church. Let us at least thank these black-frocked politicians for their consistency in employing the car of Juggernaut, upon which the wicked heathen convey the lingam of Siva. To have used this car to carry in its turn the Romish representative of the female principle in nature is to show discrimination and a thorough knowledge of the oldest mythological conceptions. They have blended the two deities, and thus represented in a Christian procession the heathen Brahma, or Nara, the father, Nari, the mother, and Viraj, the son. Says Manu, the sovereign master who exists through himself divides his body into two halves, male and female, and from the union of these two principles is born Viraj, the sun. There was not a Christian father who could have been ignorant of these symbols in their physical meaning, for it is in this latter aspect that they were abandoned to the ignorant rabble. Moreover, they all had as good reasons to suspect the occult symbolism contained in these images, although as none of them, Paul excepted perhaps, had been initiated, they could know nothing whatever about the nature of the final rites. Any person revealing these mysteries was put to death, regardless of sex, nationality, or creed. A Christian father would no more be proof against an accident than a pagan mista or the mistes. If during the aporeta, or preliminary arcanes, there were some practices which might have shocked the pudicity of a Christian convert, though we doubt the sincerity of such statements, their mystical symbolism was all sufficient to relieve the performance of any charge of licentiousness. Even the episode of the matron Baubo, whose rather eccentric method of consolation was immortalized in the minor mysteries, is explained by impartial mystagogues quite naturally. Ceres Demeter and her earthly wanderings in search of her daughter are the euhemerized descriptions of one of the most metaphysico-psychological subjects ever treated of by human mind. It is a mask for the transcendent narrative of the initiated seers, the celestial vision of the freed soul of the initiate of the last hour, describing the process by which the soul that has not yet been incarnated descends for the first time into matter. Blessed is he who hath seen those common concerns of the underworld. He knows both the end of life and its divine origin from Jupiter, says Pindar. Taylor shows, on the authority of more than one initiate, that the dramatic performances of the lesser mysteries were designed by their founders to signify occultly the condition of the unpurified soul invested with an earthly body and enveloped in a material and physical nature. That the soul, indeed, till purified by philosophy, suffers death through its union with the body. The body is the sepulchre, the prison of the soul, and many Christian fathers held with Plato that the soul is punished through its union with the body. Such is the fundamental doctrine of the Buddhists and of many Brahmanists too. When Plotinus remarks that when the soul has descended into generation from its half-divine condition, she partakes of evil and is carried a great way into a state the opposite of her first purity and integrity, to be entirely merged, in which is nothing more than to fall into dark mire. He only repeats the teachings of Gautama Buddha. If we have to believe the ancient initiates at all, we must accept their interpretation of the symbols. And if, moreover, we find them perfectly coinciding with the teachings of the greatest philosophers, and that which we know symbolizes the same meaning in the modern mysteries in the East, we must believe them to be right. If Demeter was considered the intellectual soul, or rather, the astral soul, half emanation from the spirit, and half tainted with matter, through a succession of spiritual evolutions, we may readily understand what is meant by the matron Baubo, the enchantress, who before she succeeds in reconciling the soul, Demeter, to its new position, finds herself obliged to assume the sexual forms of an infant. Baubo is matter, the physical body, and the intellectual, as yet pure astral soul, can be ensnared into its new terrestrial prison, but by the display of innocent babyhood. Until then, doomed to her fate, Demeter, or Magna Mater the soul, wonders and hesitates and suffers. But once having partaken of the magic potion prepared by Baubo, she forgets her sorrows. For a certain time, she parts with that consciousness of higher intellect that she was possessed of before entering the body of a child. Thenceforth, she must seek to rejoin it again, and when the age of reason arrives for the child, the struggle, forgotten for a few years of infancy, begins again. the astral soul is placed between matter, body, and the highest intellect, its immortal spirit, or now. Which of those two will conquer? The result of the battle of life lies between the triad. It is a question of a few years of physical enjoyment on earth, and, if it has begotten abuse, of the dissolution of the earthly body being followed by death of the astral body, which thus is prevented from being united with the highest spirit of the triad, which alone confers on us individual immortality, or, on the other hand, of becoming immortal miste, initiated before death of the body into the divine truths of the afterlife, demigods below and gods above. Such was the chief object of the mysteries represented as diabolical by theology and ridiculed by modern symbologists, to disbelieve that there exist in man certain arcane powers, which, by psychological study, he can develop in himself to the highest degree, become an hierophant, and then impart to others under the same conditions of earthly discipline, is to cast an imputation of falsehood and lunacy upon a number of the best, purest, and most learned men of antiquity and of the Middle Ages. What the hierophant was allowed to see at the last hour is hardly hinted at by them, and yet Pythagoras, Plato, Plotinus, Iamblichus, Proclus, and many others knew and affirmed their reality. Whether in the inner temple, or through the study of theurgy carried on privately, or by the sole exertion of a whole life of spiritual labor, they all obtained the practical proof of such divine possibilities for man fighting his battle with life on earth to win a life in the eternity. What the last epopteia was is alluded to by Plato in Phaedrus 64. Being initiated in those mysteries, which it is lawful to call the most blessed of all mysteries, we were freed from the molestations of evils which otherwise await us in a future period of time. Likewise, in consequence of this divine initiation, we became spectators of entire simple, immovable, and blessed visions, resident in a pure light. This sentence shows that they saw visions, gods, spirits. As Taylor correctly observes, from all such passages in the works of the initiates it may be inferred that the most sublime part of the epopteia consisted in beholding the gods themselves invested with a resplendent light, or the highest planetary spirits. The statement of Proclus upon this subject is unequivocal. In all the initiations and mysteries, the gods exhibit many forms of themselves and appear in a variety of shapes, and sometimes, indeed, a formless light of themselves is held forth to the view. Sometimes this light is according to a human form, and sometimes it proceeds into a different shape. Whatever is on earth is the resemblance and shadow of something that is in the sphere, while that resplendent thing, the prototype of the soul spirit, remaineth in unchangeable condition. It is well also with its shadow. But when the resplendent one removeth far from its shadow, life removeth from the latter to a distance, and yet that very light is the shadow of something still more resplendent than itself. Thus speaks Desatir, the Persian book of Shet, thereby showing its identity of esoteric doctrines with those of the Greek philosophers. The second statement of Plato confirms our belief that the mysteries of the ancients were identical with the initiations, as practiced now among the Buddhists and the Hindu adepts. The highest visions, the most truthful, are produced not through natural ecstatics or mediums, as it is sometimes erroneously asserted, but through a regular discipline of gradual initiations and development of psychical powers. The Mystae were brought into close union with those whom Proclus calls mystical natures, resplendent gods, because, as Plato says, we were ourselves pure and immaculate being liberated from this surrounding vestment, which we denominate body, and to which we are now bound, like an oyster to its shell. So the doctrine of planetary and terrestrial Pitris was revealed entirely in ancient India, as well as now only at the last moment of initiation, and to the adepts of superior degrees. Many are the fakirs who, though pure and honest and self-devoted, have yet never seen the astral form of a purely human pitar, an ancestor or father, otherwise than at the solemn moment of their first and last initiation. It is in the presence of his instructor, the Guru, and just before the Vatu Fakir is dispatched into the world of the living, with his 7-knotted bamboo wand for all protection, that he is suddenly placed face to face with the unknown presence. He sees it and falls prostrate at the feet of the evanescent form, but is not entrusted with the great secret of its evocation, for it is the supreme mystery of the holy syllable. The AUM contains the evocation of the Vedic triad, the Trimurti Brahma, Vishnu, Siva, say the Orientalists. It contains the evocation of something more real and objective than this triune abstraction, we say, respectfully contradicting the eminent scientists. It is the Trinity of man himself, on his way to become immortal through the solemn union of his inner triune self, the exterior, gross body, the husk, not even being taken in consideration in this human Trinity. It is when this Trinity, in anticipation of the final triumphant reunion beyond the gates of corporeal death, became for a few seconds a unity, that the candidate is allowed, at the moment of the initiation, to behold his future self. Thus we read in the Persian Desatir of the Resplendent One, in the Greek philosopher Initiates of the Alcides, the self-shining blessed vision, resident in the pure light. In Porphyry, that Plotinus was united to his God 6 times during his lifetime, and so on. In ancient India, the mystery of the triad, known but to the initiates, could not, under the penalty of death, be revealed to the vulgar, says Vrihaspati. Neither could it in the ancient Grecian and Samothracian mysteries, nor can it be now. It is in the hands of the adepts, and must remain a mystery to the world, so long as the materialistic savant regards it as an undemonstrated fallacy, an insane hallucination, and the dogmatic theologian a snare of the evil one. Subjective communication with the human godlike spirits of those who have preceded us to the silent land of bliss is in India divided into 3 categories. Under the spiritual training of a guru or sannyasi, the Vatu, disciple or neophyte, begins to feel them. Were he not under the immediate guidance of an adept, he would be controlled by the invisibles and utterly at their mercy, for among these subjective influences, he is unable to discern the good from the bad. Happy the sensitive who is sure of the purity of his spiritual atmosphere. To this subjective consciousness, which is the first degree, is, after a time, added that of clairaudience. This is the second degree or stage of development. The sensitive, when not naturally made so by psychological training, now audibly hears, but is still unable to discern, and is incapable of verifying his impressions, and one who is unprotected, the tricky powers of the air, but too often delude with semblances of voices and speech. But the Guru's influence is there. It is the most powerful shield against the intrusion of the Bhutna into the atmosphere of the Vatu, consecrated to the pure, human, and celestial Pitris. The third degree is that when the fakir or any other candidate both feels, hears, and sees, and when he can at will produce the reflections of the Pitris on the mirror of astral light. All depends upon his psychological and mesmeric powers, which are always proportionate to the intensity of his will. But the fakir will never control the akasa, the spiritual life principle, the omnipotent agent of every phenomenon, in the same degree as an adept of the third and highest initiation. And the phenomena produced by the will of the latter do not generally run the marketplaces for the satisfaction of open-mouthed investigators. The unity of God, the immortality of the Spirit, belief in salvation only through our works, merit and demerit. Such are the principal articles of faith of the wisdom religion, and the groundwork of Vedaism, Buddhism, Parsism, and such, we find to have been even that of the ancient Osirism. When we, after abandoning the popular sun god to the materialism of the rabble, confine our attention to the books of Hermes, the thrice great. The thought concealed as yet, the world in silence and darkness. Then the Lord who exists through himself, and who is not to be divulged to the external senses of man, dissipated darkness and manifested the perceptible world. He that can be perceived only by the Spirit, that escapes the organs of sense, who is without visible parts, eternal, the soul of all beings, that none can comprehend, displayed his own splendor. Manu, Book 1, Slokas 6-7. Such is the ideal of the Supreme in the mind of every Hindu philosopher. Of all the duties, the principal one is to acquire the knowledge of the Supreme Soul, the Spirit. It is the first of all sciences, for it alone confers on man immortality. Manu, Book 12, Sloka 85. And our scientists talk of the nirvana of Buddha and the moksha of Brahma as of a complete annihilation. It is thus that the following verse is interpreted by some materialists. The man who recognizes the Supreme Soul in his own soul as well as in that of all creatures, and who is equally just to all, whether man or animals, obtains the happiest of all fates, that to be finally absorbed in the bosom of Brahma. Manu, Book 12, Sloka 125. The doctrine of the moksha and the nirvana, as understood by the school of Max Muller, can never bear confronting with numerous texts that can be found, if required, as a final refutation. There are sculptures in many pagodas which contradict, point blank, the imputation. Ask a Brahmin to explain moksha. Address yourself to an educated Buddhist and pray him to define for you the meaning of nirvana. Both will answer you that in every one of these religions nirvana represents the dogma of the spirit's immortality. That to reach the nirvana means absorption into the great universal soul, the latter representing a state, not an individual being or an anthropomorphic God, as some understand the great existence. That a spirit reaching such a state becomes a part of the integral whole, but never loses its individuality for all that. Henceforth, the spirit lives spiritually, without any fear of further modifications of form, for form pertains to matter, and the state of nirvana implies a complete purification or a final riddance from even the most sublimated particle of matter. This word, absorbed, when it is proved that the Hindus and Buddhists believe in the immortality of the spirit, must necessarily mean intimate union, not annihilation. Let Christians call them idolaters, if they still dare do so, in the face of science and the latest translations of the sacred Sanskrit books. They have no right to present the speculative philosophy of ancient sages as an inconsistency, and the philosophers themselves as illogical fools. With far better reason, we can accuse the ancient Jews of utter nihilism. There is not a word contained in the books of Moses, or the prophets either, which, taken literally, implies the spirit's immortality. Yet every devout Jew hopes as well to be gathered into the bosom of Abraham. The Hierophants and some Brahmins are accused of having administered to their epoptai strong drinks or anesthetics to produce visions which shall be taken by the latter as realities. They did and do use sacred beverages which, like the soma drink, possess the faculty of freeing the astral form from the bonds of matter. But in those visions, there is as little to be attributed to hallucination as in the glimpses which the scientist, by the help of his optical instrument, gets into the microscopic world. A man cannot perceive, touch, and converse with pure spirit through any of his bodily senses. Only spirit alone can talk to and see spirit. And even our astral soul, the doppelganger, is too gross, too much tainted, yet with earthly matter, to trust entirely to its perceptions and insinuations. How dangerous may often become untrained mediumship, and how thoroughly it was understood and provided against by the ancient sages, is perfectly exemplified in the case of Socrates. The old Grecian philosopher was a medium, hence he had never been initiated into the mysteries, for such was the rigorous law, but he had his familiar spirit, as they call it, his daemonian, and this invisible counselor became the cause of his death. It is generally believed that if he was not initiated into the mysteries, it was because he himself neglected to become so. But the secret records teach us that it was because he could not be admitted to participate in the sacred rites, and precisely, as we state, on account of his mediumship. There was a law against the admission not only of such as were convicted of deliberate witchcraft, but even of those who were known to have a familiar spirit. The law was just and logical, because a genuine medium is more or less irresponsible, and the eccentricities of Socrates are thus accounted for in some degree. A medium must be passive, and if a firm believer in his spirit guide, he will allow himself to be ruled by the latter, not by the rules of the sanctuary. A medium of olden times, like the modern medium, was subject to be entranced at the will and pleasure of the power which controlled him. Therefore, he could not well have been entrusted with the awful secrets of the final initiation, never to be revealed under the penalty of death. The old sage, in unguarded moments of spiritual inspiration, revealed that which he had never learned, and was therefore put to death as an atheist. How then, with such an instance as that of Socrates, in relation to the visions and spiritual wonders at the apoptai of the inner temple, can anyone assert that these seers, theurgists, and thaumaturgists were all spirit mediums? Neither Pythagoras, Plato, nor any of the later more important Neoplatonists, neither Iamblichus, Longinus, Proclus, nor Apollonius of Tyana were ever mediums, for in such case they would not have been admitted to the mysteries at all. As Taylor proves, this assertion of divine visions in the mysteries is clearly confirmed by Plotinus, and in short, that magical evocation formed a part of the sacerdotal office in them, and that this was universally believed by all antiquity long before the era of the later Platonists, shows that apart from natural mediumship, there has existed from the beginning of time a mysterious science, discussed by many, but known only to a few. The use of it is a longing toward our only true and real home, the afterlife, and a desire to cling more closely to our parent spirit. Abuse of it is sorcery, witchcraft, black magic. Between the two is placed natural mediumship, a soul clothed with imperfect matter, a ready agent for either the one or the other, and utterly dependent on its surroundings of life, constitutional heredity, physical as well as mental, and on the nature of the spirits it attracts around itself. A blessing or a curse, as fate will have it, unless the medium is purified of earthly dross. The reason why in every age so little has been generally known of the mysteries of initiation is twofold. The first has already been explained by more than one author, and lies in the terrible penalty following the least indiscretion. The second is the superhuman difficulties and even dangers which the daring candidate of old had to encounter and either conquer or die in the attempt, when, what is still worse, he did not lose his reason. There was no real danger to him, whose mind had become thoroughly spiritualized and so prepared for every terrific sight. He who fully recognized the power of his immortal spirit and never doubted for one moment its omnipotent protection had naught to fear. But woe to the candidate in whom the slightest physical fear, sickly child of matter, made him lose sight and faith in his own invulnerability. He who was not wholly confident of his moral fitness to accept the burden of these tremendous secrets was doomed. The Talmud gives the story of the 4 Tanaim, who are made, in allegorical terms, to enter into the garden of delights, i.e., to be initiated into the occult and final science. According to the teaching of our holy masters, the names of the 4 who entered the garden of delight are Ben Asai, Ben Zoma, Acher, and Rabbi Akiba. Ben Asai looked and lost his sight. Ben Zoma looked and lost his reason. Acher made depredations in the plantation, mixed up the whole, and failed. But Akiba, who had entered in peace, came out of it in peace, for the saint whose name be blessed had said, "This old man is worthy of serving us with glory." The learned commentators of the Talmud, the rabbis of the synagogue, explain that the garden of delight, in which those 4 personages are made to enter, is but that mysterious science, the most terrible of sciences for weak intellects, which it leads directly to insanity, says A. Frank in his Kabbalah. It is not the pure at heart, and he who studies but with a view to perfecting himself, and so more easily acquiring the promised immortality, who need have any fear, but rather he who makes of the science of sciences a sinful pretext for worldly motives, who should tremble. The latter will never withstand the Kabbalistic evocations of the supreme initiation. The licentious performances of the Thousand and one early Christian sects may be criticized by partial commentators, as well as the Ancient, Eleusinian, and Otherites. But why should they incur the blame of the theologians, the Christians, when their own mysteries of the divine incarnation with Joseph, Mary, and the angel, in a sacred trilogue, used to be enacted in more than one country, and were famous at one time in Spain and southern France? Later, they fell, like many other, once secret rites, into the hands of the populace. It is but a few years since, during every Christmas week, Punch and Judy boxes, containing the above-named personages, an additional display of the infant Jesus in his manger, were carried about the country in Poland and southern Russia. They were called kaliadovki, a word the correct etymology of which we are unable to give unless it is from the verb kaliadovat, a word that we as willingly abandon to learned philologists. We have seen this show in our days of childhood. We remember the 3 king magi, represented by 3 dolls in powdered wigs and colored tights, and it is from recollecting the simple, profound veneration depicted on the faces of the pious audience that we can the more readily appreciate the honest and just remark by the editor in the introduction to the Eleusinian Mysteries, who says, "It is ignorance which leads to profanation. Men ridicule what they do not properly understand." The undercurrent of this world is set toward one goal, and inside of human credulity, call it human weakness if you please, is a power almost infinite, a holy faith capable of apprehending the supremest truths of all existence. If that abstract sentiment called Christian charity prevailed in the Church, we would be well content to leave all this unsaid. We have no quarrel with Christians whose faith is sincere and whose practice coincides with their profession. But with an arrogant, dogmatic, and dishonest clergy, we have nothing to do except to see the ancient philosophy, antagonized by modern theology in its puny offspring, spiritualism, defended and righted so far as we are able, so that its grandeur and sufficiency may be thoroughly displayed. It is not alone for the esoteric philosophy that we fight, nor for any modern system of moral philosophy, but for the inalienable right of private judgment, and especially for the ennobling idea of a future life of activity and accountability. We eagerly applaud such commentators as Godfrey Higgins, Inman, Payne Knight, King, Dunlap, and Dr. Newton, however much they disagree with our own mystical views, for their diligence is constantly being rewarded by fresh discoveries of the pagan paternity of Christian symbols. But otherwise, all these learned works are useless. Their researches only cover half the ground. Lacking the true key of interpretation, they see the symbols only in a physical aspect. They have no password to cause the gates of mystery to swing open, and ancient spiritual philosophy is to them a closed book. Diametrically opposed though they be to the clergy in their ideas respecting it, in the way of interpretation, they do little more than their opponents for a questioning public. Their labors tend to strengthen materialism, as those of the clergy, especially the Romish clergy, do to cultivate belief in diabolism. If the study of Hermetic philosophy held out no other hope of reward, it would be more than enough to know that by it we may learn with what perfection of justice the world is governed. A sermon upon this text is preached by every page of history. Among all, there is not one that conveys a deeper moral than the case of the Roman Church. The divine law of compensation was never more strikingly exemplified than in the fact that by her own act she has deprived herself of the only possible key to her own religious mysteries. The assumption of Godfrey Higgins that there are two doctrines maintained in the Roman Church, one for the masses and the other, the esoteric, for the perfect, or the initiates, as in the ancient mysteries, appears to us unwarranted and rather fantastic. They have lost the key, we repeat, otherwise no terrestrial power could have prostrated her, and except a superficial knowledge of the means of producing miracles, her clergy can in no way be compared in their wisdom with the hierophants of old. In burning the works of the theurgists, in prescribing those who affect their study, in affixing the stigma of demonolatry to magic in general, Rome has left her exoteric worship and Bible to be helplessly riddled by every free thinker, her sexual emblems to be identified with coarseness, and her priests to unwittingly turn magicians and even sorcerers in their exorcisms, which are but necromantic evocations. Thus, retribution, by the exquisite adjustment of divine law, is made to overtake this scheme of cruelty, injustice, and bigotry through her own suicidal acts. True philosophy and divine truth are convertible terms. A religion which dreads the light cannot be a religion based on either truth or philosophy. Hence, it must be false. The ancient mysteries were mysteries to the profane only, whom the Hierophant never sought nor would accept as proselytes. To the initiates, the mysteries became explained as soon as the final veil was withdrawn. No mind like that of Pythagoras or Plato would have contented itself with an unfathomable and incomprehensible mystery like that of the Christian dogma. There can be but one truth, for two small truths on the same subject can but constitute one great error. Among thousands of exoteric or popular conflicting religions which have been propagated since the days when the first men were enabled to interchange their ideas, not a nation, not a people, nor the most abject tribe, but after their own fashion has believed in an unseen God, the first cause of unerring and immutable laws, and in the immortality of our spirit. No creed, no false philosophy, no religious exaggerations could ever destroy that feeling. It must, therefore, be based upon an absolute truth. On the other hand, every one of the numberless religions and religious sects views the deity after its own fashion, and, fathering on the unknown, its own speculations, it enforces these purely human outgrowths of overheated imagination on the ignorant masses and calls them revelation. As the dogmas of every religion and sect often differ radically, they cannot be true. And if untrue, what are they? The greatest curse to a nation, remarks Dr. Inman, is not a bad religion, but a form of faith which prevents manly inquiry. I know of no nation of old that was priest-ridden, which did not fall under the swords of those who did not care for hierarchs. The greatest danger is to be feared from those ecclesiastics who wink at vice and encourage it as a means whereby they can gain power over their votaries. So long as every man does to other men as he would that they should do to him, and allows no one to interfere between him and his Maker, all will go well with the world. Chapter 3. King. Let us from point to point this story know. All's well that ends well. Act V, Scene 3. He is the one, self-proceeding, and from him all things proceed, and in them he himself exerts his activity. No mortal beholds him, but he beholds all. Orphic hymn. And Athens, O Athena, is thy own, great goddess here, and on my darkened mind pour thy pure light in measure unconfined. That sacred light, O all-proceeding queen, which beams eternal from thy face, serene. My soul, while wandering on the earth, inspire with thy own blessed and impulsive fire. Proclus, Taylor, to Minerva. Now faith is the substance of things. By faith the harlot Rahab perished, not with them that believed not, when she had received the spies in peace. Hebrews 11:1-31. What doth it profit, my brethren, though a man hath faith, and have not works? Can faith save him? Likewise also was not Rahab the harlot justified by works, when she had received the messengers, and had sent them out another way. James 14:25. Clement describes Basilides, the Gnostic, as a philosopher devoted to the contemplation of divine things. This very appropriate expression may be applied to many of the founders of the more important sects, which later were all engulfed in one, that stupendous compound of unintelligible dogmas enforced by Irenaeus, Tertullian, and others, which is now termed Christianity. If these must be called heresies, then early Christianity itself must be included in the number. Basilides and Valentinus preceded Irenaeus and Tertullian, and the two latter fathers had less facts than the two former Gnostics to show that their heresy was plausible. Neither divine right nor truth brought about the triumph of their Christianity. Fate alone was propitious. We can assert with entire plausibility that there is not one of all these sects, Kabbalism, Judaism, and our present Christianity included, but sprung from the two main branches of that one mother trunk, the once universal religion, which antedated the Vedic ages. We speak of that prehistoric Buddhism, which merged later into Brahmanism. the religion which the primitive teaching of the early few apostles most resembled, a religion preached by Jesus himself, is the elder of these two, Buddhism. The latter, as taught in its primitive purity and carried to perfection by the last of the Buddhas, Gautama, based its moral ethics on three fundamental principles. It alleged that 1. Everything existing exists from natural causes. 2. That virtue brings its own reward, and vice and sin their own punishment. And 3. That the state of man in this world is probationary. We might add that on these three principles rested the universal foundation of every religious creed: God and individual immortality for every man, if he could but win it. However puzzling the subsequent theological tenets, however seemingly incomprehensible the metaphysical abstractions which have convulsed the theology of every one of the great religions of mankind, as soon as it was placed on a sure footing, the above is found to be the essence of every religious philosophy, with the exception of later Christianity. It was that of Zoroaster, of Pythagoras, of Plato, of Jesus, and even of Moses, albeit the teachings of the Jewish lawgiver have been so piously tampered with. We will devote the present chapter mainly to a brief survey of the numerous sects which have recognized themselves as Christians, that is to say, that have believed in a Christos, or an anointed one. We will also endeavor to explain the latter appellation from the Kabbalistic standpoint, and show it reappearing in every religious system. It might be profitable at the same time to see how much the earliest apostles, Paul and Peter, agreed in their preaching of the new dispensation. We will begin with Peter. We must once more return to that greatest of all the patristic frauds, the one which has undeniably helped the Roman Catholic Church to its unmerited supremacy, viz. The barefaced assertion, in the teeth of historical evidence, that Peter suffered martyrdom at Rome. It is but too natural that the Latin clergy should cling to it, for, with the exposure of the fraudulent nature of this pretext, the dogma of apostolic succession must fall to the ground. There have been many able works of Lati in refutation of this preposterous claim. Among others we note Mr. G. Riber's The Christ of Paul, which overthrows it quite ingeniously. The author proves, 1. That there was no church established at Rome until the reign of Antoninus Pius. 2. That as Eusebius and Irenaeus both agree that Linus was the second bishop of Rome, into whose hands the blessed apostles, Peter and Paul, committed the church after building it, it could not have been at any other time than between AD 64 and 68. 3. That this interval of years happens during the reign of Nero. For Eusebius states that Linus held this office 12 years, Ecclesiastical History, Book 3, Chapter 13, entering upon it AD 69, 1 year after the death of Nero, and dying himself in 81. After that, the author maintains, on very solid grounds, that Peter could not be in Rome, AD 64, for he was then in Babylon, wherefrom he wrote his first epistle, the date of which is fixed by Dr. Lardner and other critics at precisely this year. But we believe that his best argument is in proving that it was not in the character of the cowardly Peter to risk himself in such close neighborhood with Nero, who was feeding the wild beasts of the amphitheater with the flesh and bones of Christians at that time. Perhaps the Church of Rome was but consistent in choosing as her titular founder the apostle who thrice denied his master at the moment of danger, and the only one, moreover, except Judas, who provoked Christ in such a way as to be addressed as the enemy. "Get thee behind me, Satan," exclaims Jesus, rebuking the taunting apostle. There is a tradition in the Greek Church which has never found favor at the Vatican. The former traces its origin to one of the Gnostic leaders, Basilides perhaps, who lived under Trajan and Adrian at the end of the 1st and the beginning of the 2nd century. With regard to this particular tradition, if the Gnostic is Basilides, then he must be accepted as a sufficient authority, having claimed to have been a disciple of the Apostle Matthew, and to have had for master Glaucius, a disciple of St. Peter himself. Were the narrative attributed to him authenticated, the London Committee for the Revision of the Bible would have to add a new verse to Matthew, Mark, and John, who tell the story of Peter's denial of Christ. This tradition, then, of which we have been speaking, affirms that, when frightened at the accusation of the servant of the high priest, the apostle had thrice denied his master, and the cock had crowed. Jesus, who was then passing through the hall, in custody of the soldiers, turned, and looking at Peter said, "Verily I say unto thee, Peter, thou shalt deny me throughout the coming ages, and never stop until thou shalt be old, and shalt stretch forth thy hands, and another shall gird thee, and carry thee whither thou wouldst not." The latter part of this sentence, say the Greeks, relates to the Church of Rome, and prophesies her constant apostasy from Christ, under the mask of false religion. Later, it was inserted in the 21st chapter of John, but the whole of this chapter had been pronounced a forgery, even before it was found that this gospel was never written by John the Apostle at all. The anonymous author of Supernatural Religion, a work which in 2 years passed through several editions, and which is alleged to have been written by an eminent theologian, proves conclusively the spuriousness of the 4 Gospels, or at least their complete transformation in the hands of the too zealous Irenaeus and his champions. The 4th Gospel is completely upset by this able author. The extraordinary forgeries of the fathers of the early centuries are plainly demonstrated, and the relative value of the synoptics is discussed with an unprecedented power of logic. The work carries conviction in its every line. From it, we quote the following: "We gain infinitely more than we lose in abandoning belief in the reality of divine revelation, whilst we retain, pure and unimpaired, the treasure of Christian morality. We relinquish nothing but the debasing elements added to it by human superstition. We are no longer bound to believe a theology which outrages reason and moral sense. We are freed from base anthropomorphic views of God and his government of the universe, and from Jewish mythology we rise to higher conceptions of an infinitely wise and beneficent being, hidden from our finite minds, it is true, in the impenetrable glory of divinity, but whose laws of wondrous comprehensiveness and perfection we ever perceive in operation around us." The argument so often employed by theologians, that divine revelation is necessary for man, and that certain views contained in that revelation are required for our moral consciousness, is purely imaginary, and derived from the revelation which it seeks to maintain. The only thing absolutely necessary for man is truth, and to that, and that alone, must our moral consciousness adapt itself. We will consider farther in what light was regarded the divine revelation of the Jewish Bible by the Gnostics, who yet believed in Christ in their own way, a far better and less blasphemous one than the Roman Catholic. The Fathers have forced on the believers in Christ a Bible, the laws prescribed in which he was the first to break, the teachings of which he utterly rejected, and for which crimes he was finally crucified. Of whatever else the Christian world can boast, it can hardly claim logic and consistency as its chief virtues. The fact alone that Peter remained to the last an apostle of the circumcision speaks for itself. Whosoever else might have built the Church of Rome, it was not Peter. If such were the case, the successors of this apostle would have to submit themselves to circumcision, if it were but for the sake of consistency, and to show that the claims of the popes are not utterly groundless, Dr. Inman asserts that report says that, in our Christian times, popes have to be privately perfect. But we do not know whether it is carried to the extent of the Levitical Jewish law. The first 15 Christian bishops of Jerusalem, commencing with James and including Judas, were all circumcised Jews. In the Sefer Toldos Jeshu, a Hebrew manuscript of great antiquity, the version about Peter is different. Simon Peter, it says, was one of their own brethren, though he had somewhat departed from the laws, and the Jewish hatred and persecution of the apostle seems to have existed but in the fecund imagination of the fathers. The author speaks of him with great respect and fairness, calling him a faithful servant of the living God, who passed his life in austerity and meditation, living in Babylon at the summit of a tower, composing hymns and preaching charity. He adds that Peter always recommended to the Christians not to molest the Jews, but as soon as he was dead, behold, another preacher went to Rome and pretended that Simon Peter had altered the teachings of his master. He invented a burning hell and threatened everyone with it, promised miracles, but worked none. How much there is in the above of fiction and how much of truth, it is for others to decide, but it certainly bears more the evidence of sincerity and fact on its face than the fables concocted by the fathers to answer their end. We may the more readily credit this friendship between Peter and his late co-religionists, as we find in Theodoret the following assertion: "The Nazarenes are Jews, honoring the anointed Jesus as a just man and using the evangel according to Peter." Peter was a Nazarene, according to the Talmud. He belonged to the sect of the later Nazarenes, which dissented from the followers of John the Baptist and became a rival sect, and which, as tradition goes, was instituted by Jesus himself. History finds the first Christian sects to have been either Nazarenes, like John the Baptist, or Ebionites, among whom were many of the relatives of Jesus, or Essenes, Esaeans, the Therapeuta, healers, of which the Nazaria were a branch. All these sects, which only in the days of Irenaeus began to be considered heretical, were more or less Kabbalistic. They believed in the expulsion of demons by magical incantations and practiced this method. Jervis terms the Nabathians and other such sects wandering Jewish exorcists, the Arabic word nabai, meaning to wander, and the Hebrew naba, to prophesy. The Talmud indiscriminately calls all the Christians Nozari. All the Gnostic sects equally believed in magic. Irenaeus, in describing the followers of Basilides, says, "They use images, invocations, incantations, and all other things pertaining unto magic." Dunlap, on the authority of Lightfoot, shows that Jesus was called Nazaraios in reference to his humble and mean external condition. For Nazaraios means separation, alienation from other men. The real meaning of the word Nazar signifies to vow or consecrate oneself to the service of God. As a noun, it is a diadem or emblem of such consecration, a head so consecrated. Joseph was styled a Nazar, the head of Joseph, the vertex of the Nazar among his brethren. Samson and Samuel, Semison and Semvael, are described alike as Nazars. Porphyry, treating of Pythagoras, says that he was purified and initiated at Babylon by Zar-Adas, the head of the sacred college. May it not be surmised, therefore, that the Zoroaster was the Nazar of Ishtar, Zar-Adas, or Nazar-Ad, being the same with change of idiom. Ezra, was a priest and scribe, a hierophant, and the first Hebrew colonizer of Judea was Zerubbabel, or the Zorro, or Nazar of Babylon. The Jewish scriptures indicate two distinct worships and religions among the Israelites, that of Bacchus worship under the mask of Jehovah, and that of the Chaldean initiates to whom belonged some of the Nazars, the Theurgists, and a few of the prophets. The headquarters of these were always at Babylon and Chaldea, where two rival schools of Magians can be distinctly shown. Those who would doubt the statement will have in such a case to account for the discrepancy between history and Plato, who of all men of his day was certainly one of the best informed. Speaking of the Magians, he shows them as instructing the Persian kings of Zoroaster, as the son or priest of Oromasdes, and yet Darius, in the inscription at Behistun, boasts of having restored the cultus of Ormazd and put down the Magian rites. Evidently, there were two distinct and antagonistic Magian schools. The oldest and the most esoteric of the two being that which, satisfied with its unassailable knowledge and secret power, was content to apparently relinquish her exoteric popularity and concede her supremacy into the hands of the reforming Darius. The later Gnostics showed the same prudent policy by accommodating themselves in every country to the prevailing religious forms, still secretly adhering to their own essential doctrines. There is another hypothesis possible, which is that Zero-Ishtar was the high priest of the Chaldean worship, or Magian Hierophant. When the Aryans of Persia, under Darius Hystaspes, overthrew the Magian Gomates and restored the Mazdian worship, there ensued an amalgamation by which the Magian Zoroaster became the Zarathustra of the Vendidad. This was not acceptable to the other Aryans, who adopted the Vedic religion as distinguished from that of Avesta. But this is but an hypothesis. And whatever Moses is now believed to have been, we will demonstrate that he was an initiate. The Mosaic religion was at best a sun and serpent worship, diluted perhaps with some slight monotheistic notions before the latter were forcibly crammed into the so-called inspired scriptures by Ezra. At the time, he was alleged to have rewritten the Mosaic books. At all events, the Book of Numbers was a later book, and there, the sun and serpent worship is as plainly traceable as in any pagan story. The tale of the fiery serpents is an allegory in more than one sense. The serpents were the Levites or Ophites, who were Moses' bodyguard. See Exodus 32:26. And the command of the Lord to Moses to hang the heads of the people before the Lord against the sun, which is the emblem of this Lord, is unequivocal. The Nazars or prophets, as well as the Nazarenes, were an anti-Bacchus caste, insofar that, in common with all the initiated prophets, they held to the spirit of the symbolical religions and offered a strong opposition to the idolatrous and exoteric practices of the dead letter. Hence, the frequent stoning of the prophets by the populace, and under the leadership of those priests who made a profitable living out of the popular superstitions. Ottfried Müller shows how much the Orphic mysteries differed from the popular rites of Bacchus, although the Orphikoi are known to have followed the worship of Bacchus. The system of the purest morality and of a severe asceticism promulgated in the teachings of Orpheus, and so strictly adhered to by his votaries, are incompatible with the lasciviousness and gross immorality of the popular rites. The fable of Aristaeus pursuing Eurydice into the woods where a serpent occasions her death is a very plain allegory, which was in part explained at the earliest times. Aristaeus is brutal power, pursuing Eurydice, the esoteric doctrine, into the woods where the serpent, emblem of every sun god, and worshipped under its grosser aspect even by the Jews, kills her, i.e., forces truth to become still more esoteric, and seek shelter in the underworld, which is not the hell of our theologians. Moreover, the fate of Orpheus, torn to pieces by the Bacchantes, is another allegory to show that the gross and popular rites are always more welcome than divine but simple truth, and proves the great difference that must have existed between the esoteric and the popular worship. As the poems of both Orpheus and Musaeus were said to have been lost since the earliest ages, so that neither Plato nor Aristotle recognized anything authentic in the poems extant in their time, it is difficult to say with precision what constituted their peculiar rites. Still, we have the oral tradition, and every inference to draw therefrom. And this tradition points to Orpheus as having brought his doctrines from India, as one whose religion was that of the oldest Magians, hence that to which belonged the initiates of all countries, beginning with Moses, the sons of the prophets, and the ascetic Nazars, who must not be confounded with those against whom thundered Hosea and other prophets, to the Essenes. This latter sect were Pythagoreans before they rather degenerated, then became perfected in their system by the Buddhist missionaries, whom Pliny tells us established themselves on the shores of the Dead Sea, ages before his time, per saculorum millia. But if, on the one hand, these Buddhist monks were the first to establish monastic communities and inculcate the strict observance of dogmatic conventual rule, on the other, they were also the first to enforce and popularize those stern virtues so exemplified by Sakyamuni, and which were previously exercised only in isolated cases of well-known philosophers and their followers, virtues preached 2 or 3 centuries later by Jesus, practiced by a few Christian ascetics, and gradually abandoned and even entirely forgotten by the Christian Church. The initiated Nazars had ever held to this rule, which had to be followed before them by the adepts of every age, and the disciples of John were but a dissenting branch of the Essenes. Therefore, we cannot well confound them with all the Nazars spoken of in the Old Testament, and who are accused by Hosea with having separated or consecrated themselves to Bosheth, which implied the greatest possible abomination. To infer, as some critics and theologians do, that it means to separate one's self to chastity or continence, is either to advisedly pervert the true meaning, or to be totally ignorant of the Hebrew language. The 11th verse of the 1st chapter of Micah half explains the word in its veiled translation, "Pass ye away, thou inhabitant of Saphir," etc., and in the original text, the word is Bosheth. Certainly neither Baal nor Iaho Kadosh, with his Kadeshim, was a god of ascetic virtue, albeit the Septuaginta terms them, as well as the Galli, the perfected priests, Tetelesmenus, the initiated and the consecrated. The great sod of the Kadeshim, translated in Psalm 89:7, by assembly of the saints, was anything but a mystery of the sanctified in the sense given to the latter word by Webster. The Nazireate sect existed long before the laws of Moses, and originated among people most inimical to the chosen ones of Israel, viz., the people of Galilee, the ancient Olla Podrida of idolatrous nations, where was built Nazara, the present Nazareth. It is in Nazara that the ancient Nazoria, or Nazireates, held their mysteries of life, or assemblies, as the word now stands in the translation, which were but the secret mysteries of initiation, utterly distinct in their practical form from the popular mysteries which were held at Byblus in honor of Adonis. While the true initiates of the ostracized Galilee were worshiping the true God and enjoying transcendent visions, what were the chosen ones about? Ezekiel tells it to us, chapter 8, when, in describing what he saw, he says that the form of a hand took him by a lock of his head and transported him from Chaldea unto Jerusalem. And there stood 70 men of the senators of the house of Israel. Son of man, Hast thou seen what the ancients do in the dark? Inquires the Lord. At the door of the house of the Lord, behold, there sat women weeping for Tammuz, Adonis. We really cannot suppose that the pagans have ever surpassed the chosen people in certain shameful abominations of which their own prophets accuse them so profusely. To admit this truth, one hardly needs even to be a Hebrew scholar. Let him read the Bible in English and meditate over the language of the holy prophets. This accounts for the hatred of the later Nazarenes for the Orthodox Jews, followers of the exoteric Mosaic law, who are ever taunted by this sect with being the worshippers of Yurbo Adonai, or Lord Bacchus. Passing under the disguise of Adoni Ayako, original text, Isaiah 61:1, Iaho, and Lord Sabaoth, the Baal Adonis, or Bacchus, worshipped in the groves and public sods or mysteries under the polishing hand of Ezra, becomes finally the later voweled Adonai of the Masorah, the one and supreme God of the Christians. Thou shalt not worship the Son, who is named Adonai, says the Codex of the Nazarenes, whose name is also Kadush, and El. This Adonai will elect to himself a nation and congregate in crowds. His worship will be exoteric. Jerusalem will become the refuge and city of the abortive, who shall perfect themselves, circumcise, with a sword, and shall adore Adonai. The oldest Nazarenes, who were the descendants of the scripture Nazars, and whose last prominent leader was John the Baptist, although never very orthodox in the sight of the scribes and Pharisees of Jerusalem, were, nevertheless, respected and left unmolested. Even Herod feared the multitude because they regarded John as a prophet. Matthew 14:5. But the followers of Jesus evidently adhered to a sect, which became a still more exasperating thorn in their side. It appeared as a heresy within another heresy. For while the Nazars of the olden times, the sons of the prophets, were Chaldean Kabbalists, the adepts of the new dissenting sect showed themselves reformers and innovators from the first. The great similitude traced by some critics between the rites and observances of the earliest Christians and those of the Essenes may be accounted for without the slightest difficulty. The Essenes, as we remarked just now, were the converts of Buddhist missionaries who had overrun Egypt, Greece, and even Judea at one time, since the reign of Asoka, the zealous propagandist, and while it is evidently to the Essenes that belongs the honor of having had the Nazarene reformer, Jesus, as a pupil, still the latter is found disagreeing with his early teachers on several questions of formal observance. He cannot strictly be called an Essene, for reasons which we will indicate further on, neither was he a Nazar, or Nazaria, of the older sect. What Jesus was may be found in the Codex Nazareus, in the unjust accusations of the Bardessanian Gnostics. Jesu is Nebu, the false Messiah, the destroyer of the old Orthodox religion, says the Codex. He is the founder of the sect of the new Nazars, and, as the words clearly imply, a follower of the Buddhist doctrine. In Hebrew, the word Naba means to speak of inspiration, and is Nebo, a god of wisdom. But Nebo is also Mercury, and Mercury is Buddha in the Hindu monogram of planets. Moreover, we find the Talmudists holding that Jesus was inspired by the genius of Mercury. The Nazarene reformer had undoubtedly belonged to one of these sects, though, perhaps, it would be next to impossible to decide absolutely which. But what is self-evident is that he preached the philosophy of Buddha Sakyamuni. Denounced by the later prophets, cursed by the Sanhedrim, the Nazars, they were confounded with others of that name, who separated themselves unto that shame. They were secretly, if not openly, persecuted by the Orthodox synagogue. It becomes clear why Jesus was treated with such contempt from the first, and deprecatingly called the Galilean. Nathanael inquires, "Can there any good thing come out of Nazareth?" John 46. At the very beginning of his career, and merely because he knows him to be a Nazar. Does not this clearly hint that even the older Nazars were not really Hebrew religionists, but rather a class of Chaldean theurgists? Besides, as the New Testament is noted for its mistranslations and transparent falsifications of texts, we may justly suspect that the word Nazareth was substituted for that of Nazaria or Nazari. That it originally read, "Can any good thing come from a Nazari or Nazarene?" a follower of St. John the Baptist, with whom we see him associating from his first appearance on the stage of action, after having been lost sight of for a period of nearly 20 years. The blunders of the Old Testament are as nothing to those of the Gospels. Nothing shows better than these self-evident contradictions the system of pious fraud upon which the superstructure of the Messiahship rests. "This is Elias, which was for to come," says Matthew of John the Baptist, thus forcing an ancient Kabbalistic tradition into the frame of evidence. 11:14. But when addressing the Baptist himself, they ask him, John 1:21, "Art thou Elias?" And he saith, "I am not." Which knew best, John or his biographer? And which is divine revelation? The motive of Jesus was evidently like that of Gautama Buddha, to benefit humanity at large by producing a religious reform which should give it a religion of pure ethics, the true knowledge of God and nature having remained until then solely in the hands of the esoteric sects and their adepts. As Jesus used oil and the Essenes never used aught but pure water, he cannot be called a strict Essene. On the other hand, the Essenes were also set apart. They were healers, Asaya, and dwelt in the desert as all ascetics did. But although he did not abstain from wine, he could have remained a Nazarene all the same. For in chapter 6 of Numbers, we see that after the priest has waved a part of the hair of a Nazarite for a wave offering before the Lord, after that a Nazarene may drink wine. Verse 20. The bitter denunciation by the reformer of the people who would be satisfied with nothing is worded in the following exclamation. John came neither eating nor drinking, and they say, He hath a devil. The Son of Man came eating and drinking, and they say, Behold a man gluttonous and a winebibber. And yet he was an Essene and Nazarene. For we not only find him sending a message to Herod, to say that he was one of those who cast out demons, and who performed cures, but actually calling himself a prophet, and declaring himself equal to the other prophets. The author of Sod shows Matthew trying to connect the appellation of Nazarene with a prophecy, and inquires, Why then does Matthew state that the prophet said he should be called Nazaria? Simply because he belonged to that sect, and a prophecy would confirm his claims to the Messiahship. Now it does not appear that the prophets anywhere state that the Messiah will be called a Nazarene. The fact alone that Matthew tries in the last verse of chapter 2 to strengthen his claim that Jesus dwelt in Nazareth merely to fulfill a prophecy does more than weaken the argument. It upsets it entirely, for the first 2 chapters have sufficiently been proved later forgeries. Baptism is one of the oldest rites and was practiced by all the nations in their mysteries as sacred ablutions. Dunlap seems to derive the name of the Nazars from Nazah, sprinkling. Bahak Zivo is the genius who called the world into existence out of the dark water, say the Nazarenes. And Richardson's Persian, Arabic, and English lexicon asserts that the word Bahak means raining. But the Bahak Zivo of the Nazarenes cannot be traced so easily to Bacchus, who was the rain god, for the Nazars were the greatest opponents of Bacchus worship. Bacchus is brought up by the Hyads, the rain nymphs, says Preller, who shows furthermore that at the conclusion of the religious mysteries, the priests baptized washed their monuments and anointed them with oil. All this is but a very indirect proof. The Jordan baptism need not be shown a substitution for the exoteric Bacchic rites and the libations in honor of Adonis or Adoni, whom the Nazarenes abhorred, in order to prove it to have been a sect sprung from the mysteries of the secret doctrine. And their rites can by no means be confounded with those of the pagan populace, who had simply fallen into the idolatrous and unreasoning faith of all plebeian multitudes. John was the prophet of these Nazarenes, and in Galilee he was termed the Savior. But he was not the founder of that sect, which derived its tradition from the remotest Chaldeo-Akkadian theurgy. The early plebeian Israelites were Canaanites and Phoenicians, with the same worship of the phallic gods, Bacchus, Baal or Adon, Iacchos, Iao, or Jehovah. But even among them there had always been a class of initiated adepts. Later, the character of this plebe was modified by Assyrian conquests, and finally, the Persian colonizations superimposed the Pharisaic and Eastern ideas and usages from which the Old Testament and the Mosaic institutes were derived. The Asmonean priest-kings promulgated the canon of the Old Testament in contradistinction to the Apocrypha, or secret books of the Alexandrian Jews. Kabbalists. Till John Hyrcanus, they were Asidians, Chassidim, and Pharisees, Parsees, but then they became Sadducees or Zadokites, assertors of sacerdotal rule, as contradistinguished from rabbinical. The Pharisees were lenient and intellectual, the Sadducees bigoted and cruel. Says the Codex, John, son of the Abba Saba Zechariah, conceived by his mother Anasabet in her 100th year, had baptized for 42 years when Jesu Messias came to the Jordan to be baptized with John's baptism. But he will pervert John's doctrine, changing the baptism of the Jordan and perverting the sayings of justice. The baptism was changed from water to that of the Holy Ghost, undoubtedly in consequence of the ever-dominant idea of the Fathers to institute a reform and make the Christians distinct from St. John's Nazarenes, the Nabateans, and Ebionites, in order to make room for new dogmas. Not only do the synoptics tell us that Jesus was baptizing the same as John, but John's own disciples complained of it, though surely Jesus cannot be accused of following a purely Bacchic rite. The parenthesis in verse 2 of John the 1st, though Jesus himself baptized not, is so clumsy as to show upon its face that it is an interpolation. Matthew makes John say that he that should come after him would not baptize them with water, but with the Holy Ghost and fire. Mark, Luke, and John corroborate these words. Water, fire, and Spirit, or Holy Ghost, have all their origin in India, as we will show. Now there is one very strange peculiarity about this sentence. It is flatly denied in Acts 19:2-5. Apollos, a Jew of Alexandria, belonged to the sect of St. John's disciples. He had been baptized and instructed others in the doctrines of the Baptist. And yet when Paul, cleverly profiting by his absence at Corinth, finds certain disciples of Apollos's at Ephesus and asks them whether they received the Holy Ghost, he is naively answered, "We have not so much as heard whether there be any Holy Ghost." "Unto what then were you baptized?" he inquires. "Unto John's baptism," they say. Then Paul is made to repeat the words attributed to John by the synoptics. And these men were baptized in the name of the Lord Jesus, exhibiting, moreover, at the same instant, the usual polyglot gift which accompanies the descent of the Holy Ghost. How then? St. John the Baptist, who is called the precursor, that the prophecy might be fulfilled, the great prophet and martyr, whose words ought to have had such an importance in the eyes of his disciples, announces the Holy Ghost to his listeners, causes crowds to assemble on the shores of the Jordan, where, at the great ceremony of Christ's baptism, the promised Holy Ghost appears within the opened heavens, and the multitude hears the voice. And yet there are disciples of St. John who have never so much as heard whether there be any Holy Ghost. Verily, the disciples who wrote the Codex Nazareus were right. Only it is not Jesus himself, but those who came after him, and who concocted the Bible to suit themselves, that perverted John's doctrine, changed the baptism of the Jordan, and perverted the sayings of justice. It is useless to object that the present codex was written centuries after the direct apostles of John preached. So were our Gospels. When this astounding interview of Paul with the Baptists took place, Bardesanes had not yet appeared among them, and the sect was not considered a heresy. Moreover, we are enabled to judge how little St. John's promise of the Holy Ghost and the appearance of the Ghost himself had affected his disciples, by the displeasure shown by them toward the disciples of Jesus, and the kind of rivalry manifested from the first. Nay, so little is John himself sure of the identity of Jesus with the expected Messiah, that after the famous scene of the baptism at the Jordan, and the oral assurance by the Holy Ghost himself that, "This is my beloved Son," Matthew 3:17, we find the precursor in Matthew 11, sending 2 of his disciples from his prison to inquire of Jesus, "Art thou he that should come, or do we look for another?" This flagrant contradiction alone ought to have long ago satisfied reasonable minds as to the putative divine inspiration of the New Testament. But we may offer another question. If baptism is the sign of regeneration and an ordinance instituted by Jesus, why do not Christians now baptize as Jesus is here, represented as doing, with the Holy Ghost and with fire, instead of following the custom of the Nazarenes? In making these palpable interpolations, what possible motive could Irenaeus have had, except to cause people to believe that the appellation of Nazarene, which Jesus bore, came only from his father's residence at Nazareth, and not from his affiliation with the sect of Nazaria, the healers? This expedient of Irenaeus was a most unfortunate one, for from time immemorial, the prophets of old had been thundering against the baptism of fire as practiced by their neighbors, which imparted the spirit of prophecy, or the Holy Ghost. But the case was desperate. The Christians were universally called Nazareans and Essenes, according to Epiphanius, and Christ simply ranked as a Jewish prophet and healer, so self-styled, so accepted by his own disciples, and so regarded by their followers. In such a state of things, there was no room for either a new hierarchy or a new Godhead. And since Irenaeus had undertaken the business of manufacturing both, he had to put together such materials as were available, and fill the gaps with his own fertile inventions. To assure ourselves that Jesus was a true Nazarene, albeit with ideas of a new reform, we must not search for the proof in the translated Gospels, but in such original versions as are accessible. Tischendorf, in his translation from the Greek of Luke 4:34, has it Iesu Nazarene, and in the Syriac it reads Yasua, thou Nazaria. Thus, if we take in account all that is puzzling and incomprehensible in the 4 Gospels, revised and corrected as they now stand, we shall easily see for ourselves that the true, original Christianity, such as was preached by Jesus, is to be found only in the so-called Syrian heresies. Only from them can we extract any clear notions about what was primitive Christianity. Such was the faith of Paul, when Tertullus the orator accused the apostle before the governor Felix. What he complained of was that they had found that man a mover of sedition, a ringleader of the sect of the Nazarenes, and while Paul denies every other accusation, he confesses that after the way which they call heresy, so worship I the God of my fathers. This confession is a whole revelation. It shows 1. That Paul admitted belonging to the sect of the Nazarenes, 2. That he worshipped the God of his fathers, not the Trinitarian Christian God, of whom he knows nothing, and who was not invented until after his death, and 3. That this unlucky confession satisfactorily explains why the treatise, Acts of the Apostles, together with John's Revelation, which at one period was utterly rejected, were kept out of the canon of the New Testament for such a length of time. At Byblos, the neophytes as well as the hierophants were, after participating in the mysteries, obliged to fast and remain in solitude for some time. There was strict fasting and preparation before, as well as after the Bacchic, Adonian, and Eleusinian orgies, and Herodotus hints, with fear and veneration, about the lake of Bacchus, in which they, the priests, made at night exhibitions of his life and sufferings. In the Mithraic sacrifices during the initiation, a preliminary scene of death was simulated by the neophyte, and it preceded the scene showing him himself, being born again by the rite of baptism. A portion of this ceremony is still enacted in the present day by the Masons, when the neophyte, as the Grand Master Hiram Abiff, lies dead, and is raised by the strong grip of the lion's paw. The priests were circumcised. The neophyte could not be initiated without having been present at the solemn mysteries of the Laïque. The Nazarenes were baptized in the Jordan and could not be baptized elsewhere. They were also circumcised and had to fast before as well as after the purification by baptism. Jesus is said to have fasted in the wilderness for 40 days immediately after his baptism. To the present day, there is outside every temple in India a lake, stream, or a reservoir full of holy water, in which the Brahmins and the Hindu devotees bathe daily. Such places of consecrated water are necessary to every temple. The bathing festivals, or baptismal rites, occur twice every year, in October and April. Each lasts 10 days, and, as in ancient Egypt and Greece, the statues of their gods, goddesses, and idols are immersed in water by the priests, the object of the ceremony being to wash away from them the sins of their worshippers which they have taken upon themselves, and which pollute them, until washed off by holy water. During the Arati, the bathing ceremony, the principal god of every temple is carried in solemn procession to be baptized in the sea. The Brahmin priests, carrying the sacred images, are followed generally by the Maharaja, barefoot and nearly naked. 3 times the priests enter the sea. The 3rd time they carry with them the whole of the images. Holding them up with prayers repeated by the whole congregation, the chief priest plunges the statues of the gods thrice in the name of the mystic Trinity into the water, after which they are purified. The Orphic hymn calls water the greatest purifier of men and gods. Our Nazarene sect is known to have existed some 150 years BC, and to have lived on the banks of the Jordan and on the eastern shore of the Dead Sea, according to Pliny and Josephus. But in King's Gnostics, we find quoted another statement by Josephus from verse 13, which says that the Essenes had been established on the shores of the Dead Sea for thousands of ages, before Pliny's time. According to Monk, the term Galilean is nearly synonymous with that of Nazarene. Furthermore, he shows the relations of the former with the Gentiles as very intimate. The populace had probably gradually adopted, in their constant intercourse, certain rites and modes of worship of the pagans, and the scorn with which the Galileans were regarded by the Orthodox Jews is attributed by him to the same cause. Their friendly relations had certainly led them, at a later period, to adopt the Adonia, or the sacred rites over the body of the lamented Adonis, as we find Jerome fairly lamenting this circumstance. Over Bethlehem, he says, the grove of Tammuz, that is of Adonis, was casting its shadow, and in the grotto, where formerly the infant Jesus cried, the lover of Venus was being mourned. It was after the rebellion of Bar Kokhba that the Roman emperor established the mysteries of Adonis at the sacred cave in Bethlehem. And who knows? But this was the Petra or rock temple on which the church was built. The boar of Adonis was placed above the gate of Jerusalem, which looked toward Bethlehem. Monk says that the Nazireate was an institution established before the laws of Musa. This is evident, as we find this sect not only mentioned but minutely described in Numbers, chapter 6. In the commandment given in this chapter to Moses by the Lord, it is easy to recognize the rites and laws of the priests of Adonis. The abstinence and purity strictly prescribed in both sects are identical. Both allowed their hair to grow long as the Hindu Coenobites and fakirs do to this day, while other castes shave their hair and abstain on certain days from wine. The prophet Elijah, a Nazarene, is described in 2 Kings, and by Josephus as a hairy man girt with a girdle of leather. And John the Baptist and Jesus are both represented as wearing very long hair. John is clothed with camel's hair and wearing a girdle of hide, and Jesus in a long garment without any seams, and very white, like snow, says Mark. The very dress worn by the Nazarene priests and the Pythagorean and Buddhist Essenes, as described by Josephus. If we carefully trace the terms Nazar and Nazaret throughout the best-known works of ancient writers, we will meet them in connection with pagan as well as Jewish adepts. Thus, Alexander Polyhister says of Pythagoras that he was a disciple of the Assyrian Nazareth, whom some suppose to be Ezekiel. Diogenes Laertius states most positively that Pythagoras, after being initiated into all the mysteries of the Greeks and barbarians, went into Egypt and afterward visited the Chaldeans and Magi. And Apuleius maintains that it was Zoroaster who instructed Pythagoras. Were we to suggest that the Hebrew Nazars, the railing prophets of the Lord, had been initiated into the so-called pagan mysteries, and belonged, or at least a majority of them, to the same lodge or circle of adepts as those who were considered idolaters, that their circle of prophets was but a collateral branch of a secret association, which we may well term international. What a visitation of Christian wrath would we not incur? And still the case looks strangely suspicious. Let us first recall to our mind that which Ammianus Marcellinus and other historians relate of Darius Hystaspes. The latter, penetrating into Upper India, Bactriana, learned pure rites and stellar and cosmical sciences from Brahmins and communicated them to the Magi. Now Hystaspes is shown in history to have crushed the Magi and introduced, or rather forced upon them, the pure religion of Zoroaster, that of Ormazd. How is it then that an inscription is found on the tomb of Darius, stating that he was teacher and hierophant of magic, or Magianism? Evidently there must be some historical mistake, and history confesses it. In this imbroglio of names, Zoroaster, the teacher and instructor of Pythagoras, can be neither the Zoroaster nor Zarathustra, who instituted sun worship among the Parsees, nor he who appeared at the court of Gushtasp, Hystaspes, the alleged father of Darius, nor, again, the Zoroaster who placed his magi above the kings themselves. The oldest Zoroastrian scripture, the Avesta, does not betray the slightest traces of the reformer having ever been acquainted with any of the nations that subsequently adopted his mode of worship. He seems utterly ignorant of the neighbors of Western Iran, the Medes, the Assyrians, the Persians, and others. If we had no other evidences of the great antiquity of the Zoroastrian religion than the discovery of the blunder committed by some scholars in our own century, who regarded King Vistaspa, Gushtasp, as identical with the father of Darius, whereas the Persian tradition points directly to Vistaspa as to the last of the line of Kayanian princes who ruled in Bactriana, it ought to be enough, for the Assyrian conquest of Bactriana took place down 200 years BC. Therefore, it is but natural that we should see in the appellation of Zoroaster not a name, but a generic term, whose significance must be left to philologists to agree upon. Guru in Sanskrit is a spiritual teacher, and as Zoroastara means in the same language, he who worships the sun, why is it impossible that by some natural change of language, due to the great number of different nations which were converted to the sun worship, the word Guru Astara, the spiritual teacher of sun worship, so closely resembling the name of the founder of this religion, became gradually transformed in its primal form of Zoroastara or Zoroaster. The opinion of the Kabbalists is that there was but one Zarathustra and many Guruastars or spiritual teachers, and that one such guru, or rather Zoroaster, as he is called in the old manuscripts, was the instructor of Pythagoras. To philology and our readers we leave the explanation for what it is worth. Personally, we believe in it, as we credit on this subject Kabbalistic tradition, far more than the explanation of scientists, no two of whom have been able to agree up to the present year. Aristotle states that Zoroaster lived 6,000 years before Christ. Hermippus of Alexandria, who is said to have read the genuine books of the Zoroastrians, although Alexander the Great is accused of having destroyed them, shows Zoroaster as the pupil of Azonach, Azon-Ach, or the Azon god, and as having lived 5,000 years before the fall of Troy. Or Eros, whose vision is related by Plato in the Republic, is declared by Clement to have been Zordusth, while the Magus who dethroned Cambyses was a Mede, and Darius proclaims that he put down the Magian rites to establish those of Ormazd. Xanthus of Lydia declares Zoroaster to have been the chief of the Magi. Which of them is wrong? Or are they all right? And only the modern interpreters fail to explain the difference between the reformer and his apostles and followers. This blundering of our commentators reminds us of that of Suetonius, who mistook the Christians for one Christos, or Krestos as he spells it, and assured his readers that Claudius banished him for the disturbance he made among the Jews. Finally, and to return again to the Nazars, Zarathus is mentioned by Pliny in the following words: he was Zoroaster and Nazareth. As Zoroaster is called princeps of the Magi, and Nazar signifies separated or consecrated, is it not a Hebrew rendering of mag? Volney believes so. The Persian word Nazaruan means millions of years and refers to the Chaldean Ancient of Days, hence the name of the Nazars or Nazarenes, who were consecrated to the service of the Supreme One God, the Kabbalistic Ein Sof, or the Ancient of Days, the Aged of the Aged. But the word Nazar may also be found in India. In Hindustani, Nazar is sight, internal or supernatural vision. Nazar Bandai means fascination, a mesmeric or magical spell, and Nazaran is the word for sightseeing or vision. Professor Wilder thinks that as the word Zeruana is nowhere to be found in the Avesta, but only in the later Parsi books, it came from the Magians, who composed the Persian sacred caste in the Sasan period, but were originally Assyrians. Turan, of the poets, he says, I consider to be Aturia, or Assyria, and that Zohak, Azdahaka, Deokes, or Astyages, the Serpent King, was Assyrian, Median, and Babylonian, when those countries were united. This opinion does not, however, in the least implicate our statement that the secret doctrines of the Magi, of the pre-Vedic Buddhists, of the Hierophants, of the Egyptian Thoth, or Hermes, and of the adepts of whatever age and nationality, including the Chaldean Kabbalists and the Jewish Nazars, were identical from the beginning. When we use the term Buddhists, we do not mean to imply by it either the exoteric Buddhism instituted by the followers of Gautama Buddha, nor the modern Buddhistic religion, but the secret philosophy of Sakyamuni, which in its essence is certainly identical with the ancient wisdom religion of the sanctuary, the pre-Vedic Brahmanism. The schism of Zoroaster, as it is called, is a direct proof of it, for it was no schism, strictly speaking, but merely a partially public exposition of strictly monotheistic religious truths, hitherto taught only in the sanctuaries, and that he had learned from the Brahmins. Zoroaster, the primeval institutor of sun worship, cannot be called the founder of the dualistic system. Neither was he the first to teach the unity of God, for he taught but what he had learned himself with the Brahmins. And that Zarathustra and his followers, the Zoroastrians, had been settled in India before they immigrated into Persia is also proved by Max Muller. That the Zoroastrians and their ancestors started from India, he says, during the Vedic period, can be proved as distinctly as that the inhabitants of Massilia started from Greece. Many of the gods of the Zoroastrians come out as mere reflections and deflections of the primitive and authentic gods of the Veda. If, now, we can prove, and we can do so on the evidence of the Kabbalah and the oldest traditions of the wisdom religion, the philosophy of the old sanctuaries, that all these gods, whether of the Zoroastrians or of the Veda, are but so many personated occult powers of nature, the faithful servants of the adepts of secret wisdom, magic, we are on secure ground. Thus, whether we say that Kabbalism and Gnosticism proceeded from Mazdianism or Zoroastrianism, it is all the same, unless we meant the exoteric worship, which we do not. Likewise, and in this sense, we may echo King, the author of the Gnostics, and several other archaeologists, and maintain that both the former proceeded from Buddhism, at once the simplest and most satisfying of philosophies, and which resulted in one of the purest religions of the world. It is only a matter of chronology to decide which of these religions, differing but in external form, is the oldest, therefore the least adulterated. But even this bears but very indirectly, if at all, on the subject we treat of. Already some time before our era, the adepts, except in India, had ceased to congregate in large communities. But whether among the Essenes, or the Neoplatonists, or, again, among the innumerable struggling sects born but to die, the same doctrines, identical in substance and spirit, if not always in form, are encountered. By Buddhism, therefore, we mean that religion, signifying literally the doctrine of wisdom, and which by many ages antedates the metaphysical philosophy of Siddhartha Sakyamuni. After 19 centuries of enforced eliminations from the canonical books of every sentence, which might put the investigator on the true path, it has become very difficult to show, to the satisfaction of exact science, that the pagan worshippers of Adonis, their neighbors, the Nazarenes, and the Pythagorean Essenes, the healing therapeutes, the Ebionites, and other sects, were all, with very slight differences, followers of the ancient theurgic mysteries. And yet, by analogy, and a close study of the hidden sense of their rites and customs, we can trace their kinship. It was given to a contemporary of Jesus to become the means of pointing out to posterity, by his interpretation of the oldest literature of Israel, how deeply the Kabbalistic philosophy agreed in its esotericism with that of the profoundest Greek thinkers. This contemporary, an ardent disciple of Plato and Aristotle, was Philo-Judaeus. While explaining the Mosaic books according to a purely Kabbalistic method, he is the famous Hebrew writer whom Kingsley calls the father of New Platonism. It is evident that Philo's therapeutes are a branch of the Essenes. Their name indicates it, Esaios, Asaya, physician. Hence the contradictions, forgeries, and other desperate expedients to reconcile the prophecies of the Jewish canon with the Galilean nativity and godship. Luke, who was a physician, is designated in the Syriac texts as Asaya, the Assaean, or Essene. Josephus and Philo-Judaeus have sufficiently described this sect to leave no doubt in our mind that the Nazarene reformer, after having received his education in their dwellings in the desert and been duly initiated in the mysteries, preferred the free and independent life of a wandering Nazaria, and so separated or inazarenized himself from them, thus becoming a traveling therapeute, a Nazaria, a healer. Every therapeute, before quitting his community, had to do the same. Both Jesus and St. John the Baptist preached the end of the age, which proves their knowledge of the secret computation of the priests and Kabbalists, who, with the chiefs of the Essene communities alone, had the secret of the duration of the cycles. The latter were Kabbalists and theurgists. They had their mystic books and predicted future events, says Monk. Dunlap, whose personal researches seem to have been quite successful in that direction, traces the Essenes, Nazarenes, Dositheans, and some other sects as having all existed before Christ. They rejected pleasures, despised riches, loved one another, and more than other sects, neglected wedlock, deeming the conquest of the passions to be virtuous, he says. These are all virtues preached by Jesus, and if we are to take the Gospels as a standard of truth, Christ was a metempsychosist, or reincarnationist, again like these same Essenes, whom we see were Pythagoreans in all their doctrine and habits. Iamblichus asserts that the Samian philosopher spent a certain time at Carmel with them. In his discourses and sermons, Jesus always spoke in parables and used metaphors with his audience. This habit was again that of the Essenians and the Nazarenes. The Galileans who dwelt in cities and villages were never known to use such allegorical language. Indeed, some of his disciples, being Galileans as well as himself, felt even surprised to find him using with the people such a form of expression. "Why speakest thou unto them in parables?" they often inquired. "Because it is given unto you to know the mysteries of the kingdom of heaven, but to them it is not given," was the reply, which was that of an initiate. "Therefore I speak unto them in parables, because they seeing see not, and hearing they hear not, neither do they understand." Moreover, we find Jesus expressing his thoughts still clearer, and in sentences which are purely Pythagorean, when, during the Sermon on the Mount, he says, "Give ye not that which is sacred to the dogs, neither cast ye your pearls before swine, for the swine will tread them under their feet, and the dogs will turn and rend you." Professor A. Wilder, the editor of Taylor's Eleusinian Mysteries, observes, "A like disposition on the part of Jesus and Paul to classify their doctrines as esoteric and exoteric, the mysteries of the kingdom of God, for the apostles, and parables for the multitude. We speak wisdom, says Paul, among them that are perfect, or initiated. In the Eleusinian and other mysteries, the participants were always divided into two classes, the neophytes and the perfect. The former were sometimes admitted to the preliminary initiation, the dramatic performance of Ceres, or the soul descending to Hades. But it was given only to the perfect to enjoy and learn the mysteries of the divine Elysium, the celestial abode of the blessed, this Elysium being unquestionably the same as the kingdom of heaven. To contradict or reject the above would be merely to shut one's eyes to the truth. The narrative of the Apostle Paul, in his second epistle to the Corinthians, 12:3-4, has struck several scholars, well versed in the descriptions of the mystical rites of the initiation given by some classics, as alluding most undoubtedly to the final epopteia. I knew a certain man, whether in body or outside of body I know not, God knoweth, who was rapt into paradise, and heard things ineffable arata remita, which it is not lawful for a man to repeat. These words have rarely, so far as we know, been regarded by commentators as an allusion to the beatific visions of an initiated seer. But the phraseology is unequivocal. These things, which it is not lawful to repeat, are hinted at in the same words, and the reason for it assigned is the same as that which we find repeatedly expressed by Plato, Proclus, Iamblichus, Herodotus, and other classics. We speak wisdom only among them who are perfect, says Paul, the plain and undeniable translation of the sentence being, we speak of the profounder, or final, esoteric doctrines of the mysteries, which were denominated wisdom, only among them who are initiated. So, in relation to the man who was rapt into paradise, and who was evidently Paul himself, the Christian word paradise having replaced that of Elysium. To complete the proof, we might recall the words of Plato, given elsewhere, which show that before an initiate could see the gods in their purest light, he had to become liberated from his body, i.e., to separate his astral soul from it. Apuleius also describes his initiation into the mysteries in the same way. I approached the confines of death, and having trodden on the threshold of Proserpina, returned, having been carried through all the elements. In the depths of midnight I saw the sun glittering with a splendid light, together with the infernal and supernal gods, and to these divinities approaching, I paid the tribute of devout adoration. Thus, in common with Pythagoras and other Hierophant reformers, Jesus divided his teachings into exoteric and esoteric. Following faithfully the Pythagoreo-Essenian ways, he never sat at a meal without saying, grace. The priest prays before his meal, says Josephus, describing the Essenes. Jesus also divided his followers into neophytes, brethren, and the perfect, if we may judge by the difference he made between them. But his career, at least as a public rabbi, was of a too short duration to allow him to establish a regular school of his own, and with the exception, perhaps, of John, it does not seem that he had initiated any other apostle. The Gnostic amulets and talismans are mostly the emblems of the apocalyptic allegories. The 7 vowels are closely related to the 7 seals, and the mystic title, Abraxas, partakes as much of the composition of Shem HaMephirosh, the holy word or ineffable name, as the name called, the Word of God, that no man knew but he himself, as John expresses it. It would be difficult to escape from the well-adduced proofs that the Apocalypse is the production of an initiated Kabbalist, when this revelation presents whole passages taken from the books of Enoch and Daniel, which latter is in itself an abridged imitation of the former, and when, furthermore, we ascertain that the Ophite Gnostics, who rejected the Old Testament entirely, as emanating from an inferior being, Jehovah, accepted the most ancient prophets, such as Enoch, and deduced the strongest support from this book for their religious tenets, the demonstration becomes evident. We will show further how closely related are all these doctrines. Besides, there is the history of Domitian's persecutions of magicians and philosophers, which affords as good a proof as any that John was generally considered a Kabbalist. As the apostle was included among the number, and, moreover, conspicuous, the imperial edict banished him not only from Rome, but even from the continent. It was not the Christians whom, confounding them with the Jews, as some historians will have it, the emperor persecuted, but the astrologers and Kabbalists. The accusations against Jesus of practicing the magic of Egypt were numerous, and at one time universal, in the towns where he was known. The Pharisees, as claimed in the Bible, had been the first to fling it in his face, although Rabbi Wise considers Jesus himself a Pharisee. The Talmud certainly points to James the Just as one of that sect. But these partisans are known to have always stoned every prophet who denounced their evil ways, and it is not on this fact that we base our assertion. These accused him of sorcery and of driving out devils by Beelzebub, their prince, with as much justice as later the Catholic clergy had to accuse of the same more than one innocent martyr. But Justin Martyr states on better authority that the men of his time who were not Jews asserted that the miracles of Jesus were performed by magical art, magique piandacia, the very expression used by the skeptics of those days to designate the feats of thaumaturgy accomplished in the pagan temples. They even ventured to call him a magician and a deceiver of the people, complains the martyr. In the Gospel of Nicodemus, the Acta Pilate, the Jews bring the same accusation before Pilate. Did we not tell thee he was a magician? Celsus speaks of the same charge, and as a Neoplatonist, believes in it. The Talmudic literature is full of the most minute particulars, and their greatest accusation is that Jesus could fly as easily in the air as others could walk. St. Austin asserted that it was generally believed that he had been initiated in Egypt, and that he wrote books concerning magic, which he delivered to John. There was a work called Magia Jesu Christi, which was attributed to Jesus himself. In the Clementine recognitions, the charge is brought against Jesus that he did not perform his miracles as a Jewish prophet, but as a magician, i.e., an initiate of the heathen temples. It was usual then, as it is now, among the intolerant clergy of opposing religions, as well as among the lower classes of society, and even among those patricians who, for various reasons, had been excluded from any participation of the mysteries, to accuse, sometimes, the highest hierophants and adepts of sorcery and black magic. So Apuleius, who had been initiated, was likewise accused of witchcraft and of carrying about him the figure of a skeleton, a potent agent, as it is asserted, in the operations of the black art. But one of the best and most unquestionable proofs of our assertion may be found in the so-called Museo Gregoriano. On the sarcophagus, which is paneled with bas-reliefs representing the miracles of Christ, may be seen the full figure of Jesus, who, in the resurrection of Lazarus, appears beardless and equipped with a wand in the received guise of a necromancer, whilst the corpse of Lazarus is swathed in bandages exactly as an Egyptian mummy. Had posterity been enabled to have several such representations executed during the 1st century, when the figure, dress, and everyday habits of the Reformer were still fresh in the memory of his contemporaries, perhaps the Christian world would be more Christ-like. The dozens of contradictory, groundless, and utterly meaningless speculations about the Son of Man would have been impossible. and humanity would now have but one religion and one God. It is this absence of all proof, the lack of the least positive clue about him whom Christianity has deified, that has caused the present state of perplexity. No pictures of Christ were possible until after the days of Constantine, when the Jewish element was nearly eliminated among the followers of the new religion. The Jews, apostles, and disciples whom the Zoroastrians and the Parsees had inoculated with a holy horror of any form of images would have considered it a sacrilegious blasphemy to represent in any way or shape their master. The only authorized image of Jesus, even in the days of Tertullian, was an allegorical representation of the Good Shepherd, which was no portrait, but the figure of a man with a jackal head like Anubis. On this gem, as seen in the collection of Gnostic amulets, the Good Shepherd bears upon his shoulders the lost lamb. He seems to have a human head upon his neck, but, as King correctly observes, it only seems so to the uninitiated eye. On closer inspection, he becomes the double-headed Anubis, having one head human, the other a jackal's, whilst his girdle assumes the form of a serpent rearing aloft its crested head. This figure, adds the author of the Gnostics, etc., had two meanings, one obvious for the vulgar, the other mystical and recognizable by the initiated alone. It was perhaps the signet of some chief teacher or apostle. This affords a fresh proof that the Gnostics and early Orthodox Christians were not so wide apart in their secret doctrine. King deduces from a quotation from Epiphanius that even as late as 400 AD, it was considered an atrocious sin to attempt to represent the bodily appearance of Christ. Epiphanius brings it as an idolatrous charge against the Carpocratians that they kept painted portraits and even gold and silver images and in other materials, which they pretended to be portraits of Jesus and made by Pilate after the likeness of Christ. These they keep in secret, along with Pythagoras, Plato, and Aristotle, and setting them all up together, they worship and offer sacrifices unto them after the Gentiles' fashion. What would the pious Epiphanius say were he to resuscitate and step into St. Peter's Cathedral at Rome? Ambrosius seems also very desperate at the idea that some persons fully credited the statement of Lampridius that Alexander Severus had in his private chapel an image of Christ, among other great philosophers. That the pagans should have preserved the likeness of Christ, he exclaims, but the disciples have neglected to do so, is a notion the mind shudders to entertain, much less to believe. All this points undeniably to the fact that except a handful of self-styled Christians who subsequently won the day, all the civilized portion of the pagans who knew of Jesus honored him as a philosopher, an adept whom they placed on the same level with Pythagoras and Apollonius. Whence such a veneration on their part for a man, were he simply, as represented by the synoptics, a poor, unknown Jewish carpenter from Nazareth? As an incarnated God, there is no single record of him on this earth capable of withstanding the critical examination of science. As one of the greatest reformers, an inveterate enemy of every theological dogmatism, a persecutor of bigotry, a teacher of one of the most sublime codes of ethics, Jesus is one of the grandest and most clearly defined figures on the panorama of human history. His age may, with every day, be receding farther and farther back into the gloomy and hazy mists of the past, and his theology, based on human fancy and supported by untenable dogmas, may, nay, must with every day lose more of its unmerited prestige. Alone, the grand figure of the philosopher and moral reformer, instead of growing paler, will become with every century more pronounced and more clearly defined. It will reign supreme and universal only on that day when the whole of humanity recognizes but one Father, the unknown one above, and one brother, the whole of mankind below. In a pretended letter of Lentulus, a senator and a distinguished historian, to the Roman Senate, there is a description of the personal appearance of Jesus. The letter itself, written in horrid Latin, is pronounced a barefaced forgery, but we find therein an expression which suggests many thoughts. Albeit a forgery, it is evident that whosoever invented it has nevertheless tried to follow tradition as closely as possible. The hair of Jesus is represented in it as wavy and curling, flowing down upon his shoulders, and as having a parting in the middle of the head, after the fashion of the Nazarenes. This last sentence shows, 1. That there was such a tradition, based on the biblical description of John the Baptist, the Nazaria, and the custom of this sect. 2. Had Lentulus been the author of this letter, it is difficult to believe that Paul should never have heard of it, and had he known its contents, he would never have pronounced it a shame for men to wear their hair long, thus shaming his Lord and Christ God. 3. If Jesus did wear his hair long and parted in the middle of the forehead, after the fashion of the Nazarenes, as well as John, the only one of his apostles who followed it, then we have one good reason more to say that Jesus must have belonged to the sect of the Nazarenes, and been called Nazaria for this reason, and not because he was an inhabitant of Nazareth, for they never wore their hair long. The Nazarite who separated himself unto the Lord allowed no razor to come upon his head. He shall be holy, and shall let the locks of the hair of his head grow, says Numbers 6:5. Samson was a Nazarite, i.e., vowed to the service of God, and in his hair was his strength. No razor shall come upon his head, the child shall be a Nazarite unto God from the womb. Judges 13:5. But the final and most reasonable conclusion to be inferred from this is that Jesus, who was so opposed to all the orthodox Jewish practices, would not have allowed his hair to grow had he not belonged to this sect, which in the days of John the Baptist had already become a heresy in the eyes of the Sanhedrim. The Talmud, speaking of the Nazaria, or the Nazarenes, who had abandoned the world like Hindu yogis or hermits, calls them a sect of physicians, of wandering exorcists, as also does Jervis. They went about the country, living on alms and performing cures. Epiphanius says that the Nazarenes come next in heresy, to the Corinthians whether having existed before them or after them, nevertheless synchronous, and then adds that all Christians at that time were equally called Nazarenes. In the very first remark made by Jesus about John the Baptist, we find him stating that he is Elias, which was for to come. This assertion, if it is not a later interpolation for the sake of having a prophecy fulfilled, means again that Jesus was a Kabbalist, unless indeed we have to adopt the doctrine of the French Spiritists and suspect him of believing in reincarnation. Except the Kabbalistic sects of the Essenes, the Nazarenes, the disciples of Simeon ben Iochai, and Hillel, neither the Orthodox Jews nor the Galileans believed or knew anything about the doctrine of permutation, and the Sadducees rejected even that of the resurrection. But the author of this restitutionis was Mosa, our master, upon whom be peace, who was the revolutio, transmigration, of Seth and Hebel, that he might cover the nudity of his father Adam, Primus, says the Kabbalah. Thus, Jesus hinting that John was the revolutio, or transmigration of Elias, seems to prove, beyond any doubt, the school to which he belonged. Until the present day, uninitiated Kabbalists and Masons believe permutation to be synonymous with transmigration and metempsychosis. But they are as much mistaken in regard to the doctrine of the true Kabbalists as to that of the Buddhists. True, the Sohar says in one place, all souls are subject to transmigration. Men do not know the ways of the Holy One. Blessed be He. They do not know that they are brought before the tribunal, both before they enter this world and after they quit it. And the Pharisees also held this doctrine, as Josephus shows, Antiquities 18:13. Also the doctrine of Gilgul held to the strange theory of the whirling of the soul, which taught that the bodies of Jews, buried far away from the Holy Land, still preserve a particle of soul which can neither rest nor quit them until it reaches the soil of the Promised Land. And this whirling process was thought to be accomplished by the soul being conveyed back through an actual evolution of species, transmigrating from the minutest insect up to the largest animal. But this was an exoteric doctrine. We refer the reader to the Kabbalah Denudata of Henry Kunrath. His language, however obscure, may yet throw some light upon the subject. But this doctrine of permutation, or revolutio, must not be understood as a belief in reincarnation. That Moses was considered the transmigration of Abel and Seth does not imply that the Kabbalists, those who were initiated at least, believed that the identical spirit of either of Adam's sons reappeared under the corporeal form of Moses. It only shows what was the mode of expression they used when hinting at one of the profoundest mysteries of the Oriental Gnosis, one of the most majestic articles of faith of the secret wisdom. It was purposely veiled so as to half conceal and half reveal the truth. It implied that Moses, like certain other godlike men, was believed to have reached the highest of all states on earth. The rarest of all psychological phenomena, the perfect union of the immortal spirit with the terrestrial duad, had occurred. The Trinity was complete. A God was incarnate. But how rare such incarnations! That expression, ye are gods, which, to our biblical students, is a mere abstraction, has for the Kabbalists a vital significance. Each immortal spirit that sheds its radiance upon a human being is a god. The microcosmos of the macrocosmos, part and parcel of the unknown God, the first cause of which it is a direct emanation. It is possessed of all the attributes of its parent source. Among these attributes are omniscience and omnipotence. Endowed with these, but yet unable to fully manifest them while in the body, during which time they are obscured, veiled, limited by the capabilities of physical nature, the thus divinely inhabited man may tower far above his kind, evince a godlike wisdom, and display deific powers. For while the rest of mortals around him are but overshadowed by their divine self, with every chance given to them to become immortal hereafter, but no other security than their personal efforts to win the kingdom of heaven, the so-chosen man has already become an immortal while yet on earth. His prize is secured. Henceforth he will live forever in eternal life. Not only he may have dominion over all the works of creation by employing the excellence of the name, the Ineffable One, but be higher in this life, not, as Paul is made to say, a little lower than the angels. The ancients never entertained the sacrilegious thought that such perfected entities were incarnations of the one supreme and forever invisible God. No such profanation of the awful majesty entered into their conceptions. Moses and his antitypes and types were to them but complete men, gods on earth, for their gods, divine spirits, had entered unto their hallowed tabernacles, the purified physical bodies. The disembodied spirits of the heroes and sages were termed gods by the ancients. Hence, the accusation of polytheism and idolatry on the part of those who were the first to anthropomorphize the holiest and purest abstractions of their forefathers. The real and hidden sense of this doctrine was known to all the initiates. The Tanaim imparted it to their elect ones, the Isurim, in the solemn solitudes of crypts and deserted places. It was one of the most esoteric and jealously guarded, for human nature was the same then as it is now, and the sacerdotal caste as confident as now in the supremacy of its knowledge and ambitious of ascendancy over the weaker masses, with the difference perhaps that its hierophants could prove the legitimacy of their claims and the plausibility of their doctrines, whereas now, believers must be content with blind faith. While the Kabbalists called this mysterious and rare occurrence of the union of spirit with the mortal charge entrusted to its care, the descent of the angel Gabriel, the latter being a kind of generic name for it, the messenger of life, and the angel Metatron. And while the Nazarenes termed the same Abel Zivo, the delegatus sent by the Lord of Celsitude, it was universally known as the anointed spirit. Thus, it is the acceptation of this doctrine which caused the Gnostics to maintain that Jesus was a man overshadowed by the Christos, or messenger of life, and that his despairing cry from the cross, Eloi, Eloi, lama sabachthani, was wrung from him at the instant when he felt that this inspiring presence had finally abandoned him, for, as some affirmed, his faith had also abandoned him when on the cross. The early Nazarenes, who must be numbered among the Gnostic sects, believing that Jesus was a prophet, held, nevertheless, in relation to him, the same doctrine of the divine overshadowing of certain men of God, sent for the salvation of nations, and to recall them to the path of righteousness. The divine mind is eternal, says the Codex, and it is pure light, and poured out through splendid and immense space, pleroma. It is genetrix of the aeons. But one of them went to matter, chaos, stirring up confused, turbulentos movements, and by a certain portion of heavenly light fashioned it, properly constituted for use and appearance, but the beginning of every evil. The demiurge of matter claimed divine honor. Therefore Christus, the anointed, the prince of the aeons, powers, was sent, expeditus, who taking on the person of a most devout Jew, Iesu, was to conquer him, but who, having laid it, the body, aside, departed on high. We will explain further on the full significance of the name Christos and its mystic meaning. And now, in order to make such passages as the above more intelligible, we will endeavor to define, as briefly as possible, the dogmas in which, with very trifling differences, nearly all the Gnostic sects believed. It is in Ephesus that flourished in those days the greatest college, wherein the abstruse Oriental speculations and the Platonic philosophy were taught in conjunction. It was a focus of the universal secret doctrines, the weird laboratory whence, fashioned in elegant Grecian phraseology, sprang the quintessence of Buddhistic, Zoroastrian, and Chaldean philosophy. Artemis, the gigantic concrete symbol of theosophico-pantheistic abstractions, the great mother multimama, androgyne and patroness of the Ephesian writings, was conquered by Paul. But although the zealous converts of the apostles pretended to burn all their books on curious arts to perierga, enough of these remained for them to study when their first zeal had cooled off. It is from Ephesus that spread nearly all the gnosis, which antagonized so fiercely with the Irenaean dogmas. And still it was Ephesus, with her numerous collateral branches of the great college of the Essenes, which proved to be the hotbed of all the Kabbalistic speculations brought by the Tanaim from the captivity. In Ephesus, says Matter, the notions of the Jewish Egyptian school and the semi-Persian speculations of the Kabbalists had then recently come to swell the vast conflux of Grecian and Asiatic doctrines. So there is no wonder that teachers should have sprung up there who strove to combine the religion newly preached by the apostle with the ideas there so long established. Had not the Christians burdened themselves with the revelations of a little nation and accepted the Jehovah of Moses, the Gnostic ideas would never have been termed heresies. Once relieved of their dogmatic exaggerations, the world would have had a religious system based on pure Platonic philosophy, and surely something would then have been gained. Now let us see what are the greatest heresies of the Gnostics. We will select Basilides as the standard for our comparisons, for all the founders of other Gnostic sects group round him like a cluster of stars borrowing light from their sun. Basilides maintained that he had all his doctrines from the apostle Matthew and from Peter through Glaucus, the disciple of the latter. According to Eusebius, he published 24 volumes of interpretations upon the Gospels, all of which were burned, a fact which makes us suppose that they contained more truthful matter than the school of Irenaeus was prepared to deny. He asserted that the unknown, eternal, and uncreated Father having first brought forth nous, or mind, the latter emanated from itself, the Logos. The Logos, the word of John, emanated in its turn phronesis, or the intelligences, divine human spirits. From phronesis sprung Sophia, or feminine wisdom, and dynamis, strength. These were the personified attributes of the mysterious Godhead, the Gnostic quinternion, typifying the 5 spiritual but intelligible substances, personal virtues or beings, external to the unknown Godhead. This is preeminently a Kabbalistic idea. It is still more Buddhistic. The earliest system of the Buddhistic philosophy, which preceded by far Gautama Buddha, is based upon the uncreated substance of the unknown, the Adi Buddha. This eternal infinite monad possesses, as proper to his own essence, 5 acts of wisdom. From these it, by 5 separate acts of dhyan, emitted 5 dhyani Buddhas. These, like Adi Buddha, are quiescent in their system, passive. Neither Adi nor either of the 5 dhyani Buddhas were ever incarnated, but 7 of their emanations became avatars, i.e., were incarnated on this earth. Describing the Basilidean system, Irenaeus, quoting the Gnostics, declares as follows: "When the uncreated, unnamed Father saw the corruption of mankind, he sent his firstborn nous into the world in the form of Christ, for the redemption of all who believe in him, out of the power of those who fabricated the world, the Demiurgus, and his 6 sons, the planetary genii. He appeared amongst men as the man, Jesus, and wrought miracles. This Christ did not die in person, but Simon the Cyrenian suffered in his stead, to whom he lent his bodily form, for the divine power, the nous of the eternal Father, is not corporeal and cannot die. Whoso therefore maintains that Christ has died is still the bondsman of ignorance. Whoso denies the same, he is free, and hath understood the purpose of the Father." So far, and taken in its abstract sense, we do not see anything blasphemous in this system. It may be a heresy against the theology of Irenaeus and Tertullian, but there is certainly nothing sacrilegious against the religious idea itself, and it will seem to every impartial thinker far more consistent with divine reverence than the anthropomorphism of actual Christianity. The Gnostics were called by the Orthodox Christians doketae, or illusionists, for believing that Christ did not, nor could, suffer death actually in physical body. The later Brahmanical books contain, likewise, much that is repugnant to the reverential feeling and idea of the divinity, and as well as the Gnostics, the Brahmins explain such legends as may shock the divine dignity of the spiritual beings called gods by attributing them to Maya or illusion. A people brought up and nurtured for countless ages among all the psychological phenomena of which the civilized nations read, but reject as incredible and worthless, cannot well expect to have its religious system even understood, let alone appreciated. The profoundest and most transcendental speculations of the ancient metaphysicians of India and other countries are all based on that great Buddhistic and Brahmanical principle underlying the whole of their religious metaphysics, illusion of the senses. Everything that is finite is illusion. All that which is eternal and infinite is reality. Form, color, that which we hear and feel or see with our mortal eyes, exists only so far as it can be conveyed to each of us through our senses. The universe for a man born blind does not exist in either form or color, but it exists in its privation, in the Aristotelian sense, and is a reality for the spiritual senses of the blind man. We all live under the powerful dominion of fantasy. Alone, the highest and invisible originals emanated from the thought of the unknown are real and permanent beings, forms, and ideas. On earth, we see but their reflections, more or less correct, and ever dependent on the physical and mental organization of the person who beholds them. Ages untold before our era, the Hindu mystic Kapila, who is considered by many scientists as a skeptic because they judge him with their habitual superficiality, magnificently expressed this idea in the following terms. Man, physical man, counts for so little that hardly anything can demonstrate to him his proper existence and that of nature. Perhaps that which we regard as the universe and the divers beings which seem to compose it have nothing real and are but the product of continued illusion, Maya, of our senses. And the modern Schopenhauer, repeating this philosophical idea, 10,000 years old now, says, nature is non-existent per se. Nature is the infinite illusion of our senses. Kant, Schelling, and other metaphysicians have said the same, and their school maintains the idea. The objects of sense being ever delusive and fluctuating cannot be a reality. Spirit alone is unchangeable. Hence, alone is no illusion. This is pure Buddhist doctrine. The religion of the gnosis, knowledge, the most evident offshoot of Buddhism, was utterly based on this metaphysical tenet. Christos suffered spiritually for us, and far more acutely than did the illusionary Jesus, while his body was being tortured on the cross. In the ideas of the Christians, Christ is but another name for Jesus. The philosophy of the Gnostics, the initiates and hierophants understood it otherwise. The word Christos, like all Greek words, must be sought in its philological origin, the Sanskrit. In this latter language, Chris means sacred, and the Hindu deity was named Krishna, the pure or the sacred from that. On the other hand, the Greek Christos bears several meanings, as anointed, pure oil, chrism, and others. In all languages, though the synonym of the word means pure or sacred essence, it is the first emanation of the invisible Godhead, manifesting itself tangibly in spirit. The Greek logos, the Hebrew Messiah, the Latin verbum, and the Hindu viraj, the sun, are identically the same. They represent an idea of collective entities, of flames detached from the one eternal center of light. The man who accomplishes pious but interested acts, with the sole object of his salvation, may reach the ranks of the devas, saints. But he who accomplishes disinterestedly the same pious acts finds himself ridden forever of the five elements, of matter. perceiving the Supreme Soul in all beings, and all beings in the Supreme Soul, in offering his own soul in sacrifice, he identifies himself with the being who shines in his own splendor. Manu, Book 12, Slokas 90, 91. Thus, Christos as a unity is but an abstraction, a general idea representing the collective aggregation of the numberless spirit entities, which are the direct emanations of the infinite, invisible, incomprehensible first cause. The individual spirits of men, erroneously called the souls. They are the divine sons of God, of which some only overshadow mortal men, but this the majority. Some remain forever planetary spirits, and some, the smaller and rare minority, unite themselves during life with some men. Such godlike beings as Gautama Buddha, Jesus, Tisu, Krishna, and a few others had united themselves with their spirits permanently. Hence, they became gods on earth. Others, such as Moses, Pythagoras, Apollonius, Plotinus, Confucius, Plato, Iamblichus, and some Christian saints, having at intervals been so united, have taken rank in history as demigods and leaders of mankind. When unburthened of their terrestrial tabernacles, their freed souls, henceforth united forever with their spirits, rejoin the whole shining host, which is bound together in one spiritual solidarity of thought and deed, and called the Anointed. Hence, the meaning of the Gnostics, who, by saying that Christos suffered spiritually for humanity, implied that his divine spirit suffered mostly. Such, and far more elevating, were the ideas of Marcion, the great heresiarch of the 2nd century, as he is termed by his opponents. He came to Rome toward the latter part of the half-century, from AD 139-142, according to Tertullian, Irenaeus, Clamens, and most of his modern commentators, such as Bunsen, Tischendorf, Westcott, and many others. Credner and Schleiermacher agree as to his high and irreproachable personal character, his pure religious aspirations and elevated views. His influence must have been powerful, as we find Epiphanius writing more than 2 centuries later, that in his time, the followers of Marcion were to be found throughout the whole world. The danger must have been pressing and great indeed, if we are to judge it to have been proportioned with the opprobrious epithets and vituperation heaped upon Marcion by the great African, that patristic Cerberus, whom we find ever barking at the door of the Irenaean dogmas. We have but to open his celebrated refutation of Marcion's antitheses to acquaint ourselves with the fine fleur of monkish abuse of the Christian school, an abuse so faithfully carried through the Middle Ages, to be renewed again in our present day, at the Vatican. Now then, ye hounds, yelping at the God of truth, whom the apostles cast out, to all your questions. These are the bones of contention, which ye gnaw, etc. The poverty of the great African's arguments keeps pace with his abuse, remarks the author of Supernatural Religion. There, the Fathers' religious controversy bristles with misstatements and is turbid with pious abuse. Tertullian was a master of his style, and the vehement vituperation with which he opens and often interlards his work against the impious and sacrilegious Marcion offers anything but a guarantee of fair and legitimate criticism. How firm these two fathers, Tertullian and Epiphanius, were on their theological ground may be inferred from the curious fact that they intemperately, both vehemently reproach the beast, Marcion, with erasing passages from the Gospel of Luke which never were in Luke at all. The lightness and inaccuracy, adds the critic, with which Tertullian proceeds, are all the better illustrated by the fact that not only does he accuse Marcion falsely, but he actually defines the motives for which he expunged a passage which never existed. In the same chapter, He also similarly accuses Marcion of erasing from Luke the saying that Christ had not come to destroy the law and the prophets, but to fulfill them, and he actually repeats the charge on 2 other occasions. Epiphanius also commits the mistake of reproaching Marcion with omitting from Luke what is only found in Matthew. Having so far shown the amount of reliance to be placed in the patristic literature, and it being unanimously conceded by the great majority of biblical critics that what the fathers fought for was not truth, but their own interpretations and unwarranted assertions, we will now proceed to state what were the views of Marcion, whom Tertullian desired to annihilate as the most dangerous heretic of his day. If we are to believe Hilgenfeld, one of the greatest German biblical critics, then, from the critical standing point, one must consider the statements of the Fathers of the Church only as expressions of their subjective view, which itself requires proof. We can do no better, nor make a more correct statement of facts concerning Marcion, than by quoting what our space permits from Supernatural Religion, the author of which bases his assertions on the evidence of the greatest critics, as well as on his own researches. He shows in the days of Marcion 2 broad parties in the primitive church, one considering Christianity a mere continuation of the law and dwarfing it into an Israelitish institution, a narrow sect of Judaism. The other representing the glad tidings as the introduction of a new system applicable to all and supplanting the Mosaic dispensation of the law by a universal dispensation of grace. These 2 parties, he adds, were popularly represented in the early church by the 2 apostles, Peter and Paul, and their antagonism is faintly revealed in the epistle to the Galatians. Marcion, who recognized no other gospels than a few epistles of Paul, who rejected totally the anthropomorphism of the Old Testament and drew a distinct line of demarcation between the old Judaism and Christianity, viewed Jesus neither as a king, Messiah of the Jews, nor the son of David, who was in any way connected with the law or prophets, but a divine being sent to reveal to man a spiritual religion, wholly new, and a God of goodness and grace, hitherto unknown. The Lord God of the Jews in his eyes, the Creator, Demiurgos, was totally different and distinct from the deity, who sent Jesus to reveal the divine truth and preach the glad tidings, to bring reconciliation and salvation to all. The mission of Jesus, according to Marcion, was to abrogate the Jewish Lord, who was opposed to the God and Father of Jesus Christ, as matter is to spirit, impurity to purity. Was Marcion so far wrong? Was it blasphemy, or was it intuition, divine inspiration in him to express that which every honest heart yearning for truth more or less feels and acknowledges? If in his sincere desire to establish a purely spiritual religion, a universal faith based on unadulterated truth, he found it necessary to make of Christianity an entirely new and separate system from that of Judaism, did not Marcion have the very words of Christ for his authority? No man putteth a piece of new cloth into an old garment, for the rent is made worse. Neither do men put new wine into old bottles, else the bottles break, and the wine runneth out, and the bottles perish. But they put new wine into new bottles, and both are preserved. In what particular does the jealous, wrathful, revengeful God of Israel resemble the unknown deity, the God of mercy preached by Jesus, his Father who is in heaven and the Father of all humanity? This Father alone is the God of spirit and purity, and to compare him with the subordinate and capricious Sinaitic deity is an error. Did Jesus ever pronounce the name of Jehovah? Did he ever place his Father in contrast with this severe and cruel judge? his God of mercy, love, and justice, with the Jewish genius of retaliation? Never. From that memorable day when he preached his Sermon on the Mount, an immeasurable void opened between his God and that other deity, who fulminated his commands from that other mount, Sinai. The language of Jesus is unequivocal. It implies not only rebellion, but defiance of the Mosaic Lord God. Ye have heard, he tells us, that it hath been said, an eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth. But I say unto you, that ye resist not evil, but whosoever shall smite thee on thy right cheek, turn to him the other also. Ye have heard that it hath been said, by the same Lord God, on Sinai, Thou shalt love thy neighbor, and hate thine enemy. But I say unto you, love your enemies, bless them that curse you, do good to them that hate you, and pray for them which despitefully use you and persecute you. Matthew 5. And now, open Manu and read. Resignation, the action of rendering good for evil, temperance, probity, purity, repression of the senses, the knowledge of the sastras, the holy books, that of the supreme soul, truthfulness and abstinence from anger. Such are the 10 virtues in which consists duty. Those who study these 10 precepts of duty, and after having studied them conform their lives thereto, will reach to the supreme condition. Manu, Book 6, Sloka 92. If Manu did not trace these words many thousands of years before the era of Christianity, at least no voice in the whole world will dare deny them a less antiquity than several centuries BC. The same in the case of the precepts of Buddhism. If we turn to the Pratimoksa Sutra and other religious tracts of the Buddhists, we read the 10 following commandments. 1. Thou shalt not kill any living creature. 2. Thou shalt not steal. 3. Thou shalt not break thy vow of chastity. 4. Thou shalt not lie. 5. Thou shalt not betray the secrets of others. 6. Thou shalt not wish for the death of thy enemies. 7. Thou shalt not desire the wealth of others. 8. Thou shalt not pronounce injurious and foul words. 9. Thou shalt not indulge in luxury, sleep on soft beds, or be lazy. 10. Thou shalt not accept gold or silver. Good Master, what shall I do that I may have eternal life? Asks a man of Jesus. Keep the commandments. Which? Thou shalt do no murder. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not bear false witness, is the answer. What shall I do to obtain possession of Bodhi, knowledge of eternal truth? Asks a disciple of his Buddhist master. What way is there to become an upasaka? Keep the commandments. What are they? Thou shalt abstain all thy life from murder, theft, adultery, and lying, answers the master. Identical injunctions, are they not? Divine injunctions, the living up to which would purify and exalt humanity. But are they more divine when uttered through one mouth than another? If it is godlike to return good for evil, does the enunciation of the precept by a Nazarene give it any greater force than its enunciation by an Indian or Tibetan philosopher? We see that the Golden Rule was not original with Jesus, that its birthplace was India. Do what we may, we cannot deny Sakyamuni Buddha a less remote antiquity than several centuries before the birth of Jesus. In seeking a model for his system of ethics, why should Jesus have gone to the foot of the Himalayas rather than to the foot of Sinai, but that the doctrines of Manu and Gautarna harmonized exactly with his own philosophy, while those of Jehovah were to him abhorrent and terrifying? The Hindus taught to return good for evil, but the Jehovistic command was an eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth. would Christians still maintain the identity of the Father of Jesus and Jehovah? If evidence sufficiently clear could be adduced that the Lord God was no other than the pagan Bacchus, Dionysos. Well, this identity of the Jehovah at Mount Sinai with the god Bacchus is hardly disputable. The name is Yahweh, or Iao, according to Theodoret, which is the secret name of the Phoenician mystery god, and it was actually adopted from the Chaldeans, with whom it also was the secret name of the Creator. Wherever Bacchus was worshipped, there was a tradition of Nysa and a cave where he was reared. Bethsan, or Scythopolis in Palestine, had that designation. So had a spot on Mount Parnassus. But Diodorus declares that Nysa was between Phoenicia and Egypt. Euripides states that Dionysos came to Greece from India, and Diodorus adds his testimony. Osiris was brought up in Nysa, in Arabia the Happy. He was the son of Zeus, and was named from his father, nominative Zeus, genitive Dios, and the place Dionysos, the Zeus or Jove of Nysa. This identity of name or title is very significant. In Greece, Dionysos was second only to Zeus, and Pindar says, "So Father Zeus governs all things, and Bacchus, he governs also." But outside of Greece, Bacchus was the all-powerful Zagreus, the highest of gods. Moses seems to have worshipped him personally, and together with the populace at Mount Sinai, unless we admit that he was an initiated priest, an adept who knew how to lift the veil which hangs behind all such exoteric worship, but kept the secret. And Moses built an altar and called the name of it Jehovah Nissi, or Yao Nissi. What better evidence is required to show that the Sinaitic god was indifferently Bacchus, Osiris, and Jehovah? Mr. Sharp appends also his testimony that the place where Osiris was born was Mount Sinai, called by the Egyptians Mount Nissa. The brazen serpent was a Nis, and the month of the Jewish Passover Nisan. If the Mosaic Lord God was the only living God, and Jesus his only Son, how account for the rebellious language of the latter? Without hesitation or qualification, he sweeps away the Jewish lex talionis and substitutes for it the law of charity and self-denial. If the Old Testament is a divine revelation, how can the New Testament be? Are we required to believe and worship a deity who contradicts himself every few hundred years? Was Moses inspired, or was Jesus not the Son of God? This is a dilemma from which the theologians are bound to rescue us. It is from this very dilemma that the Gnostics endeavored to snatch the budding Christianity. Justice has been waiting 19 centuries for intelligent commentators to appreciate this difference between the Orthodox Tertullian and the Gnostic Marcion. The brutal violence, unfairness, and bigotry of the great African repulse all who accept his Christianity. How can a god, inquired Marcion, break his own commandments? How could he consistently prohibit idolatry and image worship and still cause Moses to set up the brazen serpent? How command, "Thou shalt not steal," and then order the Israelites to spoil the Egyptians of their gold and silver? Anticipating the results of modern criticism, Marcion denies the applicability to Jesus of the so-called messianic prophecies. Writes the author of Supernatural Religion, "The Emmanuel of Isaiah is not Christ. The Virgin, his mother, is simply a young woman, an Alma of the temple. And the sufferings of the servant of God, Isaiah 52:13, 53:3, are not predictions of the death of Jesus.